Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. My friend and I had reached that familiar point where boredom settles in, and nothing outside seemed interesting anymore. We had already spent most of the afternoon wandering around, talking about nothing important, throwing rocks, kicking dirt, and doing all the usual things you do when there is time to kill and nowhere particular to be. Eventually, with nothing else coming to mind, we decided to head back inside and play on the Wii. At the time, the Wii felt like the most exciting thing in the world. It was still fairly new, and everyone loved it. The movement, the games, the way it made you feel like you were actually doing something physical instead of just sitting there pressing buttons, all of it felt fun and different. We set up a game of tennis and started playing. The living room felt normal then. Bright daylight was coming through the windows, the television was on, the familiar sounds of the game filled the space, and everything felt ordinary. My parents and my brother were still out in town, so we had the house to ourselves. That wasn't unusual, and at first it didn't bother either of us. We laughed, joked around, and took the game far too seriously, arguing about whether a point had counted or not, even though it didn't really matter. After finishing a round, we both felt thirsty and hungry, so we paused the game and went to the kitchen. We grabbed something small to eat and poured ourselves drinks, talking casually as we leaned against the counter. Nothing felt strange at that point. If anything, it was just another quiet, boring day at home. When we were done, we carried our drinks back into the living room and started up another round of tennis. It was during that second game that something shifted. There wasn't a sound, and nothing moved that I could see, but I suddenly became aware of a feeling that made my stomach tighten. It was the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Not in a vague way, like you sometimes feel when you're paranoid or imagining things, but in a very specific, focused way. It felt like attention. Like something was aware of us and was deliberately watching. Without really thinking about it, I said to my friend that I felt like something was watching us from the couch. The words just came out of my mouth. I wasn't trying to scare him or be dramatic. I genuinely felt unsettled and needed to say it out loud. For a moment, he didn't respond, and I wondered if I had just made things awkward or if he was going to laugh it off. Instead, he paused the game and looked at me in a way that told me everything before he even spoke. He admitted that he had felt the same thing earlier, when we were still outside, but he hadn't said anything because he thought I would think he was being stupid or making it up. Hearing that sent a cold feeling through me. It's one thing to feel something strange on your own, but it's another thing entirely when someone else independently feels the exact same thing. The room suddenly felt different. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow, even though nothing had physically changed. The couch, the doorway, the corners of the room all seemed more noticeable, like places something could be hiding, even though we couldn't see anything. We stood there for a moment, unsure what to do next. I suggested that maybe we should stop playing and go outside. At least outside, I said, we would have space. Somewhere to run if something really bad happened. The idea of being trapped inside the house suddenly felt wrong. My friend agreed without hesitation, which told me he was just as uncomfortable as I was. We headed toward the front door, both of us tense and alert, listening to every small sound. As we reached the door, we both stopped at the exact same time. Neither of us had said anything, but we both knew. Whatever had been watching us wasn't behind us anymore. It was in front of us. There was no shape, no face, no visible figure standing there, but the presence was overwhelming. It felt solid, like an invisible wall. The feeling of being watched intensified, turning into the feeling of being blocked. My heart started pounding, and my instinct screamed at me that we could not go through that door. Without a word, we turned around and ran toward the back of the house. Panic took over, and all rational thought disappeared. The only thing that mattered was getting out of the house. We reached the back door and flung it open, half expecting something to grab us or stop us, but nothing did. We burst outside and didn't stop running until we reached the front of the house. Once there, we slowed down just enough to catch our breath. We started talking quickly, trying to come up with some kind of plan. Should we stay outside? Should we run to a neighbor's house? Should we try to get further away from the house entirely? The questions tumbled out between gasps of air. We hadn't gotten very far into the conversation when it happened again. That same feeling returned, sudden and undeniable. It felt like something was standing right next to us, close enough that if it had a physical form, it would have been within arm's reach. We didn't need to look at each other to know that we were both feeling it. The fear was instant and intense. We started running again, this time without any clear direction other than away. We ran down the driveway toward the gate. The driveway was long, and by the time we reached the gate, our lungs were burning and our legs felt weak. We stopped there, bent over, hands on our knees, trying to calm ourselves enough to think. For a moment, we just stood there in silence, listening. We waited to see if that presence would follow us. The seconds stretched out, each one feeling longer than the last. Slowly, the feeling faded. The sense of being watched eased, and the pressure we had felt lifted. After a while, we straightened up and looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to go back, but staying at the gate didn't feel like a real solution either. Eventually, we decided to head back toward the house, but slowly and cautiously, watching everything around us. Before we could even reach the house, my parents and my brother pulled up in the car. They stopped next to us and asked what we were doing all the way down there. We tried to explain what had happened, stumbling over our words, still shaken and breathless. As expected, they didn't believe us. They brushed it off, telling us we were just scaring ourselves and needed to get in the car. Reluctantly, we did. When we got home, the house felt normal again. The heavy feeling was gone. The sense of being watched had disappeared entirely. It was as if whatever had been there had simply vanished the moment my family returned. My friend and I didn't talk much about it after that, but neither of us ever forgot it. We never had another experience quite like that one. No blocking doorways, no invisible presence standing beside us. But even now, every once in a while, we both still get that familiar sensation. The feeling that someone, or something, is watching. Not threatening, not moving closer. Just watching. And that, more than anything else, is what still unsettles me to this day. In the early 1980s, my parents and I lived in a quiet street where everyone seemed to know one another. We had good neighbors on both sides, but the people who lived directly across the road from us were especially close friends of my parents. We visited each other often, sometimes daily, and their house felt like an extension of our own. I was still young then, and I spent a lot of time wandering between the two houses, playing, listening to the adults talk, or simply exploring out of curiosity. I loved being at their place. Their kitchen was warm and welcoming, their backyard felt safe, and their porch was a great place to sit and watch the day pass. But there was one room in their house that I could never stand being in, no matter how hard I tried to ignore the feeling it gave me. It was their lounge room. There was nothing wrong with it on the surface. In fact, it was a beautiful room. The floorboards were polished and clean, the walls were painted a soft cream color, and there was a proud mantelpiece that looked like it had been there for decades. The furniture had a tapestry-style fabric, carefully chosen, and there were ornate vases and decorations placed thoughtfully around the room. To anyone else, it probably looked cozy and well cared for. But to me, it felt heavy. The moment I stepped inside, my chest would tighten and I would feel a strong urge to leave as quickly as possible. The feeling wasn't just fear, but something deeper and harder to explain. It was as if the air itself was thick and pressing in on me. The room felt sad, morose, and deeply uncomfortable. Even standing near the entrance and looking in made my skin prickle. I could never relax there, and I never wanted to sit down. Along with this feeling came something else, something even stranger. Whenever I entered that lounge room, a green color would begin to fill the space. It wasn't like light reflecting off something, and it wasn't a shadow. It was more like a filter, the kind you might see on a television screen if someone adjusted the color settings too far. The green was bright, almost glowing, and it covered everything in the room. Sometimes it would appear slowly, growing stronger as my fear increased. Other times it would be there instantly, as if I had stepped straight into it. What always stood out to me was that the green only existed inside the lounge room. If I stood in the hallway or doorway and looked in, the room appeared completely normal. The moment I crossed the threshold, the green would appear. Stepping back out again made it vanish just as quickly. It felt like crossing an invisible boundary that only I could sense. Thankfully, we rarely had any reason to be in that room. Most gatherings took place in the kitchen, on the porch, or outside in the backyard. The lounge room was usually quiet and unused, which suited me just fine. Still, sometimes curiosity got the better of me, and I would wander too close, only to be reminded very quickly why I avoided it. One afternoon, we were visiting as usual, and my favorite show, The Munsters, was on television. A few adults were already sitting in the lounge room watching it. Seeing the room occupied made me feel braver. I told myself that with people inside, and the TV on, whatever usually happened to me in that room wouldn't happen this time. I stepped into the lounge room and headed toward an armchair, trying to act casual. I didn't make it very far. Almost immediately, the green appeared. It was stronger than usual, vivid and overwhelming. I glanced around the room to see if anyone else noticed anything strange, but no one reacted at all. They continued watching the television as if nothing had changed. What made this moment different was the sound. As the green intensified, the noise from the TV began to fade. It wasn't sudden, but it was noticeable, like someone slowly turning down the volume. The voices became muffled and distant, as though I were underwater. Panic rose in my chest. I backed out of the room as quickly as I could without drawing attention to myself. As soon as I crossed back into the doorway, the green disappeared. The sound returned to normal, loud and clear. I stood there watching the monsters from the doorway instead, too afraid to go back in. I don't know if the sound had changed every other time I experienced the green, or if I only noticed it then because the television made it obvious. Either way, it left a deep impression on me. For years, I tried to explain these experiences away. I told myself I was an anxious child, overly sensitive, with an active imagination. It seemed easier to believe that than to think something truly strange had been happening. Eventually, the memories faded into the background of my mind, filed away as odd childhood experiences that didn't really mean anything. That changed many years later, around Christmas of 2015, when the house came up in conversation again. I had always known there had been a murder on that street. It was something whispered about, something adults spoke of carefully. I had always believed it happened in a different house further down the road. That was what I had carried with me all those years. But during that conversation, I learned something that made my stomach drop. The murder had happened in that house. The house directly across the road. The same house with the lounge room that terrified me. The same room where I had seen the green. Suddenly, all those old memories rushed back with new weight. The fear, the need to escape, the strange atmosphere all made a kind of sense now. But the green still didn't fit neatly into any explanation. The story, as my parents later confirmed, went back to the early 1970s. A local real estate agent, whose name the street itself carried, had invested or entrusted a large sum of money with a local accountant. Somehow, the money was lost or stolen. Whether it was deliberate or reckless didn't matter to the realtor. He wanted revenge. What followed sounds unbelievable, even now. The realtor disguised himself as a woman and kidnapped the accountant's wife from her workplace car park. Some of her coworkers saw her leaving with the disguised figure and thought she was waving goodbye from the car window. In reality, she was calling for help. She was never seen again. The realtor eventually confessed to police, admitting what he had done, but he refused to tell them where her body was. Then, while in custody, he took his own life. The location of her body died with him, leaving her family without answers. Years later, in the mid to late 1970s, a friend of my father's lived in that same house. He knew the history. One night, after guests had stayed late and finally gone to bed, he tripped over a rug in the lounge room. The rug shifted, revealing floorboards that didn't match the rest of the floor. Suspicious and aware of the house's past, he and his friends began pulling up the boards. Beneath them, they found a hand protruding from the soil. They immediately called the police. That night, my parents woke to the sound of loud banging and commotion across the street. Police were tearing up the lounge room floor. The body was identified as the missing accountant's wife. After all those years, she had been there the whole time, hidden beneath the very room that had terrified me as a child. The media was never given full access to the case. The few stories that were published were inaccurate and sensational, focusing on the house itself rather than the truth. My mother remembered them as ridiculous and misleading. For most of my life, I believed this discovery had happened in another house. Learning that it was the same lounge room where I had experienced the green made everything feel new and unsettling all over again. The fear I felt back then suddenly had context, even if it still raised more questions than answers. What troubles me most is the color. Why green? This happened years after her body was found. I can understand fear, heaviness, and discomfort lingering in a place like that. But the green doesn't fit so easily. It was intense, almost loud in its brightness. Not calming or gentle, but overwhelming. I've read that green is often associated with healing or peace, but this was not that kind of green. This was sharp and invasive, like an alarm that only I could see. Was it emotional residue? A psychological response? Or something else entirely? I'll probably never know. The man who found her eventually moved away, and my father lost touch with him. Apparently, before he found her body, he had his own strange encounter with what he believed was the same woman. His experience was calm and didn't involve any color at all. We don't know how or where she was killed. My parents only knew the killer in passing and remembered him as an arrogant man that no one missed. All I know is that as a child, I felt something was wrong in that room long before I knew why. And now, knowing what I know, those memories feel heavier than ever. The green still lingers in my mind, vivid and unexplained, a reminder that some places remember things long after people think they've moved on. The year was 2007. It was October, and the night carried that sharp cold that only early spring evenings in Australia seem to have. The location was a suburban house, quiet from the outside, but inside it was something else entirely. The place was flooded with sound, movement, and life. To an outsider, it might have looked like a gathering of dark figures, cloaked in black, hair hanging low, symbols stitched and printed everywhere. Horns, spikes, inverted crosses, pentagrams, and more black clothing than most people would see in a lifetime filled the space. The air vibrated with heavy music, deep bass lines rumbling through the floor like distant thunder. Faces were intense, eyes lined dark, expressions grim or ecstatic depending on the song. Demonic growls poured from speakers, layered with guitar riffs and drums that felt more like physical force than sound. Numbers like 666 were splashed across shirts and jackets, not as prophecy or worship, but as rebellion and identity. It was my brother's 21st birthday. Welcome to the world of metalheads. I was 26 at the time. By then, I was well accustomed to my brother's birthday parties. Usually, they happened at Mum's place. She tolerated a lot over the years, but this time she made a firm and unforgettable announcement. Not here again. That was it. No debate. No compromise. And so my brother was forced to find another location for what he insisted was going to be his most epic birthday yet. I wasn't directly involved in organizing it, but I kept hearing updates. Eventually, the location was locked in. It turned out the party would be held at the house of one of my brother's friends. I'll call her Elle. More specifically, it was Elle's dad's house. Elle's dad was out of town at the time, which at first sounded like the perfect setup for chaos. But that wasn't really the case. Elle's dad had actually kindly offered his house for the event, knowing what kind of crowd it would attract. Our parents were there to keep an eye on things, and despite the appearance of mayhem, metalheads are often loud but respectful. And that's exactly how the night went. No damage. No drama. No police. No court show aftermath. We carpooled that night. I went with my stepmom, who is hands down the biggest nihilist I know. We get along incredibly well, despite our very different views on the world. She's sharp, funny, and outspoken, and she's also a metalhead herself. One thing she loves almost as much as metal is declaring how much she doesn't believe in ghosts, or anything remotely supernatural. She brings it up often, with pride. I usually just let her talk and keep my thoughts to myself. The drive over was completely normal. We chatted about life, work, people we knew, nothing unusual at all. No strange feelings. No odd moments. Just conversation and the hum of the road beneath us. When we arrived, the house immediately stood out. It was in the suburbs, but surrounded by bush-scrubbed terrain, giving it a secluded, almost hidden feeling. The driveway was long and covered in stones that crunched loudly underfoot. The house itself was single-story but raised high on stilts, so from ground level it looked almost like a double-story place. A long flight of stairs led up to the front door. At the top of those stairs was a large floodlight attached to the house, shining brightly down the driveway and lighting the path ahead. We walked up the stony driveway together, still chatting. About 5 meters before the stairs, the ground changed from stones to brick paving. It was dark, and the floodlight was bright enough to make it hard to see the details clearly. I could tell there were bricks underfoot, and I could feel the difference in texture as I stepped onto them. And the moment I reached a certain part of that brick paving, something changed. It wasn't fear. It wasn't surprise. It was an emotion that felt like being acknowledged. Like being noticed. Like being gently greeted. I stopped walking without really thinking about it, and looked down at the bricks beneath my feet. My stepmom noticed immediately and asked me what I was doing. Caught off guard, I quickly made up an excuse and said I thought there was a stone in my shoe. She shrugged and kept going, and I followed her up the stairs, but the feeling stayed with me. Inside, the party was already in full swing. Music thundered through the house. People filled every room, laughing, drinking, shouting lyrics, moving with the rhythm. The atmosphere was electric. Elle greeted us, warm and welcoming. I found my brother, mom, dad, and a few other family friends. The house itself was stunning. Rustic, old, and full of character. The walls were decorated with handmade artwork and old-style glass panels. Elle told me her dad made a lot of it himself. The place felt like something out of another time, almost Viking-like in its design and spirit. It was beautiful. Despite how comfortable the night was, something else stood out. My stepmom was acting strangely. She stayed close to me the entire time. Not in an obvious way, but close enough that I noticed. This was completely out of character for her. She was usually independent, social, and moved easily through crowds on her own. But that night, she barely left my side. At one point during the evening, my dad asked Elle if he could call her dad to thank him personally for letting us use the house. Dad loved a good chat, and it turned out he and Elle's dad had a lot in common. The music inside was too loud, so Dad stepped outside to take the call, and the conversation lasted close to an hour. Not long after Dad went outside, I noticed a woman heading toward the door with a small group of people. She caught my attention immediately. She had wavy blonde hair and looked to be somewhere between 30 and 40 years old. She was wearing high-waisted stonewashed jeans and a loose white t-shirt tucked in at the waist. Her style looked completely out of place, like something straight out of the late 80s or early 90s. It was also freezing outside, and she wasn't wearing a jacket. I only saw her from the side and then from behind as she went out the door. I didn't recognize her and wondered who she was. Later in the night, someone put on Motorhead's Ace of Spades. The reaction was instant. People dropped conversations, drinks were set down, and everyone rushed into the main room. It was tradition. On nights like this, Ace of Spades was non-negotiable. It brought everyone together. It was chaos and unity all at once. The metal version of a sing-along anthem. The room filled shoulder to shoulder with people shouting lyrics, headbanging, laughing, and losing themselves in the moment. I was right there with them, yelling along, completely caught up in the energy. At one point, someone said something ridiculous, and I started laughing so hard I had to lean back to catch my breath. That's when I saw her again. The woman in the white t-shirt was standing a few feet away from the main group, leaning casually against the wall. She wasn't singing or shouting. She was smiling quietly, amused by the scene. She was laughing to herself, like someone enjoying a moment from the outside. She looked at me, and I looked at her. I smiled. She smiled back. And in that instant, a thought crossed my mind, calm and certain. I think you're a ghost. There was no fear in the thought. No shock. Just recognition. The year was 2007. It was October, and the night carried that sharp cold that only early spring evenings in Australia seem to have. The location was a suburban house, quiet from the outside, but inside it was something else entirely. The place was flooded with sound, movement, and life. To an outsider, it might have looked like a gathering of dark figures, cloaked in black, hair hanging low, symbols stitched and printed everywhere. Horns, spikes, inverted crosses, pentagrams, and more black clothing than most people would see in a lifetime filled the space. The air vibrated with heavy music, deep bass lines rumbling through the floor like distant thunder. Faces were intense, eyes lined dark, expressions grim or ecstatic depending on the psalm. Demonic growls poured from speakers, layered with guitar riffs and drums that felt more like physical force than sound. Numbers like 666 were splashed across shirts and jackets, not as prophecy or worship, but as rebellion and identity. It was my brother's 21st birthday. Welcome to the world of metalheads. I was 26 at the time. By then, I was well accustomed to my brother's birthday parties. Usually, they happened at Mum's place. She tolerated a lot over the years, but this time she made a firm and unforgettable announcement. Not here again. That was it. No debate. No compromise. And so my brother was forced to find another location for what he insisted was going to be his most epic birthday yet. I wasn't directly involved in organizing it, but I kept hearing updates. Eventually, the location was locked in. It turned out the party would be held at the house of one of my brother's friends. I'll call her Elle. More specifically, it was Elle's dad's house. Elle's dad was out of town at the time, which at first sounded like the perfect setup for chaos. But that wasn't really the case. Elle's dad had actually kindly offered his house for the event, knowing what kind of crowd it would attract. Our parents were there to keep an eye on things, and despite the appearance of mayhem, metalheads are often loud but respectful. And that's exactly how the night went. No damage. No drama. No police. No court show aftermath. We carpooled that night. I went with my stepmom, who is hands down the biggest nihilist I know. We get along incredibly well, despite our very different views on the world. She's sharp, funny, and outspoken, and she's also a metalhead herself. One thing she loves almost as much as metal is declaring how much she doesn't believe in ghosts, or anything remotely supernatural. She brings it up often, with pride. I usually just let her talk and keep my thoughts to myself. The drive over was completely normal. We chatted about life, work, people we knew, nothing unusual at all. No strange feelings. No odd moments. Just conversation and the hum of the road beneath us. When we arrived, the house immediately stood out. It was in the suburbs, but surrounded by bush-scrubbed terrain, giving it a secluded, almost hidden feeling. The driveway was long and covered in stones that crunched loudly underfoot. The house itself was single-story but raised high on stilts, so from ground level it looked almost like a double-story place. A long flight of stairs led up to the front door. At the top of those stairs was a large floodlight attached to the house, shining brightly down the driveway and lighting the path ahead. We walked up the stony driveway together, still chatting. About 5 meters before the stairs, the ground changed from stones to brick paving. It was dark, and the floodlight was bright enough to make it hard to see the details clearly. I could tell there were bricks underfoot, and I could feel the difference in texture as I stepped onto them. And the moment I reached a certain part of that brick paving, something changed. It wasn't fear. It wasn't surprise. It was an emotion that felt like being acknowledged, like being noticed, like being gently greeted. I stopped walking without really thinking about it, and looked down at the bricks beneath my feet. My stepmom noticed immediately and asked me what I was doing. Caught off guard, I quickly made up an excuse and said I thought there was a stone in my shoe. She shrugged and kept going, and I followed her up the stairs, but the feeling stayed with me. Inside, the party was already in full swing. Music thundered through the house. People filled every room, laughing, drinking, shouting lyrics, moving with the rhythm. The atmosphere was electric. Elle greeted us, warm and welcoming. I found my brother, mom, dad, and a few other family friends. The house itself was stunning. Rustic, old, and full of character. The walls were decorated with handmade artwork and old-style glass panels. Elle told me her dad made a lot of it himself. The place felt like something out of another time, almost Viking-like in its design and spirit. It was beautiful. Despite how comfortable the night was, something else stood out. My stepmom was acting strangely. She stayed close to me the entire time. Not in an obvious way, but close enough that I noticed. This was completely out of character for her. She was usually independent, social, and moved easily through crowds on her own. But that night, she barely left my side. At one point during the evening, my dad asked Elle if he could call her dad to thank him personally for letting us use the house. Dad loved a good chat, and it turned out he and Elle's dad had a lot in common. The music inside was too loud, so Dad stepped outside to take the call, and the conversation lasted close to an hour. Not long after Dad went outside, I noticed a woman heading toward the door with a small group of people. She caught my attention immediately. She had wavy blonde hair and looked to be somewhere between 30 and 40 years old. She was wearing high-waisted stonewashed jeans and a loose white t-shirt tucked in at the waist. Her style looked completely out of place, like something straight out of the late 80s or early 90s. It was also freezing outside, and she wasn't wearing a jacket. I only saw her from the side and then from behind as she went out the door. I didn't recognize her and wondered who she was. Later in the night, someone put on Motorhead's Ace of Spades. The reaction was instant. People dropped conversations, drinks were set down, and everyone rushed into the main room. It was tradition. On nights like this, Ace of Spades was non-negotiable. It brought everyone together. It was chaos and unity all at once. The metal version of a sing-along anthem. The room filled shoulder to shoulder with people shouting lyrics, headbanging, laughing, and losing themselves in the moment. I was right there with them, yelling along, completely caught up in the energy. At one point, someone said something ridiculous, and I started laughing so hard I had to lean back to catch my breath. That's when I saw her again. The woman in the white t-shirt was standing a few feet away from the main group, leaning casually against a wall. She wasn't singing or shouting. She was smiling quietly, amused by the scene. She was laughing to herself, like someone enjoying a moment from the outside. She looked at me, and I looked at her. I smiled. She smiled back. And in that instant, a thought crossed my mind, calm and certain. I think you're a ghost. There was no fear in the thought. No shock. Just recognition. Later on, I wandered over to a wall covered in family photos. I stood there looking through them slowly. And there she was. The same woman. She appeared in several of the older photographs, but none of the recent ones. I didn't ask anyone about it. I didn't need to. Throughout the night, my stepmom stayed close, still unusually clingy. Given her loud disbelief in ghosts and everything supernatural, I found it oddly reassuring. If there was a presence in the house, maybe she felt it too, even if she'd never admit it. Around 3 in the morning, the crowd thinned out, and my stepmom and I decided to head home. We said our goodbyes and walked back down the stairs, talking as we went. When I reached that same spot on the brick path, the feeling returned. This time, it was stronger. I felt drawn to look in a particular direction, toward a patch of garden nearby. I stopped and turned. I didn't see anything, but I felt something. A warmth. A presence. A sense of connection. Without thinking too much about it, I smiled and gave a small, subtle wave. It felt like the right thing to do, like saying goodbye. My stepmom kept walking, unaware of what I'd just done. The next day, I told my mum and brother about the woman I'd seen. Mum said she hadn't noticed anyone like that. My brother, on the other hand, nearly exploded with excitement. He laughed, bounced on the spot, and exclaimed that I had definitely seen Elle's mum. She had passed away years earlier. I told him about the photos and the feeling on the brick path. He smiled knowingly and shook his head. He told me that some of the bricks in that path had artwork on them. The exact spot where I stopped was a brick made by Elle and her mum together. It was deeply meaningful to their family. He went on to tell me more about Elle's mum and their family history. Out of respect, I won't share those details. But what he did share were stories of gentle, positive experiences in the house. Things that felt protective, loving, and calm. Looking back on that night, I don't feel fear or confusion. I feel warmth. It felt like being welcomed. Like being acknowledged by someone who loved the people in that house and was happy to see them celebrating. That night stayed with me, not because it was frightening, but because it was beautiful. Ringwood Lake was a well-known park in the Melbourne suburb of Ringwood. Anyone who spent time there during the 80s or 90s would probably remember it, especially if they visited often. And if they visited often enough, chances were high they also knew about the black swan. No one ever seemed to know exactly where the swan came from. It wasn't part of a pair, and it wasn't part of a flock. It was just there. My parents always suspected someone had dumped it at the lake, but I never fully believed that. There was something about the way it carried itself, something about how long it stayed, that made it feel like it belonged. That swan lived at Ringwood Lake for years. I don't know exactly how long, but it was there for at least 10 years while I was growing up, and probably longer. The park itself was huge. The lake was wide and open, and the grounds stretched far in every direction. I haven't been back there in over 25 years, so I can only describe it as it was back then, and I really hope it hasn't changed. It always felt natural, like it took care of itself without needing too much help from people. It wasn't overly manicured or forced. It just existed, quietly and beautifully. My family visited Ringwood Lake a lot. Then, in 1990, we moved to Ringwood, and suddenly the lake wasn't a special trip anymore. It was right there. Days at the lake became part of everyday life, and somehow the novelty never wore off. One side of the lake had a large playground tucked among the trees. There were barbecue areas scattered around, picnic tables, benches, and a few undercover shelters where families gathered on hot days. In front of that area was a small pier that reached out into the lake. Not far from there was a more formal lawn with neat grass and tall trees, which I think were maples and conifers. That side backed onto a local pub. If you kept walking, the landscape slowly shifted into bushland, with a trail that led to another playground further along. The other side of the lake felt completely different. That side belonged to the weeping willows. Their long branches dipped into the water, creating shadows and quiet spaces beneath them. Beyond the willows were tall, old trees, overgrown and twisted, full of character. This side of the lake felt wild and untouched. It was where most of the wildlife lived, and it was left mostly alone. We only lived in Ringwood for about a year, but during that year the lake became a second home to me. Playgrounds were fun for a few minutes, but even as a child, I felt more drawn to the natural parts of the world. I spent most of my time wandering around the lake, watching birds, climbing near the trees, and imagining stories in my head. During summer, people would swim in the lake. There was a shallow section near the pier where most people entered the water. Despite all the time I spent there, I had never swum in the lake. Not once. But one summer day, something was different. I had developed a strange obsession with the black swan. I was determined to tame it, or at least get close enough to pat it. That day, the swan was on the far side of the lake near the willows, away from the crowds and noise. I stood at the edge of the water watching it for a long time. I remember thinking that if I got into the water, I could coax it over. My mother, for context, has always been unconventional. She loves animals, sometimes a bit too much, and our home often felt like something between a zoo and a sanctuary. So when I asked her if I could get into the lake to pat the swan, her response was surprisingly casual. She just said yes, but told me not to go in too deep. That was all the permission I needed. I kicked off my shoes and walked straight into the water, fully clothed. Swimming gear didn't even cross my mind. That was just how things were in our family. Looking back, I realize how unusual that was, but at the time it felt completely normal. I was 9 years old, and somehow, I felt confident. I felt certain that I could get the swan to come over. The water reached my chest fairly quickly, probably about 15 to 20 feet from the bank, and that was as far as I was comfortable going. Mum stayed on dry land, watching calmly. It was a hot day, and there were other people in the water nearby. I started beckoning to the swan, lightly slapping the surface of the water and calling out to it, the way you might call a dog. It sounds ridiculous now, but at 9 years old, it made perfect sense to me. The swan watched me. It didn't rush over. It didn't move away either. It just observed me quietly for a long time. Some older kids made sarcastic comments, laughing and calling out remarks, but I ignored them. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the swan started swimming toward me. The distance between us slowly closed. The lake was wide, maybe 70 feet across at that point, and it took time for the swan to reach me. As it got closer, I became aware of the reaction around me. Parents began pulling their children back. People moved away from the water. Panic rippled through the crowd, while my mother remained completely calm. It was only then that I realized I hadn't thought this through properly. The water was lapping at my collarbone, and up close, the swan was much taller than I was. Its presence was powerful. I had ducks at home and knew they could be aggressive, but the swan showed no signs of hostility. Still, its red and white bill looked far more dangerous up close than it ever had from a distance. I slowly extended my hand. The swan leaned in, clearly expecting food. I had none. For a moment, neither of us quite knew what to do next. People were gathering on the banks and even on a nearby bridge, watching and taking photos. I honestly don't remember if I ever actually patted the swan. What I do remember is swimming alongside it for a short time, feeling oddly comfortable. But the swan followed me closely, matching every movement I made. I realized that if I suddenly tried to escape, it might chase me even faster. After a couple of minutes, I decided to swim toward the pier. My plan was to go underneath it, confuse the swan, and reach the other side. As I got closer, I noticed someone standing on the pier. I only saw shoes and trouser legs. They were dry and fully clothed, unlike most people around. I assumed it was a park ranger coming to tell me off. But when I looked up properly, there was no one there. It happened quickly, between glances back at the swan, but when I scanned the pier, it was empty. Then some older kids jumped back into the water, splashing loudly as they approached the swan. That was enough for it. After a brief, awkward moment, the swan turned and swam back toward the willows, leaving us all behind. Satisfied that my mission was complete, I made my way back to shore. My clothes were soaked and heavy. Water poured out of them as I climbed out of the lake. Some parents shot my mother disapproving looks, and the atmosphere in the playground was tense. But that was just part of my upbringing. I never felt like a misfit. I always thought everyone else just hadn't caught up yet. In a strange way, that black swan felt symbolic. Different. Independent. Unbothered by rules. I hadn't thought about that day in years. Then, just last night, I dreamed about it. In the dream, I was in the water near the end of the pier. I looked up, and standing there was my guardian. He doesn't show much expression, but he looked calm, steady, watching. I understood instantly. It was him that day. The figure on the pier. The quiet presence. It made sense. There was no swan in the dream. No people. The park was empty. The sky was dark and overcast, and it felt like early morning. I didn't question it. I woke up with a sense of clarity. Recently, life has been heavy. Family issues, emotional strain, the kind of things that wear you down over time. I hadn't had a visitation dream from him in years, so this one felt important. It felt like a reminder. A quiet message telling me to remember who I am, where I come from, and why I move through the world the way I do. It felt like reassurance. Like being told that I'm not alone, even during the quiet stretches. That someone is still watching, even when I don't hear from them. That dream led me back to that day at Ringwood Lake. A day where the physical world was far more dramatic than the paranormal, yet somehow deeply connected to it. Getting that confirmation, decades later, felt incredible. Grounding. Comforting. And honestly, kind of awesome. I live in Ipswich, Queensland, a town that used to feel small but has slowly grown over the years. Back in the early 2000s, Ipswich still felt quiet in many places, especially late at night. It sits just outside Brisbane, and to reach the city the fastest way, you pass through a suburb called Wackle. Anyone who grew up around Ipswich knows Wackle for one main reason. It is home to Woolston Park Mental Asylum. The place has gone by many names over the years. I believe today it's called the Park Centre for Mental Health, or something similar. But back then, everyone just called it Woolston Park, and it had a reputation that went far beyond the fences that surrounded it. Stories about that place were everywhere. Escaped patients, shadow figures, strange noises, spirits wandering the grounds at night. Whether any of it was true or not, Woolston Park had a heavy feeling to it. Even during the day, it felt unsettling. At night, it was something else entirely. This happened in 2002, when I was 18 years old. I was still living at home at the time, and although I'm no longer a practicing member of the church, back then I still attended events with my family. My cousins and I are Samoan, and our families were deeply involved in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In our households, anything paranormal was quickly dismissed. If someone mentioned ghosts or spirits, the conversation would be laughed off or shut down almost immediately. Fear of the unknown simply wasn't entertained. That night, my cousins came to pick me up around 6 in the evening. They were brother and sister, and they had borrowed their parents' old Mitsubishi van. It was one of those vans that felt like it had lived a long life already, reliable but tired. We were heading to a Mormon church dance for young adults. These dances were held fairly often, and people came from different areas to attend. It was a big social thing at the time. Before heading to the dance, we picked up 3 other girls, friends of ours from church. By the time we were all in the van, there were 6 of us. My male cousin was driving. 2 of the girls sat up front with him in the 3-seater front row. I sat in the middle row with my female cousin, and the last girl sat alone in the very back seat. The dance was held in a northern suburb, about 45 minutes away. We arrived, mingled, caught up with friends we hadn't seen in a while, laughed, danced, and enjoyed the night. By around 11:30, we were tired and ready to leave. None of us wanted to stay much longer, so we made our way back to the van. Instead of heading straight home, we decided to drive into Brisbane City. The chapel was already close to the city, and it was a warm Saturday night. We parked the van and walked around for a bit, passing nightclubs and chatting to security guards we recognized. We didn't want to go inside anywhere, especially not dressed in our church clothes, so we grabbed ice cream instead. It felt harmless and fun, just walking and talking together before heading home. Eventually, we got back into the van and began the drive toward Ipswich. We each had McDonald's chocolate sundaes in our hands, the plastic cups cold against our palms. The roads were quieter now, the city slowly fading behind us. As expected, the road took us toward Wackle. If you lived in Ipswich back then, You couldn't avoid passing the turnoff to Woolston Park if you wanted the quickest route home. As we approached it, my male cousin casually asked, "Do you guys want to check out Woolston?" It was almost 2 in the morning. The 2 girls sitting in the front immediately reacted with fear, but even then, they still said yes in shaky voices. My female cousin, sitting beside me, rolled her eyes and completely dismissed the idea. She kept talking about her boyfriend, clearly not interested. The girl in the back seat didn't say anything at all. She didn't seem bothered either way. As for me, I felt indifferent. I had been to Woolston Park plenty of times before with friends, like many teenagers in the area. People went there hoping to see something scary. I never had. The only unusual thing I'd ever seen was a naked patient being escorted back into the grounds by security, shouting curses at no one in particular. Security there was usually tight. White hatchback cars with bright headlights patrolled the area constantly, and they were quick to kick people out. That night, though, something was different. As we turned into the grounds, there were no security cars. No patrols. No lights moving through the darkness. Back then, the place was still old and poorly lit. The newer buildings didn't exist yet. Where they stand now, there were only thick bushes and overgrown shrubs. The darkness felt heavy, almost solid. My cousin turned off the headlights for a moment, just to show us how dark it really was. It was pitch black. My cousin yelled at him to stop being stupid, and he turned the lights back on. We drove deeper into the grounds, chatting, laughing, the tension easing slightly. At some point, the girl in the back seat lay down and fell asleep. Then suddenly, my cousin shouted, "Did you guys see that?" The van filled with panic instantly. The 2 girls in the front were shaking, clutching each other, shouting that someone had been standing by the bushes, just staring at the van as we passed. I turned quickly and looked out the back window. In the faint moonlight, I could make out a figure behind us, walking slowly, following the road. He appeared to be limping. My female cousin laughed it off, insisting it was nothing. But when my cousin offered to turn the van around, the reactions were split. The girls in the front screamed no, while my cousin and I shouted yes. We wanted to see what it was. When we turned around, there was no one there. For a moment, my cousin felt validated. But I spoke up and said I had seen someone behind us. Her expression changed instantly. We kept driving, scanning the darkness, confused by how someone we had just seen could disappear so quickly. Then the headlights caught him again. A lone figure walking along the grass beside the road, his back turned to us. Somehow, impossibly, he was far ahead of where we should have encountered him. Especially considering his limp. He didn't react to the sound of the van at all. He didn't turn around. It was as if we didn't exist. Something about him felt deeply wrong. His clothes were torn, dirty, and old-fashioned. Light-colored jeans, a flannelette shirt hanging loosely on his thin frame. A worn quarter of backpack hung from his shoulders. His hair was blonde, shoulder-length, tangled and matted, some tied loosely back, the rest falling around his face. He looked young, maybe early to mid-20s. We slowed down and pulled up beside him. My female cousin slid the van window open and leaned out, asking if he was all right. She didn't finish her sentence. The moment he turned around, everything changed. I have never seen a living person look like that. His skin was an unnatural white, with a bluish-purple tinge, as if all warmth had been drained from him. His eyes were horrifying. The whites were glazed over, cloudy, lifeless. The rims around them were raw and red. His face was marked with scratches, pink and deep, like wounds that had been washed but not healed. He opened his mouth and made a low groaning sound, reaching toward the van with a pale hand. My cousin slammed the window shut and screamed. The girls in the front screamed too. My cousin froze at the wheel, staring, unable to move. I couldn't scream because my cousin was pushing back into me in terror, crushing me against the side of the van. Then the van sped off. We didn't stop until we reached a brightly lit petrol station. Only then did the girl in the back seat finally sit up, trembling, asking quietly for a chocolate bar. Even though she hadn't seen him, she felt the fear. To this day, I don't know what we saw. I think about that young man often. I wonder who he was, what happened to him, and how he ended up there. Whether he was human, or something else entirely. Woolston Park has a dark history, and I believe some places hold on to pain long after the living have moved on. That night has never left me. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. One morning, about a year ago, sometime in 2015, I woke up much later than most people would consider normal. I've always been like that. I don't remember the exact date, only that it was one of those slow mornings where the house felt quiet and still. I checked the time on my phone and saw it was already around 10:30 in the morning. Nothing unusual for me. I got out of bed, went through my usual lazy morning routine, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and eventually made my way into the kitchen. I had my phone in my hand, and without really thinking about it, I decided to put some music on while I did the dishes. More specifically, I needed to unstack the dishwasher, which is one of those chores I absolutely cannot do in silence. I have always loved music. Singing, dancing, moving around, even if no one is watching. Especially if no one is watching. When I'm alone, music becomes part of whatever I'm doing. I sing along without caring if I hit the notes, and I dance like an idiot because it feels good. Unstacking the dishwasher in silence feels wrong to me. I've tried it before, and I can never finish. I get bored, distracted, and irritated. Music makes it feel lighter, easier, almost enjoyable. So I pressed play on my phone and set it on the kitchen bench. I don't remember which song was playing at the time, only that it was one of those songs that makes you want to move. One of those songs that doesn't care if you look ridiculous. As the music filled the room, I started unstacking plates, glasses, and cutlery, singing along under my breath at first. Before I knew it, I was fully into it. I started dancing around the kitchen, swaying my hips, nodding my head, letting the rhythm take over. At some point, I started headbanging lightly and jumping up and down in place, laughing at myself, just being silly for the sake of it. It felt freeing, like one of those moments where you forget about everything else and just exist. And then, without warning, everything changed. Out of nowhere, the unmistakable sound of laughter filled the room. It wasn't coming from my phone. It wasn't part of the song. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was clear, loud, and very close. I froze instantly. The laughter was deep, male, and full of amusement. Not mocking, not angry, just genuinely amused, like someone had seen something funny and couldn't help reacting to it. It echoed slightly in the open space of the kitchen and dining area, lingering just long enough to make my stomach drop. The first thing I did was turn the music down. I stood there, one plate still in my hand, heart suddenly pounding, listening to the silence that followed. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The laughter had stopped as suddenly as it had started. At that moment, I knew something wasn't right. I was home alone. Completely alone. My mum and stepdad were at work. My brother was at school. No one else was supposed to be in the house. The television wasn't on. There were no other devices playing sound. The laughter hadn't come from outside either. It had been inside the house, inside the room with me. Our home has an open-plan layout. The kitchen flows directly into the dining area and living space. The dining table sits close to the pantry cupboard, with chairs arranged neatly around it. When I heard the laughter, I instinctively looked toward the dining table, because that was exactly where the sound seemed to come from. More specifically, it sounded like it came from one particular chair. The chair closest to the wall, slightly angled away from the table, was not pushed in. I remembered that clearly because it had been left that way the night before. We hadn't bothered to fix it. That was the spot the laughter seemed to come from, as if someone had been sitting there, watching. As I stared at that chair, I noticed something else. The room felt colder. Not dramatically colder, not like a sudden chill, but enough for me to notice. Enough for my skin to prickle slightly. It felt like the temperature had dropped just a bit, the way it does when a cloud covers the sun unexpectedly. I stopped moving completely. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. I didn't even breathe properly for a few seconds. I just stood there, staring at the dining table, my mind racing through possible explanations, even though none of them made sense. For a brief moment, I tried to convince myself it had been the neighbors. We used to have neighbors next door with kids, and sometimes you could hear them through the walls. Laughter, running, talking. It wasn't unusual. But that explanation fell apart almost immediately. I remembered clearly that they were all out that day. You could always hear them in the mornings, the kids leaving for kinder or school, the parents heading to work. That morning, there had been nothing. Their house had been silent. There was no one home there either. The laughter I heard should not have been possible. It wasn't faint. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't something I could dismiss easily. It had been clear, deep, and very much present in the room with me. A single voice. Male. Disembodied. I stood there for what felt like a long time, even though it was probably only a minute or two. My heart slowly started to calm, but my unease didn't go away. I didn't feel threatened, exactly. There was no sense of danger. Just shock. Confusion. And a strange feeling of being observed. Not watched in a hostile way. Watched in a curious, almost amused way. I didn't know what to say or do. Calling out felt pointless. Asking, "Hello?" into empty space seemed ridiculous. At the same time, pretending nothing had happened felt wrong too. Eventually, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my headphones. My hands were shaking slightly as I plugged them into my phone and put them on. I turned the music back up, louder this time, sealing myself off from the room. I finished unstacking the dishwasher quickly, without dancing, without singing, my movements stiff and careful. Every sound made me tense. Every creak of the house caught my attention. But nothing else happened. The rest of the day passed without incident. No more laughter. No strange sensations. No unexplained sounds. Still, the memory stayed with me. Even now, when I think about it, it sends a shiver through me. The laughter had been real. I know that. It wasn't imagined. It wasn't a trick of my mind. I was fully awake, fully aware, and completely sober. I didn't feel tired or groggy. It had been a normal morning until that moment. I still don't know who or what laughed. Sometimes, I try to look at it with humor. The idea that something on the other side found my ridiculous dancing entertaining is oddly flattering. But most of the time, it just feels strange. Unsettling. Like a reminder that there are things happening around us that we don't understand, things we can't see but occasionally hear. Whatever it was, it laughed with clear amusement. And that, somehow, makes it harder to explain than if it had been something frightening. When I was 10 years old, my younger sister was born. That year should have been one of the happiest of my childhood. I had waited a long time for her, and when she finally came home from the hospital, the house felt different in a way I couldn't explain at first. At the time, I thought it was just excitement, the change of routine, the way a new baby shifts everything around them. Looking back now, I know it was more than that. Not long after she came home, strange things started happening. At first, it was shadows. They didn't behave like normal shadows. They didn't stretch or move when the lights changed, and they didn't belong to any object in the room. They would glide along walls, pass through doorways, and sometimes gather in corners of rooms. They were most active at night, when the house was quiet and everyone was supposed to be asleep. I saw them, but my older sister saw them far more often than I did. She was 12 at the time, and she would come into my room late at night, whispering that something had just moved past her door, or that she'd seen a shape standing near the hallway. She described them as tall, thin shadows that didn't quite touch the floor. Sometimes there were several of them at once, moving slowly, like they were searching for something. There were many of them. One night stands out more clearly than the others. My baby sister started crying uncontrollably. It wasn't normal crying. It was desperate, shrill, and constant, the kind that makes your skin crawl because nothing seems to soothe it. My mum tried everything. Feeding her, rocking her, walking her around the room. Nothing worked. Everyone was exhausted. Eventually, my mum handed my sister to my dad and went to lie down, hoping a change of arms might calm her. As soon as my dad carried her out of the bedroom, she stopped crying. Completely. Like someone had flipped a switch. She settled in his arms and fell asleep almost instantly. At the time, we didn't think much of it. The next morning, though, my dad told my mum something that made her go quiet. He said that when he left the bedroom with the baby, he felt a sudden shift in the air. Then he saw something move behind him. Not a solid figure, but a shadow slipping out of the room, like smoke pulling itself through the doorway. It moved with intention, not randomly. He couldn't explain it properly, only that it felt wrong. After that, things escalated. My older sister began seeing a tall man standing inside my mum's bedroom. He wore a top hat, the kind you don't see people wear anymore. He was always silent, always watching. She never saw him move, only standing there, as if he'd always been there, and she just happened to notice him. The room itself started to feel wrong. Mum's bedroom became a place none of us wanted to be in. Even during the day, there was a heaviness in the air, a pressure that made your chest feel tight. At night, it was unbearable. I remember standing in the hallway, staring at that door, feeling pure fear without knowing why. I would close the door tightly whenever I passed it, not because I was told to, but because every instinct in my body told me not to leave it open. Sometimes, my older sister would see something else. She described a figure in a white dress walking slowly across the living room. Not floating, not rushing, just walking calmly, as if she belonged there. She never spoke. She never looked at anyone. She simply crossed the room and disappeared. I didn't want to believe it at first, until I saw the tall man myself. One evening, I was taking the rubbish out. Our bins were located near the stairs that led up into the house. The garage was down there too, along with the washing line. Next to the washing line was a narrow rock path that ran beside a green fence. It wasn't a place I liked at night, but it was close enough to the house that I usually didn't think twice about it. I carried the rubbish down the stairs, dropped it into the bin, and turned my head toward the rock path. That's when I saw him. The tall man in the top hat was standing there, right beside the fence, watching me. He wasn't transparent. He wasn't blurry. He wasn't fading in and out. He looked solid. Real. Like an actual person standing in my backyard. I could see his shape clearly, his posture, the outline of his coat, the hat sitting firmly on his head. For a few seconds, my mind tried to rationalize it. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the dark. Maybe it was a shadow cast strangely by the fence or the bins. But I kept looking. 5 seconds passed. He didn't move. He didn't blink. He didn't speak. He just stood there, watching. That was when fear finally caught up to me. I don't remember deciding to run. My body simply did it. I bolted up those stairs faster than I ever had in my life. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was inside, slamming the door behind me. After that night, I avoided that area completely after dark. My family has always been strong believers in the paranormal. None of this was brushed off as imagination or coincidence. That same night, my mum called her parents and told them everything that had been happening. The shadows. The baby. The man. The woman in white. When I finally told my mum about the man I had seen near the bins, she wasn't surprised. She already knew who he was. She asked me why I hadn't told her sooner. My older sister told her about everything she had seen too. My grandparents listened carefully. When my mum finished, there was a long pause on the phone. They told us that the tall man in the top hat was my great-grandfather. The woman in the white dress, they said, was another grandparent from my dad's side of the family. They couldn't explain the other shadows. They believed that our ancestors had come to protect us. Whatever had arrived with my baby sister had drawn them in. Something unwanted. Something dangerous. The shadows, they believed, were not there to harm us, but to shield us, to drive whatever it was away. For about 2 months, the activity continued. The shadows moved through the house. The air stayed heavy. My mum's bedroom remained uneasy. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Everything went quiet. No more shadows. No more figures. No more fear. That was 4 years ago. Nothing like that has happened since. We still don't know why it happened. We've talked about it many times over the years. We wonder if my sister brought something back from the hospital. We wonder if the shadows were spirits of our ancestors guarding us, forcing whatever it was to leave. My younger brother was born in the same hospital later on, and nothing happened when he came home. We don't know why it happened with her, and not with him. 3 years after everything stopped, we moved out of that house. Even now, sometimes my sister cries at night and refuses to go into my mum's room. She's older now, and she doesn't talk about it much, but we suspect she still sees things. Whatever it is, she seems okay with it. Like it's familiar to her. Still, the question remains. We don't know what came after her birth. We don't know what drew our ancestors back. All we know is that something happened, something powerful enough to call the dead home, and whatever it was, never returned. We moved into the house in August of 1998. From the very beginning, something about it felt wrong. I didn't have words for it at the time, but the feeling settled into me almost immediately. The house felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It felt unwelcoming, as though it did not want us there. Even now, my strongest first memory is of dead pine trees standing out the front of the house after our inspection. In reality, those trees were green and alive, but in my mind, they were lifeless, brittle, and dying. That was my first impression, and it never fully left me. I was in my early teens when we moved in, and my bedroom was set up in the basement. The downstairs area was separated from the rest of the house by a staircase, which already made it feel isolated. The basement itself was large, about the size of a single-car garage, and it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. The walls were bare brown brick. The carpet was an unpleasant green, threaded with dull brown patches that made it look permanently dirty no matter how much it was cleaned. In one corner of the room was a toilet cubicle. It had been painted an aggressive, almost grotesque shade of orange. The paint was chipped in places, and the whole thing felt out of place and uncomfortable. The bathroom sink was outside the cubicle, exposed against the brick wall. When we first moved in, there was a faint smell of old cigarette smoke lingering in the room, like it had soaked into the walls and carpet and never quite left. It was not a welcoming room. Almost immediately, I started complaining about the atmosphere downstairs. I didn't use words like haunted back then, but I told my parents it felt wrong. I felt uneasy all the time. Sleeping was difficult. I constantly felt like something was watching me, like I was not alone even when I clearly was. At the same time, I was going through a typical teenage phase. I was changing schools, struggling to fit in, pushing boundaries, and acting out in small, mostly harmless ways. Because of that, I think my parents assumed my discomfort was emotional rather than something else. The first truly strange thing happened not long after we moved in. One night, around 9 o'clock, I was in my room when I heard heavy breathing coming from the toilet cubicle. It was slow, deep, and rhythmic. It sounded exactly like a person standing in that tiny space, breathing through their mouth. I froze. I listened carefully, hoping it would stop, but it didn't. I called out to my dad, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. He came downstairs and listened for a moment. He walked into the cubicle, checked the taps, and tightened them. Then he told me it was just the pipes. As soon as he said that, the breathing stopped. I felt embarrassed but relieved. I wanted to believe him. The breathing came back. It became the most common occurrence in that room. Sometimes it happened once a week, sometimes more. It would start without warning, Usually at night, sometimes when I was trying to sleep, sometimes when I was just lying in bed listening to music. Eventually, I tried to ignore it. Sometimes I joked about it. Once, when my cousin and my best friend were sleeping over, we made up a joke about it being the ghost of someone we called Old Humphrey. We could all hear it clearly, and although it was strange, we weren't overly scared. It became a bizarre feature of sleepovers, like an uninvited guest with serious breathing problems. Other things happened too. One night during a storm, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the carpet. At the same time, I felt a cold wind moving through the room. It took me a long time to gather the courage to turn on the light. When I did, I saw that the second door to my room had been forced open. This door led into the garage and was always locked and sealed. A couch had been pushed across the room and pressed up against the door. That was the dragging sound I had heard. This was not a breeze. I was 14 years old. I shut the door again and moved the couch back into place. I don't remember crying. I don't remember screaming. I just dealt with it and went back to bed, even though I don't think I slept much that night. There were footsteps upstairs when nobody was home. My father's bookcases fell over in his study while he and my mum were out, and I was alone in the house. Once, a friend and I gathered pieces of wood for a treehouse and stacked them neatly under the house, only to find them scattered everywhere the next day. A music box in my sister's room began playing on its own. My television turned itself on in the middle of the night more than once. There were many things like that over the 2 years we lived there. I'm sure there were more that I've forgotten. It has been almost 2 decades now, and time blurs details even when the fear stays sharp. The simplest way to describe it is this: the house felt haunted. I talked openly about it. I didn't hide it. I told friends, family, anyone who would listen. It didn't feel like a massive crisis at first. In hindsight, the heavy breathing, footsteps, and sleepless nights didn't bother me as much as you'd expect. My friends were fascinated by it. Sleepovers often involved jokes about the breathing and speculation about what might be living downstairs with me. Everything changed at the start of 2000. That summer, I went to a Christian camp. I had always believed in God. My mother was, and still is, a deeply committed charismatic Christian. My father came from a strong Catholic background, more stoic and reserved. Faith had always been present in our household, but it had never been something I thought deeply about. That camp changed that. I came home fired up. Faith was suddenly central to everything. God, Jesus, service, prayer. It was all I thought about. One afternoon, while driving home from school with a family friend, I casually mentioned the strange things that had been happening in our house. She listened quietly, then suggested something simple. She told me to ask God to show me if there was something in the house that was not of Him. So I did. Standing in my bedroom, I said a short prayer. I asked God to show me if there was anything present that did not belong. I opened my eyes and waited. Nothing happened. Satisfied, I went on with my life. Over the next 2 weeks, I began to have dreams. They mostly involved my room and the toilet cubicle. In one dream, I moved all the furniture from my room into the cubicle, cramming everything inside. I don't remember the others clearly, but the feeling was consistent. The atmosphere in my room began to feel thicker, heavier. The night before everything reached its breaking point, I spent hours on the phone with a friend, talking about how uncomfortable and creepy my room felt. 2 weeks after I said that prayer, I woke up on a Thursday morning to screaming. It was coming from the toilet cubicle. It was loud, clear, and unmistakably real. For 30 seconds, maybe a full minute, I lay frozen in my bed, drenched in sweat. The fear was overwhelming. My room felt hostile, like it had turned against me. Finally, I shouted for it to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. The screaming stopped instantly. I didn't move for a long time. By pure coincidence, I had my cordless phone, my Bible, and a list of contact numbers next to my bed. I called my youth leader. She answered and listened calmly, as though this were not the strangest call she'd ever received. Eventually, I ran upstairs and told my mom. She believed me immediately. That mattered more than I can express. I went to school that day, but everything felt unreal, like I was moving through a dream. That night, I lay in bed with every light on, staring at the toilet cubicle. I was terrified to close my eyes. I could feel something nearby, even if it wasn't in the room itself. At around 3 in the morning, I prayed for angels. And they came. I didn't see them with my eyes, but I knew they were there. 2 of them. Tall, armored, holding swords. I could tell exactly where they stood in the room. The atmosphere changed instantly. The fear disappeared. I turned over and slept deeply, peacefully. That peace didn't last. My mother bought me Christian music, which I played constantly. I slept with the door open and a light on. It felt like a temporary truce. Then my mother asked a minister from our Anglican church to come and pray over the house. The dreams returned. One involved a massive foot crushing a tiny black creature. Another involved the minister blessing the sink instead of the toilet, while the toilet leapt out and bit him. When the minister arrived, he and his companions dismissed my experiences. They took my books on the unexplained and destroyed them. Their prayers felt empty. That night was worse than ever. I ran from my room in terror, convinced I was being chased. The house was no longer ours. After that, everything escalated. Noises, movements, fear. The phone slid across my mother's bedside table. We didn't sleep. Daylight felt like salvation. Eventually, help came. A woman named Lynette prayed over the house for hours. When it was over, the presence was gone. The house felt like ours again. It took 8 months before I slept in my room. The experience changed me. For years, I felt half in this world and half somewhere else. I never lived in a house like that again. And I hope I never do. I can't remember the exact year it started. I believe it was sometime in the early 1990s, but the truth is that the experience itself blurs time for me. What I do know is that it lasted for several months, long enough for it to become something I almost accepted as part of my life, even though it never felt normal. The first time it happened, I was asleep in bed, lying on my back. The house was quiet in the way it usually is late at night, when everything feels settled and still. At some point during the night, I woke up, but not fully. I was aware, but my body didn't respond the way it should have. That was when I heard it. There was the sound of heavy breathing coming from the bottom of the stairs. It was slow and deep, almost labored, as though whoever it belonged to had been climbing for a while. The sound grew closer, step by step, until it felt like it was right outside the bedroom. At the same time, there was a roaring noise inside my head. It wasn't a sound coming from the room. It felt internal, like pressure, like something vibrating inside my skull. I tried to move. I tried to speak. I couldn't do either. Then I saw the shadow. It stood in the doorway of my bedroom, blocking out part of the darkness behind it. It was the shape of a man, tall and solid. He wore an old-fashioned farmer's hat, tilted back on his head. Even in the shadow, I could make out a tear in the brim, on the lower left side. The rip was small, but clear, like it had been worn that way for years. I was frozen. Completely paralyzed. I couldn't scream. I couldn't reach out. I couldn't even turn my head. All I could do was stare as the figure remained there, unmoving, silent except for the feeling of presence that filled the room. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, the image faded away. The roaring in my head stopped. The pressure lifted. I could move again. I could breathe normally. What surprised me most was that I didn't feel afraid afterward. I wasn't shaking or crying. I wasn't distressed. I simply lay there, wide awake, confused but strangely calm. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. The visits started happening regularly after that. Sometimes once a week, sometimes twice. There was no pattern I could recognize. Some nights passed quietly. Other nights, I woke up with that same familiar feeling, the weight in my body, the inability to move. On some nights, I felt a hand pressing down on my shoulder. It wasn't painful, but it was firm, like someone trying to get my attention. Other times, especially when my husband was away on country trips for work, I felt the mattress dip beside me. It felt exactly like someone crawling into bed, the sheets shifting, the weight settling near my legs or my side. Those nights were harder. I would scream and swear, but only in my mind. My body wouldn't let me do anything else. Inside my head, I was shouting, telling it to go away, demanding to be left alone. The fear grew during those moments, not because the figure seemed threatening, but because I had no control. Eventually, something in me changed. One night, when it happened again, instead of fighting it, I focused on calming myself. I slowed my breathing. I forced my thoughts to steady, even though my heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. In my mind, I spoke to whatever was there. I apologized. I don't know why I did that. It wasn't planned. It just felt right in the moment. I said I was sorry for yelling, sorry for being afraid, and then I asked it to show itself properly. Almost instantly, the darkness shifted. Instead of a shadow, I saw an image appear in full color, clear and detailed, as if someone had placed a photograph in front of my eyes. Standing there was a young man, no older than his early 20s. He was short and slight, with narrow shoulders and a thin frame. He wore a tan suit that didn't fit him properly, as though it had been made for someone else or bought second-hand. The sleeves were too short. The trousers sat awkwardly on his legs. On his head was the same wide-brimmed farmer's hat, the tear in the brim exactly where I had seen it before. His most striking feature was his eyes. They were a bright, clear blue, unusually large, and full of emotion. They didn't feel threatening. If anything, they felt sad, almost gentle. Beside him stood another man. This man appeared to be either Chinese or Japanese. Given that I live in Australia and know our history, I immediately thought of the early days when convicts were brought over from England, and others were brought in as laborers. He wore what looked like old convict clothing, plain and worn. He stood slightly behind and to the side of the young man, his body angled toward him. His posture was submissive, his head slightly lowered, as if he was there to serve or follow. The dynamic between them was clear without words. The young man was the one who mattered. The other man was secondary, present but not equal. Then, just as before, the image disappeared. My body released. I could move again. After that night, the visits continued for a while, but they felt different. Less aggressive. Less confusing. I still experienced the paralysis sometimes, the sensation of someone nearby, but I no longer reacted with panic. During this time, my daughter wasn't living at home. She had moved out and was living her own life. One day, when she came to visit, I decided to tell her what had been happening to me. I barely got a few sentences in before she stopped me. She told me she had been experiencing the same things ever since she started living in the house. She described the paralysis, the presence, the fear of being unable to move or speak, hearing someone enter the room when no one was there, feeling watched. Hearing her say those things sent a chill through me in a way the experiences themselves never had. It confirmed that whatever was happening wasn't just in my head. Eventually, my daughter moved back home. Before settling in, she decided to paint her bedroom. While the paint dried and the smell faded, she slept in a different room down the hall. Around the same time, my husband's nephew came to stay with us for the night. He was intellectually impaired and easily frightened, so we tried to make his stay as comfortable as possible. That night, my daughter chose to sleep in her newly painted room, and the nephew slept in the room she had been using temporarily. The next morning, he came to me looking pale and shaken. He told me that during the night, someone had opened his bedroom door. He said he felt terrified. He tried to call out, but he couldn't speak. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. He was sure someone had been standing there, watching him. I didn't want to scare him further. I told him it was probably my daughter getting up in the middle of the night and forgetting which room she was in. He seemed unsure, but he accepted the explanation. What happened next was unexpected. After that night, the visits stopped. Completely. Neither my daughter nor I experienced anything else. No more paralysis. No more shadows. No more sensations of someone in the room. It was as if whatever had been there had finally finished what it came to do. Even now, I don't fully understand why it ended so suddenly, or why it began in the first place. I don't know who the young man was, or why he attached himself to our home, or to us. I don't know why he brought the other man with him, or why he chose to appear the way he did. All I know is that for several months, our lives overlapped with something that didn't belong to the world we understand. And then, just as quietly as it arrived, it left. To this day, when I think back on it, I don't feel fear. I feel curiosity, confusion, and a strange sense of calm. Whatever it was, it never meant to harm us. It simply wanted to be seen. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I live in Australia, and this happened over several years, though it became impossible to ignore around mid to late last year. Before that, it was something I noticed only occasionally, something easy to brush off if I didn't think about it too much. But once it started happening more clearly, and more often, it became something I couldn't explain away anymore. Last year, my great-grandfather passed away. He lived far away from where I live, and I hadn't seen him since I was about 5 years old. Because of that, his death didn't come as a huge shock to me. I didn't feel the kind of deep grief you feel when you lose someone you were close to. I knew who he was, of course, but he felt more like a distant figure in my life than someone I truly knew. Not long after he passed, strange things began to happen. One of the first things involved a necklace I owned, a simple cross that I wore often. I lost it, searched everywhere for it, and then found it again in a way that didn't make sense. That alone unsettled me, but I tried not to think too deeply about it. I told myself it was coincidence, that I must have misplaced it and forgotten. Still, something about it stuck with me. Then there was the whistling. The first time I heard it, I was alone in my room. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you notice even the smallest sound. Out of nowhere, I heard 2 short whistles. They were clear, sharp, and deliberate. It didn't sound like something mechanical or accidental. It sounded intentional, like someone calling out softly. The pitch was low. Definitely not like my own whistle. When I whistle, it comes out high and thin. This was deeper, fuller. It sounded like a man. At first, my mind went straight to my grandfather's. My dad's father passed away a long time ago, before my dad had even met my mom. I never knew him personally, but I had heard stories. My great-grandfather had just passed recently, so it felt natural to wonder if it could be one of them. But something didn't sit right. The whistle felt familiar, like something I had heard before. I was 16 at the time, and no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, I knew deep down that I had heard that sound years earlier, long before my great-grandfather had passed away. That made me uneasy. There was another detail that kept circling in my thoughts. When my dad went to his father's funeral, many years ago, something strange happened to him that same night. He was in his room when he heard tapping. It wasn't just in one place. It traveled up and down the walls, slow and deliberate. He knew, without a doubt, that it was his father. He didn't panic. He didn't question it. He just knew. So when I heard the whistling, I wondered why it would be different. Why would my grandfather tap for my dad, but whistle for me? Why would it choose a sound that scared me? At the time, the whistling was brief. 2 short whistles. That was it. It would happen and then stop, leaving the room silent again. I heard it a few times after that, always randomly, always when I wasn't expecting it. Sometimes days would pass. Sometimes weeks. Then months would go by without anything at all. I started to tell myself that if it was one of my grandfathers, it wasn't something to be afraid of. No one else in my family had passed away that I knew of. There was no reason to think it was something bad. That's what I kept telling myself, anyway. Months passed without hearing it. I almost forgot about it. Then, one night, it came back. I was in bed, lights off, reading on my phone. The room was dark except for the glow of the screen. Everything felt normal. I wasn't scared. I wasn't thinking about anything paranormal. I was relaxed. That's when I heard it again. 2 short whistles. The moment I recognized the sound, fear hit me hard and fast. My heart started racing. I froze, staring at my phone, listening. Nothing followed. The silence felt heavy, like the room was holding its breath. I waited a few minutes, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Eventually, fear won. I jumped out of bed and ran to get my little brother. I couldn't sleep alone after that. I told myself again that it had to be one of my grandfathers. That was the only explanation that didn't completely terrify me. Still, something felt wrong. The next night, I had a friend staying over. She likes sleeping with the doors shut, which I don't normally do, but I didn't mind that night. I sleep with my TV on and an electric fan running across the room. I hate sleeping in silence. Noise makes me feel safer, like I'm not alone with my thoughts. We went to sleep around midnight. At around 4 a.m., I woke up suddenly. No nightmare. No obvious reason. I just woke up. I lay there for a moment, then grabbed my phone and started scrolling, trying to get sleepy again. About 10 minutes later, I noticed a strange sound. At first, I thought it was the TV. It was quiet, but maybe a scene had changed, or there was background noise I hadn't noticed before. But the sound kept going. Too steady. Too deliberate. I listened more carefully. That's when I realized what it was. Whistling. Not just 2 short whistles this time. It was longer. Continuous. It would go on for several seconds, then stop, like someone taking a breath. Then it would start again. There was no clear pattern. Sometimes it paused for a minute or 2. Sometimes it started again almost immediately, switching between long whistles and short ones. It sounded close. Not like it was coming from outside. Not muffled. It felt like it was inside the room, or just beyond it. My stomach dropped. I lay there, barely breathing, listening. Every sense felt sharpened. The TV and fan were still on, but the whistling cut through the noise clearly, like it didn't belong to the same space. I started to shake. This time, it felt different. More intentional. More aware. It wasn't just a brief sound that vanished as soon as I noticed it. It lingered. It repeated itself. It felt like it knew I was awake. I woke my friend up, whispering her name, my voice trembling. The moment she stirred, the whistling stopped. Just like that. The silence afterward was unbearable. I don't think I've ever been that scared before. Not because of the sound itself, but because of what it meant. I had spent so long telling myself it was one of my grandparents, something familiar, something protective. But now, I wasn't so sure. I had heard this whistle for years. Long before last year. Long before my great-grandfather passed away. That meant it couldn't be him. And if it was my dad's father, why would it come back again and again, knowing it scared me? That question haunted me. Would someone related to me do that? Would they keep returning if they knew it caused fear? Or was it something else entirely? Something that had nothing to do with my family at all? What scared me most was how unpredictable it was. It disappeared for months, then returned without warning. It changed the way it sounded. It stayed longer. It felt closer. I don't know why it comes and goes. I don't know what triggers it. I don't know why it chose me. I've thought about telling my parents, but they usually don't believe me. They think I imagine things, that maybe I've watched something scary or let my mind run wild. But the whistling doesn't happen after movies or stories. It happens when I'm relaxed, distracted, not thinking about anything strange at all. Just lying in bed. Just reading. Just existing. And then it's there. Even now, I can't explain it. All I know is that it feels real. It feels deliberate. And every time it happens, it leaves me with the same chilling thought. Whatever is whistling has been around for a long time. And it's not finished yet. When I was 11 years old, I went through a phase where I became completely obsessed with ghost hunting shows. I watched them with my parents at first, partly because it felt exciting and partly because I wanted to prove to them, and to myself, that I wasn't scared. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to sit there unfazed while the adults talked about spirits, hauntings, and unexplained events. So I watched them constantly. After school, on weekends, whenever they were on. I filled my head with stories of dark hallways, cold spots, shadow figures, and things that moved when no one was looking. Eventually, it backfired. Instead of feeling brave, I became terrified. Nighttime became unbearable. I couldn't sleep properly, and every small noise made my heart race. A creak in the house, a sudden chill, even my own shadow could send fear straight through me. I was constantly on edge, convinced something was watching or waiting. Around this same time, my family was in the middle of moving house. There were 5 of us kids all together, plus my parents. We were moving out of an older house, one where the previous owner had died, and into a fairly new place. Logically, that should have made me feel better. But it didn't. Because of the state of mind I was in, I was convinced the new house was haunted too. I had felt the same way about the old one, but as I got older, I slowly told myself I was being unrealistic. That phase faded. I grew out of it. Or at least, I thought I had. Years later, last year, for reasons I still don't fully understand, I fell back into that same obsession. I started watching and reading about paranormal things again. I don't know if it was stress, curiosity, or something else entirely, but once it started, it pulled me in fast. And then things started happening. At first, it was easy to explain them away. My bedroom door would close on its own. My light would turn on when I was sure I had switched it off. I told myself there must be a draft. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I just didn't remember flicking the switch. But it kept happening. Almost every night. That's when I started paying closer attention. I checked for open windows. I stood in the doorway to see if the door would move. I tested the airflow. Nothing explained it. The door didn't swing shut on its own. The air was still. And I knew deep down that I had turned the light off. Sometimes I had even double-checked before leaving the room. Eventually, I stopped trying to rationalize it so hard. I became used to the idea that maybe something was there. Something attached to me, or at least to my room. That idea bothered me, but what bothered me more was the fact that no one else experienced anything. When I told my parents or my siblings, they all said the same thing. Nothing strange was happening to them. No doors. No lights. No noises. Just me. So I stopped talking about it. I shrugged it off. I told myself I was paranoid. I tried not to dwell on it. Then late November, early December last year, everything intensified. At the beginning of November, my granddad committed suicide. It shattered my family. He was loved deeply, and his death hit everyone hard. The house felt heavy with grief. Everything felt off, like the air itself had changed. Around that time, the strange events escalated. It wasn't just doors and lights anymore. I started seeing shadow figures in my room. Dark shapes that didn't belong to the light or the furniture. Sometimes they looked like people. Sometimes they were just masses of darkness that seemed thicker than the shadows around them. I began hearing things too. Faint whispers that I couldn't understand. My name being called quietly when no one was there. These moments scared me, but strangely, I also became accustomed to them. I learned how to ignore them, how to push the fear down and keep going. I told myself that thinking about it would only make it worse. At the beginning of this year, my anxiety got bad. Really bad. I was constantly on edge, waiting for something to happen. That's when I learned about cleansing a space with sage. I was told it could help clear negative energy and also calm anxiety. So I tried it. I burned white sage in my room. I focused on breathing, on feeling safe. And for a while, it worked. The anxiety eased. The shadows stopped appearing. The strange events seemed to fade away. For the first time in months, I felt some peace. That lasted until a few weeks ago. It was exam break, and it was around 1 in the morning. I had gone to bed about an hour earlier, but I've never been someone who falls asleep quickly. I was lying there, half awake, half asleep, drifting in that strange in-between state. Then I heard my brother laughing. His room is right next to mine, and he sleeps with his door open. At first, it didn't scare me. He started with quiet giggling, and I assumed he was laughing in his sleep. He doesn't usually wake up in the middle of the night, so it made sense. But then the laughter changed. It became loud. Hysterical. Full-bodied laughter, like he was wide awake and finding something absolutely hilarious. I got out of bed and walked into his room. It was dark, darker than it should have been, especially around his pillow where his head rested. I stood beside his bed and waited for my eyes to adjust. I asked him gently if he was awake. He giggled and said, yeah," and then laughed again. I wasn't scared yet. I thought maybe he had just woken up from a funny dream. I asked him what he was laughing at. He laughed harder. Then he pointed at his door and said, "That." I turned and looked. There was nothing there. Just a faint strip of light coming through the bathroom window and falling across the door. That's when fear hit me. He kept laughing. A few seconds later, my dad came in, annoyed, asking what was going on. I tried to explain, but he brushed it off. He put my brother back to bed and told me to go back to mine. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I asked my brother what he had been laughing at. He looked confused. He didn't remember laughing. He didn't remember being awake. He didn't remember pointing at the door. That terrified me, because I remember waiting for my eyes to adjust. I remember seeing his eyes open. I remember him looking around the room. After that night, nothing happened to him again. I stopped cleansing my room. I became afraid that whatever was attached to me might wander if I disturbed it again. I didn't want my siblings involved. I didn't want them affected. Now, things are quieter. I still see shadows sometimes. My light still turns on occasionally. But nothing as intense as before. Nothing like that night. I'm convinced something is attached to me or my room. My mum believes it could be my granddad, but I don't have the heart to tell her that these things started long before he died. I've also had strange experiences at my grandma's house, where lights flicker and appliances like the kettle or toaster turn on by themselves, things my granddad used often. Whatever this is, it hasn't hurt me. It hasn't become aggressive. I've learned to live with it. I just hope it never turns its attention to my siblings again. And that fear stays exactly where it is now. Quiet. Controlled. And at a distance. When I was 5 years old, my family moved interstate. At first, we didn't go straight into our own place. We stayed with my grandma for a while, which felt safe and familiar. Then, when I was 6, almost 7, we finally moved into our own house. It was a big house. Bigger than anything we had lived in before. It sat on a decent-sized block of land and backed onto bushland, thick and quiet. The street itself was a cul-de-sac, the kind of place where cars barely passed through and kids could ride bikes freely without parents worrying too much. Mum and Dad loved it. They thought it was perfect for raising 3 children. Safe, peaceful, tucked away from the world. And honestly, at first, it was. There were other kids on the street, a handful of them, all around our ages. They used to ride past on their bikes while my brother and I played out the front yard. Sometimes they would slow down, look at our house, and yell out that it was haunted. They'd laugh and pedal off before we could respond. We didn't take it seriously. We had just moved in. They were clearly just trying to scare the new kids. We had watched enough TV to know better. Haunted houses were things you saw in movies, not real life. So we laughed it off and forgot about it. Even though the house was already quite spacious, Mum and Dad quickly decided they wanted to renovate and extend it. They had plans. My sister ended up getting her own bedroom, which made sense since she was the oldest. My brother and I shared a room, which also made sense at the time. We were still young. I was 6, he was 9. Sharing didn't bother us then. But as we got older, it became clear that we'd eventually need our own space. So Mom and Dad decided to convert the double garage at the end of the hallway into a bedroom. The idea was to turn it into 2 smaller rooms with a dividing wall, one for my brother and one for me. Like most renovations, it took far longer than planned. Walls were knocked through. The hallway stretched out into this new space. But the dividing wall never came. Instead, my brother and I ended up sharing one huge room. A room the size of a double garage, right at the very end of the house. On paper, it didn't sound bad. 2 brothers, close in age, sharing a massive room. Plenty of space. Plenty of air. But the moment we moved into that room, something felt wrong. By then, I must have been around 8 years old. Too old, really, to suddenly be scared of the dark. Too old to start having nightmares out of nowhere. Before that, I had never been particularly afraid. I was the youngest in the family, the baby, and I played that role well. I could be a little sooky when it suited me. I was imaginative. I liked attention. But deep down, I always felt safe. I had my faith. I had my big brother beside me. I had my even bigger sister and my parents. Monsters were just stories. There was nothing under my bed. Nightmares were just bad dreams that faded when you woke up. That certainty ended when I started sleeping in that room. From the beginning, going to bed in that space filled me with dread. It wasn't just fear. It was deeper than that. A heavy, sinking feeling in my chest. I didn't like being alone in there, even during the day. At night, it was worse. Then the nightmares started. They weren't ordinary nightmares. They were intense, vivid, and deeply disturbing. Demonic, for lack of a better word. I would wake up screaming, heart racing, drenched in fear. But waking up didn't always mean the experience ended. Sometimes it continued. I would see things, hear things, feel things that shouldn't have been there. Shapes in the room. Voices that didn't belong. A presence that pressed down on me, filling me with dread and discomfort. It felt real. Too real. There were stretches of time, weeks and even months, where I outright refused to sleep in that room. I would drag my pillow and blanket into the living room and sleep there instead. And the strange thing was, when I slept in the living room, I slept just fine. No nightmares. No fear. No shadows. Mom and Dad would pray in the room. They would reassure me. Slowly, gently, they would coax me back into sleeping there. For a while, it would seem better. Then it would start again. This pattern continued for years, well into my mid-teens. Looking back now, I don't know how my brother put up with it. He shared that room with me through all of it. Through the nights I woke screaming. Through the fear. Through the constant unease. He never mocked me. Never lost patience. He just endured it. One of the strangest things about those years was that the fear didn't always feel like it came from the same source. It wasn't one consistent presence. It felt like there were multiple things occupying that space, overlapping, coming and going. 2 encounters, in particular, stand out. They still do. One night, I woke from a nightmare where I was being dragged from my bedroom, down the hallway, and into hell itself. In the dream, I screamed for my family, but they couldn't see me or hear me. I was completely alone. When I woke up, I didn't scream straight away. Instead, everything felt strange and unreal, like I hadn't fully returned to myself yet. My room felt quiet, heavy. I looked down toward the end of my bed and saw a figure crouched in front of my wardrobe. At first, my mind tried to make sense of it. I thought it was my mom. She often did laundry late at night, folding clothes and putting them away after we'd gone to sleep. I assumed she was putting socks into the drawer. But something didn't sit right. Why was she doing laundry so late? Why hadn't I heard her come in? I called out softly, "Mom?" The figure stood up. It turned around and walked toward the end of my bed. When it looked at me, my stomach dropped. Its face had no features. No eyes. No mouth. Nothing. Then it turned away and walked straight through the door. Some time later, closer to when the experiences finally began to ease, I had another encounter that felt connected to the first. I was around 14 then. I woke up for no clear reason. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling. The room was still. Quiet. Then I saw it. A figure floating above me. Its head hovered above my chest. Its body stretched out sideways, at a perfect right angle to the bed. It wasn't facing me. It was facing the ceiling, arms raised, slowly waving in front of itself as if feeling around in the air. I didn't think. I didn't scream. I exploded out of bed. The moment I did, the figure vanished. My parents never fully indulged these experiences. They didn't want to feed my imagination or make things worse. My brother didn't either. They listened, but they stayed grounded. They stayed practical. The neighborhood kids, once we got to know them better, never denied that something was strange about our house. Even adults in the area had heard stories. Friends my parents made mention things they'd been told. A house painter who had quit because his equipment kept moving on its own. Odd stories that people repeated quietly, never too seriously, but never dismissing them either. Eventually, as I grew older, the experiences faded. They didn't end suddenly. They thinned out, like a storm slowly losing strength. The room stopped feeling so heavy. Sleep became easier. But even now, looking back, I know something wasn't right in that space. And I know that whatever it was never just my imagination. For 6 years, from 1989 to 1995, I lived in a housing commission unit in Liverpool, Sydney. At the time, I was a single mother, raising my daughter on my own. She was only 2 years old when we moved in, and 8 by the time we left. Those years should have been ordinary years, full of the everyday struggles and small joys that come with raising a child alone. But they weren't ordinary at all. During those 6 years, many strange things happened in that unit. Things that, even now, I struggle to explain in a logical way. At the time, I didn't really have the language for it. I didn't rush to label it as paranormal or supernatural. It was just odd, persistent, familiar in a way that never felt threatening, just confusing and sometimes oddly helpful. One of the first patterns I noticed was things disappearing. Small things at first. Everyday items. Things I knew I had just put down. My keys. My cigarette lighter. A pen. A hairbrush. I would look where they should have been, where I always left them, and they simply wouldn't be there. I would search the unit, checking benches, drawers, bags, pockets, floors. Nothing. Then, usually the next day, the missing item would turn up somewhere strange. Somewhere obvious. Somewhere I knew I had already checked. Sitting out in the open, as if it had always been there. At first, I blamed myself. I assumed I was tired. Distracted. A stressed single mom juggling work, a child, and life. But it kept happening. Too often to ignore. Eventually, half joking and half serious, I started to wonder if there was something else in the unit with us. One day, the cigarette lighter went missing again. I needed it. I was irritated and tired and had already searched everywhere. Standing in the kitchen, frustration finally boiling over, I spoke out loud. "Come on," I said. "This isn't funny. I need this now, please." I turned around. There it was. Sitting on the kitchen bench, right behind me. In plain view. Not tucked away. Not hidden. Just sitting there, exactly where it should have been all along. I knew, without a doubt, it had not been there before. I had already checked that bench. I didn't feel scared. I didn't scream. I just stood there, staring at it, feeling a strange mix of disbelief and calm. Something about it felt intentional. Almost polite. Months later, another incident happened, this time involving my neighbors. We lived in top-floor units. My front door was directly opposite theirs, and the only reason anyone would ever come up those stairs was to visit either my unit or theirs. It was a quiet little landing, usually empty. One afternoon, I was at my neighbor's place, sitting in their lounge room having coffee. Both front doors were open. After a while, they needed to head out. One of them and I went to the front door, while the other went back into the bedroom to grab her bag. The neighbor standing next to me had her front door key in her hand. As she turned, she dropped it. We heard it fall. We both saw it leave her hand. But when we looked down, it was nowhere to be seen. We searched the floor. We got down on our hands and knees. The second neighbor came out and joined us. We checked corners, skirting boards, under shoes, near the door frame. Nothing. The key had vanished. As we were searching, I suddenly had a very clear thought pop into my head, completely unprompted. It didn't feel like guessing or imagining. It felt more like remembering. It's on my kitchen bench. Without really thinking about how strange that thought was, I stood up and said, "Come with me." They followed me into my unit, straight into the kitchen. I walked over to the bench and pointed. There was a single key sitting there. I picked it up and asked, "Is this your key?" It was. They stared at it. Then at me. Then at each other. None of us knew what to say. Later on, they told me things I hadn't known before. They said that several times, while sitting on their lounge watching TV at night, a photo frame on the same table would suddenly fly off and land in the middle of the floor. Not slide. Not tip over. Fly. It terrified them. I told them honestly that I had never been scared of whatever was in my unit. That I didn't think they should be either. It didn't feel malicious to me. They also told me about the woman who lived on the ground floor. Apparently, one day while she was home alone, she had been seriously slapped on the back. Hard enough to leave her shaken and upset. I remember thinking, oddly calmly, that maybe whatever it was just didn't like her. One evening, I was home alone and very unwell. I had severe stomach cramps and could barely move. I lay on my side on the lounge, curled up in pain, watching the television without really seeing it. Suddenly, I felt two hands grab me hard around my hips, squeezing firmly. The sensation came from underneath me, through the lounge. It was strong and unmistakable. I jumped straight up, absolutely shocked. Then, almost immediately, I realized something else. The pain was gone. Completely gone. The cramps had vanished as if they had never been there. I stood there, stunned, trying to process what had just happened. After a moment, I spoke out loud. "Thank you." It felt right to say it. Another night, a Saturday, I left my daughter with my parents and went out to a nightclub with a girlfriend. She ended up staying over at my place afterward. We were sitting in the lounge room, chatting, with the radio playing at the other end of the room. After a while, the music felt too loud. Half joking, and half curious, I decided to test something. I looked toward the radio and said out loud, "Could you please turn that down for me?" Immediately, the volume dropped. Not a little. A lot. My girlfriend froze. Her face strained of color. Trying to calm her, and honestly not feeling worried myself, I said, "Please turn it up again." The radio volume increased. She completely freaked out. She left the next morning and never stayed over again. Throughout those 6 years, I never felt afraid in that unit. Not once. Whatever was there never felt threatening. It didn't feel angry or dark. If anything, it felt aware. Present. Almost companionable, in a strange, quiet way. It helped when I asked. It responded when spoken to. It didn't interfere with my daughter. It never harmed us. When we finally moved out in 1995, the strange occurrences stopped. Nothing followed us. Nothing lingered. It was as if whatever had been there belonged to that place, and once we left, it stayed behind. Even now, when I look back on those years, I don't feel fear. I feel curiosity. And a quiet gratitude for something I never fully understood, but which never once made me feel alone. Around 1980, when I was about 17 years old, I lived with my grandparents for roughly 6 months. It wasn't an unusual arrangement for me, and it didn't feel like moving into a stranger's home. In many ways, it felt like going back to a place that had always been part of me. For the first 8 years of my life, my family had lived right next door to my grandparents'. Our houses were separated by a fence, but there was a gate built into the back side fence so we could move freely between the 2 yards. That gate was almost always open. I spent more time at my grandparents' house than I did at my own. If I wasn't at school or asleep, chances were I was next door with Grandma and Grandpa. I ate there, played there, watched television there, and sat at the table listening to stories from long before I was born. Their house felt safe in a way that no other place ever really did. It smelled like old furniture, polished wood, and cooking that had been done the same way for decades. It was steady, predictable, full of warmth. So when I was 17 and circumstances led to me moving in with them, it didn't feel strange at all. It felt natural, like I was exactly where I was meant to be. At that point, my grandparents had lived in that house for about 53 years. The walls had absorbed their lives. Every mark, every creak, every worn patch of floor had a story behind it. Nothing in that house was new. Nothing had been rushed. It was the kind of home that felt settled, like it had stopped changing a long time ago. Their bedroom was right at the front of the house, facing the street. Just beside their room was another bedroom belonging to Auntie Dot. She wasn't a real auntie by blood, but she might as well have been. She had been part of the family for as long as I could remember, and everyone called her auntie without thinking twice about it. From the front bedrooms, the house stretched back in a long, straight line. A hallway ran from the front of the house, through the lounge room, then into the dining room, past my bedroom door, and finally out into the kitchen at the back. The hallway was covered, from one end to the other, with a plastic runner. It was practical and easy to clean, but it had one very distinctive feature. You could hear everything on it. Any footsteps, no matter how light, made a soft but unmistakable sound as shoes or slippers moved along it. You always knew when someone was walking through the house. There were no surprises. My bedroom was closer to the back of the house, just off the hallway, before the kitchen. At night, once everyone else had gone to bed, the house would settle into its usual quiet rhythm. The front of the house would go dark first. Grandma and Grandpa went to bed early. Auntie Dot wasn't far behind them. By 10 o'clock most nights, the house was still and calm. One night, around 10 in the evening, I was still awake in my room. My door was closed. I had the television on, turned down low, and I was reading, half paying attention to both. The house was quiet in that familiar way that old houses get at night, where every small sound seems louder because there's nothing else competing with it. That's when I heard footsteps. They were coming from the front of the house, moving down the hallway toward the back. The sound of them on the plastic runner was clear and steady. There was nothing strange about it at first. In fact, it felt completely normal. Auntie Dot often got up during the night. Sometimes she couldn't sleep. Sometimes she wanted a drink or a small snack from the kitchen. It wasn't unusual at all for her to walk down the hallway late at night. Being 17 and thinking I was hilarious, I decided this was my chance to give her a fright. I turned the TV down even lower and moved quietly to my door. I pressed my ear against it, listening carefully as the footsteps got closer. They were slow and measured, just like I expected from someone her age. Step by step, they came closer, the sound growing louder as they reached a part of the hallway outside my room. I waited. As soon as the footsteps sounded like they were right outside my door, I grabbed the handle, yanked the door open, and jumped forward with a loud "Rah!" There was no one there. The hallway was empty. The light was low, but I could see clearly enough to know that no one was standing there. No shadow. No movement. Nothing. I closed the door again, feeling suddenly very foolish. I remember standing there for a moment, embarrassed with myself, wondering how I could have misjudged it so badly. Then it hit me. The footsteps. They had been real. I had heard them clearly. There was no mistaking that sound on the plastic runner. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't been half asleep. I was wide awake. Before I could think too much about it, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were moving away from my room, heading back toward the front of the house. The same slow, steady pace. The same unmistakable sound. I stood there, heart beating faster now, listening as they passed my door again, going back the way they had come. As soon as they sounded far enough away, I cracked my door open slightly and peeked out into the hallway. It was empty. There was no one there. I waited until the footsteps faded completely, until the house returned to silence. I didn't open my door again that night. I went back to my bed, confused more than scared, replaying the moment over and over in my mind. I knew it couldn't have been my grandparents or Auntie Dot moving quickly and quietly past me. They were elderly. They moved slowly. If one of them had been there, I would have seen them. The next morning, over a cup of tea at the kitchen table, I decided to tell my grandmother what had happened. Grandma was the kind of person you could tell anything to. She was calm, kind, and never dismissed your feelings. She listened, properly listened, in a way that made you feel safe. I told her about the footsteps. About how I thought it was Auntie Dot. About how I jumped out to scare her and found no one there. About hearing the footsteps walk back up the hallway. She didn't look surprised. Not even a little. She just nodded and said, very casually, "Oh, that's just the ghost. She's been here since we moved in. I've seen her often." I remember staring at her, waiting for a smile or a laugh that would tell me she was joking. It never came. I told her I hadn't seen anyone, only heard the footsteps. Grandma nodded again and said she had seen her many times over the years. She described her without hesitation, as if she were talking about a neighbor. She said the ghost was a young girl, about 14 years old. She had dark skin, possibly Aboriginal. She wore a long white nightgown, and she carried a lit candle on a holder or plate. Grandma said she would often see her walking along the hallway, moving quietly through the house. That was all she said. There was no fear in her voice. No drama. No warning. Just a simple statement of fact, as if she were explaining something that had always been there and always would be. We didn't talk about it again after that. Not because it was forbidden or frightening, but because it didn't seem necessary. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't something to dwell on. It simply was. There were no bad feelings in the house. No fear. No sense of danger. Nothing negative ever happened. The girl never interacted with anyone directly. She never caused trouble. She never made her presence known beyond being seen or heard occasionally. She was just there. Living in that house after knowing that felt no different. If anything, it made the place feel even more layered, as if the house held more history than I had realized. It never felt threatening. It never felt wrong. She walked the hallway. She existed alongside us. And that was that. Sometimes, the strangest things are the ones that feel the most ordinary. We had only just moved into the house, and everything still felt unfamiliar. The room smelled faintly of cardboard, dust, and that strange emptiness that always follows a move. It was early evening, around 7 o'clock, the kind of time when the sun has dipped just below the horizon but the sky still holds a fading blue glow. The house was quiet, almost too quiet, and I had been sitting in my room on my laptop, scrolling aimlessly, when I suddenly realized how hungry I was. The kind of hunger that creeps up on you without warning and makes you restless. I shut the laptop and stepped out of my bedroom, already thinking about what I might find in the kitchen. As soon as I entered the hallway, I noticed how still the house felt. There were no voices, no footsteps, no sounds of cupboards opening or dishes clinking. Normally, my mom would have been unpacking boxes or calling out instructions to my sister, but there was nothing. The silence made me pause. I assumed she was probably outside, maybe checking the backyard or organizing things in the garage, but I still felt uneasy. I walked through the living room, then into the kitchen, glancing into each room as I passed, calling out softly for her. There was no answer. I checked the backyard next, stepping out through the back door and scanning the space. The yard was dim, shadows stretching across the grass as daylight faded. There was no sign of her. That was when I decided to check the garage. The garage was detached from the house, sitting slightly off to the side, and to get there I had to walk through the side door that led around to the front of it. As I opened the side door and stepped outside, I noticed a light spilling out from underneath the garage door. The door wasn't fully open, just lifted to about knee height, but the glow from inside was bright enough to catch my attention immediately. I walked closer, my footsteps slowing without me even realizing it. Something about the scene felt wrong, like my instincts were warning me before my mind could catch up. Then I saw them. A pair of legs, standing inside the garage. They were clearly a man's legs. Beige long pants, slightly creased, and sneakers that looked worn but clean. The shoes were large, far too large to belong to my mom. My heart began to race. I knew immediately that those legs did not belong to anyone who should have been there. A surge of fear shot through me. My first thought was that someone had broken into our garage. We had just moved in, the house was new to us, and the idea that a stranger could already be inside made my stomach twist. I froze for a moment, staring at those legs, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They didn't move. Whoever it was just stood there, perfectly still, as if unaware that I was watching. Panic took over. I turned and ran, my feet carrying me back around the house toward the backyard. My thoughts were racing. I didn't have a mobile phone. I had no way to call the police. My mum was nowhere in sight, and I didn't know where my sister was either. I felt trapped, vulnerable, like I was the only person standing between my family and a potential danger. I paced the yard, my heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. Every second felt longer than the last. After what felt like forever but was probably only a couple of minutes, I forced myself to act. Fear or not, I couldn't just leave someone in our garage. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and walked back toward the side door. My hands were shaking as I approached the garage again. I stopped just outside the door, gathered what little courage I had, and shouted as loudly as I could for the person to leave immediately. I told them the police had been called, even though it was a lie. My voice cracked, but I tried to sound strong, prepared to defend myself if I had to. The garage door suddenly opened wider, and I braced myself for a confrontation. But instead of a stranger, it was my mum standing there, looking completely confused. She stared at me as if she had no idea why I was yelling at her. For a moment, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Relief flooded me, but it was quickly replaced by confusion and disbelief. I rushed forward and asked her, almost shouting, if there was someone else in the garage with her. She shook her head slowly and told me she had been alone the entire time. I looked past her into the garage, my eyes scanning every corner. There was no one there. Just boxes stacked against the walls, some furniture wrapped in plastic, and the familiar clutter of a recent move. The space was completely empty. I tried to explain what I had seen, my words tumbling out in a rush. I told her about the legs, the pants, the shoes, how real it all looked. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from her face. She went pale, her expression tightening in a way I had never seen before. That was when she admitted something that made my blood run cold. She told me she had been in the garage for nearly an hour, sorting through boxes, and the entire time she had felt like something was watching her. She said it wasn't just the feeling of being observed, but a heavy presence, like someone standing just behind her, close enough to feel. She confessed that she had been too afraid to turn around, terrified that if she did, she would see something she couldn't explain. Hearing her say that made my own fear feel suddenly justified. Whatever I had seen, she had felt it too. Over the next few days, she opened up more. She told me she had been experiencing strange things since we moved in. Fleeting glimpses of a young man, always at the edge of her vision. The feeling of someone standing in doorways or lingering in rooms. She described him the same way I had seen the legs. A young man, tall, solid, unmistakably real. Knowing that she had seen him too made it impossible to dismiss what had happened as imagination or panic. Not long after that incident, my mum needed to visit the owners of the house. It was privately rented, and there were some details to sort out regarding paperwork. When she came back, she was quiet, thoughtful, almost shaken. Eventually, she told me what had happened while she was there. Inside the owner's home, she had noticed a photograph on display. It was of a young man. The moment she saw it, her heart sank. He looked exactly like the figure she had been seeing. Exactly like the one I had unknowingly encountered in the garage. The owners explained that the man in the photo was their son. He had died of cancer at the age of 19. Hearing that sent a chill through me. Suddenly, the image of the legs in the garage took on a deeper meaning. The stillness. The silence. The sense of being watched. It all seemed connected. We never told the owners about what we had seen. It didn't feel right to bring it up, especially knowing what they had lost. We kept the experiences to ourselves, speaking about them only in quiet moments, when the house felt especially heavy or still. Over time, the sightings became less frequent, but the memory of that first encounter never left me. Even now, I sometimes think about that garage, about the way the light spilled onto the concrete, about the man who stood there without moving. I wonder why he was drawn to that house. Was it because it was once his home? Was he simply lingering, unable or unwilling to leave a place filled with memories? Or was there something else keeping him there, something unfinished or unresolved? We never found answers. The house eventually became quieter, or maybe we just learned to live with the feeling that we were not entirely alone. But that moment, standing frozen as I stared at a pair of unfamiliar legs in a place that should have been safe, stayed with me. It was the moment I realized that sometimes the past does not stay buried, and that some presences linger quietly, watching, unseen, waiting to be noticed. And even now, when I think back to that night, I still remember how real it all felt. Not like a dream. Not like fear playing tricks on my mind. But like a moment where two worlds brushed against each other, if only for a second, and left a mark that time has never quite erased. When I was 10 years old, we moved into a house where I first encountered what I later came to think of as the dancer. The name came much later. At the time, he was just a man who walked past our house. Nothing more, nothing less. We moved there in late 1991, and my mum stayed in that house until 2007. For all those years, across nearly 2 decades, he passed by as regularly as the seasons changed. At first, there was nothing strange about it. People walked past houses all the time. This was a normal street in a normal town. We would see him sometimes once a week, sometimes a few times a week, sometimes not for a month at all. It depended entirely on whether you happened to be looking out the window at the right time. But over the years, it became clear that he followed a routine. We always saw him in the afternoon or early evening. I never wrote the times down, but it was usually somewhere between 5 and 7 o'clock, that quiet stretch of the day when people are heading home and the light starts to soften. He always looked the same. Always. He wore a black suit, or maybe it was charcoal, with a white shirt underneath. He carried a briefcase in one hand. I think he wore glasses, though I can't swear to it. He was short, maybe around 5'4", with thick sandy blonde hair that never seemed to move out of place. What stood out most wasn't how he looked, though. It was how he walked. He walked fast, brisk, purposeful. His pace never changed. Ever. Whether it was hot, cold, raining, or blazing sunshine, he moved at the exact same speed. Once you noticed it, you couldn't unsee it. That steady, unbroken rhythm of his steps became the most distinctive thing about him. For years, he was just part of the background of our lives. Something familiar you didn't really question. But the first time something felt off was on a scorching summer day in about 1996. I was around 15 at the time. The heat was unbearable, one of those days where the air feels thick and heavy and even standing still makes you sweat. It was early evening, and I was inside messing around with the budgie when I happened to glance out the window and saw him walk past. At first, I barely registered it. Then a few seconds later, it hit me how hot it was. and how he was wearing a full suit. Jacket still on. Shirt crisp. Briefcase swinging at his side. Walking fast, as always. I remember thinking how stupid he must be, not even taking his jacket off in that heat. I wondered how anyone could keep up such a quick pace without slowing down, or at least showing some discomfort. He didn't wipe his brow. He didn't adjust his clothes. He didn't change his stride. He just kept going. Over time, we noticed we saw him in different parts of town too. Always around the same time. Always on the same route. His route clearly came from the train station. That was something we worked out slowly, just from repeated sightings. What made it strange was that our house wasn't anywhere near the station. There were buses that ran straight from there into our neighborhood. No real reason to walk all that way. We figured he must have chosen to walk for exercise. It seemed logical enough. Still, seeing him in that suit on such a hot day stuck with me more than it should have. Then came the night in about 1999 that shifted something in my mind. Mum and I were standing on the street a few doors up from our house, looking up at the stars. Mum loved astronomy and often dragged me outside to look at something she'd read about or noticed. Usually we did that from the backyard or the driveway. Standing out on the street was unusual. It was late, around 11 at night, and the neighborhood was quiet. That was when we saw him again. Walking home. Late. From where we were standing, we watched him turn down a street that branched off from ours. Mum commented that after all these years, she had never known where he went beyond our place. She also said she worried about him walking from the station so late, because the station attracted yahoos after dark. I remember thinking about how strange it was that we had never seen him in any other context. Never shopping. Never talking to anyone. Never waiting for a bus. Just walking. Apart from the late hour, nothing seemed especially strange that night. And after that, we continued to see him walk past our house at his usual time, as if nothing had changed. About a year later, something happened that I still can't explain. I was standing at the letterbox when he rounded the corner. This was the first and only time I ever saw him up close. Our letterbox was only about 5 steps from the corner, so he was suddenly right there. I looked up and said, "Hi," or something casual like that. He replied with a quiet hi, and glanced at me briefly as he passed. There was something deeply strange about that moment. I can't explain what it was. There was no obvious threat. No sudden fear. Just the sense that something wasn't quite right. But I was distracted by a fashion catalog or some other teenage nonsense, and didn't really stop to think about it. As he passed me, I turned to walk up the driveway. That meant I was directly behind him on the footpath. I looked up from the catalog to see where I was going. And he was gone. Only a second had passed. He should have been right in front of me. My first thought was simply, where did he go? That thought quickly turned into something heavier. Where does he go? The embankment beside our house was steep and thick with plants. No one could have climbed into it that fast. The neighbor's embankment was just as steep. Across the road, the houses had open front yards. There was nowhere he could have gone in the space of a heartbeat. I stood there looking around, confused but strangely calm. I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just thought, cool, I wonder if anyone else just saw that. After that day, we continued to see him. Same route. Same time. Same clothes. Same walk. As the years passed, I became aware of something else. He never aged. His fashion never changed. His hair stayed the same. His briefcase stayed the same. But even then, that alone didn't convince me he was a ghost. Plenty of people get stuck in habits. Oddly enough, I remember the very first time I ever saw him, back in 1991, quite clearly. It was shortly after we moved in. I remember stopping whatever I was doing when I noticed some guy walk past our house, then watching him walk up the road until he was out of sight. Nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at all. And yet that ordinary moment stayed with me. Ever since that first sighting, I had quiet questions floating around in my mind. What is he doing? Where is he going? I think those questions became sharper after the letterbox moment, when he vanished so completely. That was when I really started to wonder if he wasn't entirely real. If he was a ghost, what was his motive? Why walk the same route over and over? Was he residual, just replaying some old routine? If so, how did he respond to me when I spoke to him? And if he was residual, surely he would have walked into traffic at some point. His route crossed main intersections. Then I realized something else. I had never actually seen him cross a road. Not once. Every time he passed our house, he appeared on one side of the road, disappeared briefly near our embankment, and then reappeared further up on the other side. That part of the footpath was hidden by a dense cluster of lily-pilly trees growing up the embankment, like a small forest. If he crossed anywhere, it had to be there. But I never saw it happen. A few years before the letterbox incident, I had seen him walk through the station car park, heading away from the station. That was the closest I ever saw him get to it. That day, a group of us teenagers were hanging around outside the Masonic Lodge across from the station, peering through the gates and making up ridiculous conspiracy theories, just killing time and talking about paranormal stuff. We were facing away from the station, and looking back on it now, the whole moment feels almost comedic. Like something out of a pantomime. He was behind us. Seeing him walk through the car park seemed normal at the time. His suit and his early evening routine made it easy to assume he was just walking home from work. And I never saw him anywhere before the station on his route. But then again, that doesn't really prove anything. Even now, all these years later, the dancer remains one of the hardest things for me to accept as a ghost. I don't know why. Maybe because he felt too ordinary. Too solid. Too routine. And yet I still don't know where he went that day at the letterbox. I still don't know why he never aged. And I still don't know why he walked that same path, at the same pace, at the same time, for nearly 20 years. He was just there, passing through our lives again and again. And then, one day, he wasn't. And that, somehow, is the part that bothers me the most. My parents have been friends with this couple since the early 1970s. They have always been a little strange, a little eccentric, the kind of people who are interesting without trying to be. All of these events center around their home, a place that feels less like a house and more like a world that exists slightly outside of time. Their home sits deep in a forested area. The house itself was built sometime between the late 1800s and the early 1920s. No one seems completely sure of the exact year. A couple of years ago I went there with the intention of finally digging into the history of the place. They have records, old documents, photographs from the early years. I was excited to finally put some facts to the strange feelings I had carried since childhood. But they were deep into one of their collecting phases at the time, completely obsessed with a new batch of trinkets they had recently acquired. When they collect, it becomes their whole personality for a while. Conversations become impossible. One day, I'll get the history of that house. For now, all I have is what I already know, and a bit of guesswork. Before going any further, it's probably important to say this. Some of what I'm about to describe might sound alarming to some people. Please understand that none of us kids were ever put in harm's way. At no point did anyone feel threatened or unsafe. Strange, yes. Unsettling at times, definitely. But never dangerous. These events stretch from the early 1980s right through to the present day. There's a lot to get through, so mentally, at least, put the kettle on. The land itself is about 2 acres, spread over multiple tiers, laid out as a manicured Victorian garden. Gothic in style. At least, it has always felt Gothic to me. Dark, damp, overflowing with plants and trees. Ferns, moss, thick leaf litter, twisting paths. I loved it. Still do. Even the roof feels alive. The guttering is shaped like a long, multi-headed dragon. After heavy rain, water pours from its open mouths. As a child, I used to follow the dragon's body, which was really just the guttering, tracing it around the edge of the roof to find each of its heads. The rest of the roof is dotted with gargoyles of various sizes, frozen mid-gesture, doing different strange things. You can't see them all at once. Some are only visible from very specific angles. You have to know where to stand. One day, when I was about 4 or 5 years old, I was in their front garden searching for gargoyles. The front gates open into what I always thought of as a small forest. Maples, magnolias, birches, and other trees grow thickly together. There's no lawn at all. Just leaves, moss, and soil. 3 concrete pathways wind up toward the house, crossing steps here and there as the ground rises. When you're standing in the forested part, most of the gargoyles are hidden by the angle of the hill and the house. From there, the only thing you can really see is the length of the dragon's body along the roof. I was standing near the center pathway, trying to decide whether the dragon was meant to be crawling on the roof or flying around it, when I heard leaves crunch behind me, off to the right. It sounded like footsteps, about 6 meters away, near the right-hand gate. I turned to look toward the gate, and just as I did, I heard a single, sharp tap on one of the old cast-iron lanterns that lined the paths. The lantern that made the sound was the one closest to me, right at the start of the middle path. I remember deciding very quickly that hiding behind a tree was a good idea, and I waited there until the strange feeling of not being alone faded. On its own, that moment doesn't amount to much. It could have been a mouse in the leaves, a bird landing on the lantern. But I include it here because later events made me wonder if it was part of something larger. Around the same time, their eldest daughter and I were both about 4 years old. We spent a lot of time riding around in pedal cars. Her father had either restored antique ones or built them from scratch. He is one of those rare people who can fix or create almost anything. There were 3 of them, each styled like a vintage race car. The only place to ride them was around the back and sides of the house, where the paths were flat. I was riding beneath one of the bedroom windows when the curtain twitched. Both sets of parents were nearby, happily chatting. I didn't see anything beyond that brief movement. It could have been a cat or a dog. The pedal car I was in had a habit of jamming, so I was stuck there for a moment. I didn't mind. I was curious about the window. Nothing else happened. Years later, when I was about 8, I was standing on the croquet lawn out the back. The croquet lawn sits about 10 steps above the back of the house, aligned so that when you stand there, you're roughly level with the roof. Being an old Victorian design, the roof is elaborate, and from that lawn, more gargoyles are visible, though most of them face the front of the house, their backs turned toward you. Beside the lawn is an old sitting area beneath a large tree, possibly an oak. The man of the house practices cloud pruning, shaping branches into soft, rounded forms. The lower branches of this tree were trained downward, forming a canopy over the lawn. One of their peacocks landed on a branch behind me, the movement stirring the air against my back. When I turned around, I saw a man standing at the far end of the yard. He wore an orange shirt, a muted, dusty orange and beige trousers. He leaned casually on what looked like a shovel, smiling down at me. He appeared older, but strong and fit. He stood near the entrance to the peacock enclosure, as though he were tending to it. I felt confused more than afraid. This couple doesn't trust anyone to work on their property. They do everything themselves. The presence of a stranger there didn't make sense. I went inside and asked who he was. The husband and my mother laughed and suggested he was probably an old gardener. They went to check. No one was there. The house itself is large, single-story, with 4 bedrooms. Almost everything inside is original. The furniture is antique. Some pieces came with the house. Very little is modern. A television. A computer. That's about it. The rest feels frozen in another era. The owners are heritage enthusiasts and collectors. They actively preserve the house rather than update it. The man of the house restores gramophones, jukeboxes, pinball machines, record players, speakers, anything mechanical. He's an electrician by trade, and a genius at it. His wife is equally skilled in her own way, specializing in vintage-style clothing and lampshades. The house hasn't changed in any real way for over 100 years, and I believe that has something to do with what happens there. The first haunting I ever heard spoken about was the footsteps. The house has doors on both sides, left and right. Most people enter through the kitchen door on the left, as the kitchen is the heart of the house. The formal front door on the right has marble steps and columns. Marble absorbs sound in a strange way, and there is always an eerie quietness there. As a child, I heard adults talk about being followed down the hallway. It seemed to happen to everyone eventually. The hallway runs the length of the house in an L shape. On the right are bedroom doors. On the left, large French doors open into various rooms. The lighting is dim and old-fashioned. Dark wood paneling lines the walls. Trees outside block much of the daylight. It looks exactly like the hallway of a Gothic haunted house. When their daughter and I were about 6, something strange happened with one of her toys. There was a party on that night. Music, laughter, adults everywhere. Harder substances meant we kids were kept out of the kitchen and told to use the serving window if we needed anything. Her bedroom was opposite the ballroom. We were moving between her room and the jukebox in the ballroom. As I walked back down the hallway, a duck puppet suddenly popped out from her bedroom door and wiggled at me. I laughed, thinking it was her, and ran to grab it. The duck vanished back into the room before I could catch it. When I entered, she wasn't there. She was in the ballroom, choosing another song. Later, when we were leaving, the duck was found sitting on a chair in the nursery, a room neither of us had entered all night. My baby brother was sleeping in a cradle there, one that had been passed down through generations of that family. There are reflections in that house that don't behave like reflections should, especially when looking through multiple sets of French doors. Sometimes shapes move. Sometimes colors appear where they shouldn't. Twice, I clearly saw people. Once, a young woman in a white bonnet, bending over a table. Another time, a man with slicked back dark hair, laughing, holding a cigarette. Another time, I saw the same man from the garden standing at the fireplace, smiling down at something unseen. When I was 13, I saw a pink figure through frosted glass in the bathroom, arms raised as if fixing her hair. Years later, I realized it matched the hot pink wedding dress the woman of the house had designed and worn decades earlier. Lights turn themselves on and off. A train set mounted near the ceiling activates on its own. Dogs bark at nothing and rush in and out in confusion. And finally, after all those years of hearing about it, I experienced the footsteps myself. Slow, deliberate steps following me down the hall in broad daylight, stopping when I stopped, continuing when I moved, right up until I reached the kitchen. After everything I've seen there, I don't think that house is haunted in the way people usually imagine. I think it's layered. Like moments, emotions, routines, all stacked on top of one another, replaying quietly, endlessly. And the house remembers. Back in 2004, my older sister developed a strong curiosity about the supernatural. At first, it seemed harmless, just another phase. She watched shows, read stories online, and talked with her friends about ghosts and spirits. Eventually, that curiosity turned into something more serious. Without telling our parents, she began playing with a Ouija board inside our family home. She would do it late at night with her friends, quietly, always making sure no adults were around. My mother was very much against Ouija boards. She had her own experiences with them when she was younger, experiences that had frightened her deeply and stayed with her for years. Because of that, she had always warned us to stay away from anything like that. My sister knew this, which is why she kept it a secret. At the time, none of us really understood how dangerous it could be. We thought it was just a game, something spooky but fake. Looking back now, I wish we had taken it more seriously. Around April of 2005, things in the house began to feel off. At first, it was easy to explain things away. We would wake up in the morning and find plates or cups smashed in the lounge room, even though no one remembered being in there during the night. Objects would go missing, only to turn up later in places they absolutely did not belong. Doors would open and close on their own late at night, even when everyone was in bed and there was no possible way someone could have been near them. We heard tapping sounds, slow and deliberate, coming from walls and doors. Still, we tried to ignore it. We told ourselves it was just the house settling, or someone sleepwalking, or our imaginations getting the better of us. By October 2005, ignoring it was no longer possible. The activity increased dramatically, almost as if something had gained confidence. We started hearing our names being called by voices that did not belong to anyone in the house. Sometimes it sounded like a whisper, other times it was clear and close, as if someone were standing right behind us. Music would play late at night when nothing was turned on. Objects moved right in front of our eyes, not falling or sliding, but being pushed or lifted and placed elsewhere. Shadowy figures began appearing around the house, darting from room to room, always just out of clear view. At night, some of us felt hands touching us, grabbing at our arms or legs while we lay in bed, frozen with fear. My brother had his own experiences. One night, he walked into the bathroom and claimed he was slapped hard across the face by something he couldn't see. Another time, he said he saw a floating figure moving toward him in the dark. He was shaking when he told us, and I could tell he wasn't making it up. None of us were sleeping properly by this point. We were exhausted, frightened, and constantly on edge. Then November came, and that was when everything changed for me. By that stage, my 4 siblings and I were far too scared to sleep in our own beds. Our stepdad worked night shifts, so my mum decided it was safest if we all slept together in her room. The floor was covered in mattresses and blankets. I was sleeping on a blow-up mattress closest to the bedroom door. Even that small detail made me uneasy. I didn't want to be near the door, but there wasn't much choice. One night, I woke up to the sound of the bedroom door slowly opening behind me. The sound was soft, but deliberate. I knew instantly that something was wrong. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. I closed my eyes tightly and pretended to be asleep. In my terrified mind, I hoped that whatever had come through that door would go to one of my siblings instead of me. I hate admitting that now, but fear makes you think selfishly. Whatever it was did not hesitate. It came straight toward me. I felt the mattress dip as it knelt down beside me. When it did, I heard a sound I will never forget. It sounded like bones cracking, slow and unnatural, as if whatever was kneeling did not move the way it was supposed to. I was completely frozen. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I couldn't even open my eyes. Then I felt a hand on my head. The fingers were long, far longer than they should have been, and the nails were sharp. They scratched my scalp slowly, methodically, almost gently. It went on for what felt like forever, though it was probably less than a minute. My entire body was shaking, but I still couldn't bring myself to scream. I was too scared that if I made a sound, it would do something worse. Then it spoke. Its voice was low and close, right beside my head. It said very clearly, "Stay away from me." That was when I finally screamed. I screamed until my throat burned and my mum woke up. The moment she did, whatever was there was gone. I refused to sleep alone for the rest of the night. I don't think any of us really slept at all. 2 days later, my mum found the Ouija board. I don't know where my sister had been hiding it, but once my mum discovered it, she destroyed it immediately. She didn't hesitate. After that, the activity did calm down a lot. The house became quieter. The shadows appeared less often. The voices stopped calling our names. But it never fully went away. Strange things still happened from time to time, just not as intense or as terrifying as before. Even now, years later, I often think about that night. I think about what that thing said to me. I wonder if it was ever truly interested in me at all. Sometimes I feel like it was meant for my sister, that it was attached to her because she was the one who invited it in. She was the one who opened the door. Even today, she continues to have paranormal experiences in every house she lives in, no matter where she goes. All I know is that something followed her, and for a brief moment, it found me instead. And that thought still scares me. This happened only the other day, and even now I am still shaken by it. I am so scared because of what happened that I can't stand being alone anymore. I keep replaying everything in my head, every sound, Every look, every moment, wondering what exactly we unleashed and whether it followed us out of that place. At our school, there are toilets next to the tuck shop, or canteen, that everyone avoids if they can. They are extremely old. They were built when the school was first opened, sometime in the 1950s. Everything about them feels outdated and wrong. The walls are stained from decades of use, the floors are cracked, the mirrors are dull and warped with age, and the doors creak loudly when you open or close them. Even during the day, they feel dark and uncomfortable. When you step inside, it feels like the air changes, heavier somehow, like the place is holding on to something it doesn't want to let go of. A few days ago, the power had been cut off to that area of the school. No one really explained why. Because of that, the toilets were almost completely dark. Only a little bit of light crept in from outside, just enough to see shadows moving across the walls. That should have been our first warning. We should have stayed away. But instead, we did what stupid teenagers do. My friend Amelia thought it would be funny to play Bloody Mary in there. I didn't really believe in that sort of thing. I still don't, at least not the way people talk about it online. I thought it was just a silly game, something people scared themselves with for fun. I even remember laughing a little and saying it was stupid. But looking back now, I can't help wondering if doing that, in that place, at that moment, triggered something that had been waiting there for a long time. We went inside, standing in front of the mirror together. The darkness made everything worse. Our reflections didn't look right, like the mirror was swallowing parts of us. We started saying the words, half laughing, half nervous. Nothing happened at first. The silence was thick, broken only by our voices echoing slightly off the walls. Then the lights started to flicker. At first, we brushed it off. The power was unstable, so flickering lights didn't seem that strange. We joked about it, and kept going, even though I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Something about the flickering felt different. It wasn't random. It was slow and uneven, like something was controlling it. That was when things turned truly terrifying. My other friend, Ashlyn, suddenly stopped talking. She didn't laugh. She didn't react to anything we were saying. She just stood there, completely still. At first, we thought she was messing with us, trying to scare us. But something about the way she was standing felt wrong. Her body was stiff, and she wasn't blinking. I stepped closer to her and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were black. Not dark brown. Not shadowed. Completely black. The whites were gone. It looked like someone had poured ink into her eyes. My heart dropped into my stomach. I felt cold all over, like the warmth had been sucked out of my body. She started swaying side to side, slowly, rhythmically, still staring straight into the mirror. She didn't look at us. She didn't acknowledge us at all. It was like she wasn't there anymore. I panicked. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't shout. I just turned and ran as fast as I could. Amelia stayed behind because she is extremely skeptical and thought we were all overreacting. I made it only a short distance before I heard a scream. It wasn't a normal scream. It was full of pure terror. Amelia came running after me, faster than I had ever seen her move. Her face was white, her eyes wide. Behind her was Ashlyn. She was running. This alone made no sense. Ashlyn has a knee injury. She can barely run at all, especially not fast. But she was sprinting, faster than both of us, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her eyes were still black, and her face looked empty, like there was nothing inside her anymore. We didn't stop to think. We ran and hid in a tiny room nearby, barely big enough for all of us. We stayed there, silent, shaking, until the end of lunch. Every sound outside made us flinch. We were terrified that she would find us, that whatever was inside her would come for us next. Later, one of our other friends, Katie, told us that Ashlyn never showed up to class after lunch. That only made everything worse. She had disappeared. At that point, I was convinced something had possessed her. It was the only explanation that made sense to me. Even though we were terrified, we made another bad decision. Being stupid teenage girls, we decided to go back to the toilets and film the area, almost like we needed proof for ourselves that it had really happened. The moment we stepped inside, the atmosphere felt wrong, heavier than before. While we were filming, doors that had been completely closed suddenly flung open violently, slamming against the walls. The sound echoed through the toilets, loud and aggressive. That was enough. We ran out immediately. When we later watched the footage, we saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a dark shadow figure hanging from the ceiling. It didn't look human, but it didn't look like just a shadow either. It looked like something suspended, unmoving, wrong. At first, we didn't know what to think. Then I remembered something. About 30 years ago, a girl had hung herself somewhere on the school grounds. No one ever talked about where it happened. No one knew the exact location. What if it was there? The next day, as we walked past the toilets, we noticed they had been closed off for renovations. That alone felt strange, like someone else knew something was wrong. For some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to knock on the door, just to see if anything would happen. I wish I hadn't. I knocked once. There was a knock back. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was slow, hollow, and wrong. It sounded like no one should have been on the other side, yet something clearly was. We ran. Since then, we have been avoiding those toilets completely. I refuse to go anywhere near them. I don't care how badly I need to go. I have learned my lesson. Never play Bloody Mary in an old, dark, haunted bathroom. Some doors should never be opened, even as a joke. I have lived in an old workers' semi-detached cottage in Newtown since 1993. The house is more than 100 years old and sits in a historic inner-city suburb where many of the buildings still carry the weight of their past. From the moment I first walked inside, the place felt right. It had a warm, calm feeling to it, something peaceful and grounding. That was the main reason I bought it. Despite its age, the house never felt unsettling or strange. There were no odd noises, no shadows, no unexplained events. For many years, it was simply a safe and happy home for my family. That sense of normality lasted for a long time. Nothing unusual ever happened inside the house itself, and I never had any reason to believe there was anything paranormal going on. That was why what happened later caught me so off guard. In late 2003, my eldest son was 16 years old. Like many teenagers, he had developed a habit of staying out later, usually coming home after dark. Around that time, he began ringing me before he arrived home. At first, I didn't think much of it. He would ask me to switch the front light on, open the front door, and leave the gate open for him. I assumed it was just teenage laziness, not wanting to fumble for keys in the dark. But the calls kept coming. Night after night, sometimes several times a week, my phone would ring with the same request. Turn on the light. Open the door. Open the gate. After a few months, it started to irritate me. He was old enough to manage these things himself, and it felt unnecessary. I asked him why he kept doing it, but he brushed it off with vague excuses. Eventually, after months of this routine, he finally told me the real reason. He said there was a ghost outside the front of our house. My first reaction was to laugh. My son had always been a bit of a smart arse and loved playing practical jokes. I honestly thought he was trying to wind me up. I teased him about it, made light of it, and told him not to be ridiculous. I didn't believe a word of it. But over time, I began to notice things that didn't fit with the idea that he was joking. When he came home, he was often visibly shaken. He would rush inside quickly, sometimes slamming the door behind him, his face pale and his body tense. He didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He looked genuinely frightened. His anxiety was real, and it became clear that whatever he was experiencing was deeply upsetting him. I told him firmly that if there was anything strange happening in or around the house, I would be the first person to know. After all, I had lived there for years without incident. Not long after that, I started noticing something myself. In the evenings, when I went out to water the front garden, I would sometimes get a strange sensation. The hairs on my arms would rise for no obvious reason. It wasn't fear exactly, more like discomfort, a feeling that I wasn't alone. It felt like being watched, even though I could never see anyone. At the time, I dismissed it as imagination or tiredness. Then one Friday night, something happened that shook my confidence. I was home alone that evening. The house was quiet, and I could clearly hear my neighbor through the shared wall. He was opening and closing his kitchen cupboards, moving about, making the normal sounds of someone preparing food or tidying up. It was comforting in a way, knowing someone else was nearby. Later that night, my son rang me as usual before coming home. This time, he told me the ghost was standing on the neighbor's property. I snapped at him. I told him to stop it, that I knew the neighbor was home because I had heard him in his kitchen not long before. I thought this was proof that my son was mistaken. But my son insisted. He made me go out the front of the house with him, and asked me to look closely at the neighbor's place. There were no lights on. The house was completely dark. Then he pulled me around to the back, almost dragging me, and showed me that there were no lights on there either. The place was silent. There was clearly no one home. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't explain what I had heard earlier, and for the first time, doubt crept in. Something didn't add up. A few weeks later, another experience finally convinced me that my son had been telling the truth all along. I was coming home one afternoon with my younger son, who was about 8 months old at the time. It was early May, late autumn. The sun was beginning to set, but there was still plenty of light around. I stood inside my front gate, juggling my baby and fumbling through my handbag, trying to find my keys. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement next door. I saw a male figure wearing a gray hat and a long gray coat glide into the neighboring property. I say glide because that is exactly what it looked like. There was no sound at all. The wrought iron gate, which was usually quite noisy, didn't make a single noise. The figure moved smoothly, unnaturally, as if not quite touching the ground. What struck me most was his skin. What little I could see of his face was extremely white, unnaturally pale. My neighbor was a friendly, talkative man who always said hello when he saw me. This figure did not acknowledge me at all. I stopped and waited, expecting to hear the sound of keys or a door opening. I heard nothing. Slowly, nervously, I leaned over the low wall to look into the yard. There was no one there. In that moment, my stomach dropped. I realized that my son had been telling the truth. Something was happening. Something was very wrong. I didn't tell him what I had seen because he was already terrified, and I didn't want to make things worse for him. About 2 weeks later, my eldest son and I went to see an early movie together. When it finished, we walked back toward our street. It was dark by then. We were on the opposite side of the road and just about to cross when we both saw it at the same time. It was standing outside my neighbor's house. This time, it looked different. It was dressed in what I can only describe as a Grim Reaper-like outfit. A dark, cape-like garment hung around it, and its white face seemed to glow against the darkness. The sight of it made my heart race. My son grabbed my arm tightly. He was shaking and almost hysterical. He kept asking me if I could see it, over and over again. I told him calmly that I could see it, but that it wasn't something to be afraid of. I told him to look straight ahead and ignore it, and that we were going home. With that, we crossed the street, walking right past it, and went inside our house. That was the last time my son ever reported seeing it. I never saw it again either, although for a while afterward, I still felt that uncomfortable sensation of being watched when I watered the front garden at night. Eventually, I spoke to it in my mind. I told it that it was dead and that it needed to move on into the light. Months later, I went for a tarot reading with a psychic reader I had been seeing for years. She had always been accurate in the past. At the end of my reading, I hesitated, then asked her about the presence we had encountered. She laughed. She said it was almost funny. She described him as being dressed like the Grim Reaper and said he enjoyed scaring my son. She told me he was young and had died suddenly and violently. He had been roaming the area and had attached himself to my son because my son could see him. She also reassured me that decorative quartz crystal sun catchers in my son's bedroom windows, along with a crystal and a wind chime, were preventing him from entering our property. That was why he always remained outside. Her description matched something I remembered from the news. Around the same time these events had occurred, there had been a highly publicized inquest. A young man, a key witness in a pedophile ring case, had been murdered. His body had been dumped under concrete near the Alexandra Canal in St. Peter's. He had no proper grave. The timing, the circumstances, and the description matched almost perfectly. Once I put it all together, the whole situation felt deeply sad rather than frightening. Whatever had been there wasn't evil. It was lost. And eventually it moved on. I have lived in an old workers' semi-detached cottage in Newtown since 1993. The house is more than 100 years old and sits in a historic inner-city suburb where many of the buildings still carry the weight of their past. From the moment I first walked inside, the place felt right. It had a warm, calm feeling to it, something peaceful and grounding. That was the main reason I bought it. Despite its age, the house never felt unsettling or strange. There were no odd noises, no shadows, no unexplained events. For many years, it was simply a safe and happy home for my family. That sense of normality lasted for a long time. Nothing unusual ever happened inside the house itself, and I never had any reason to believe there was anything paranormal going on. That was why what happened later caught me so off guard. In late 2003, my eldest son was 16 years old. Like many teenagers, he had developed a habit of staying out later, usually coming home after dark. Around that time, he began ringing me before he arrived home. At first, I didn't think much of it. He would ask me to switch the front light on, open the front door, and leave the gate open for him. I assumed it was just teenage laziness, not wanting to fumble for keys in the dark. But the calls kept coming. Night after night, sometimes several times a week, my phone would ring with the same request. Turn on the light. Open the door. Open the gate. After a few months, it started to irritate me. He was old enough to manage these things himself, and it felt unnecessary. I asked him why he kept doing it, but he brushed it off with vague excuses. Eventually, after months of this routine, he finally told me the real reason. He said there was a ghost outside the front of our house. My first reaction was to laugh. My son had always been a bit of a smart arse and loved playing practical jokes. I honestly thought he was trying to wind me up. I teased him about it, made light of it, and told him not to be ridiculous. I didn't believe a word of it. But over time, I began to notice things that didn't fit with the idea that he was joking. When he came home, he was often visibly shaken. He would rush inside quickly, sometimes slamming the door behind him, his face pale and his body tense. He didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He looked genuinely frightened. His anxiety was real, and it became clear that whatever he was experiencing was deeply upsetting him. I told him firmly that if there was anything strange happening in or around the house, I would be the first person to know. After all, I had lived there for years without incident. Not long after that, I started noticing something myself. In the evenings, when I went out to water the front garden, I would sometimes get a strange sensation. The hairs on my arms would rise for no obvious reason. It wasn't fear exactly, more like discomfort, a feeling that I wasn't alone. It felt like being watched, even though I could never see anyone. At the time, I dismissed it as imagination or tiredness. Then one Friday night, something happened that shook my confidence. I was home alone that evening. The house was quiet, and I could clearly hear my neighbor through the shared wall. He was opening and closing his kitchen cupboards, moving about, making the normal sounds of someone preparing food or tidying up. It was comforting in a way, knowing someone else was nearby. Later that night, my son rang me as usual before coming home. This time, he told me the ghost was standing on the neighbor's property. I snapped at him. I told him to stop it, that I knew the neighbor was home because I had heard him in his kitchen not long before. I thought this was proof that my son was mistaken. But my son insisted. He made me go out the front of the house with him, and asked me to look closely at the neighbor's place. There were no lights on. The house was completely dark. Then he pulled me around to the back, almost dragging me, and showed me that there were no lights on there either. The place was silent. There was clearly no one home. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't explain what I had heard earlier, and for the first time, doubt crept in. Something didn't add up. A few weeks later, another experience finally convinced me that my son had been telling the truth all along. I was coming home one afternoon with my younger son, who was about 8 months old at the time. It was early May, late autumn. The sun was beginning to set, but there was still plenty of light around. I stood inside my front gate, juggling my baby and fumbling through my handbag, trying to find my keys. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement next door. I saw a male figure wearing a gray hat and a long gray coat glide into the neighboring property. I say glide because that is exactly what it looked like. There was no sound at all. The wrought iron gate, which was usually quite noisy, didn't make a single noise. The figure moved smoothly, unnaturally, as if not quite touching the ground. What struck me most was his skin. What little I could see of his face was extremely white, unnaturally pale. My neighbor was a friendly, talkative man who always said hello when he saw me. This figure did not acknowledge me at all. I stopped and waited, expecting to hear the sound of keys or a door opening. I heard nothing. Slowly, nervously, I leaned over the low wall to look into the yard. There was no one there. In that moment, my stomach dropped. I realized that my son had been telling the truth. Something was happening. Something was very wrong. I didn't tell him what I had seen because he was already terrified, and I didn't want to make things worse for him. About 2 weeks later, my eldest son and I went to see an early movie together. When it finished, we walked back toward our street. It was dark by then. We were on the opposite side of the road and just about to cross when we both saw it at the same time. It was standing outside my neighbor's house. This time, it looked different. It was dressed in what I can only describe as a Grim Reaper-like outfit. A dark, cape-like garment hung around it, and its white face seemed to glow against the darkness. The sight of it made my heart race. My son grabbed my arm tightly. He was shaking and almost hysterical. He kept asking me if I could see it, over and over again. I told him calmly that I could see it, but that it wasn't something to be afraid of. I told him to look straight ahead and ignore it, and that we were going home. With that, we crossed the street, walking right past it, and went inside our house. That was the last time my son ever reported seeing it. I never saw it again either, although for a while afterward, I still felt that uncomfortable sensation of being watched when I watered the front garden at night. Eventually, I spoke to it in my mind. I told it that it was dead and that it needed to move on into the light. Months later, I went for a tarot reading with a psychic reader I had been seeing for years. She had always been accurate in the past. At the end of my reading, I hesitated, then asked her about the presence we had encountered. She laughed. She said it was almost funny. She described him as being dressed like the Grim Reaper and said he enjoyed scaring my son. She told me he was young and had died suddenly and violently. He had been roaming the area and had attached himself to my son because my son could see him. She also reassured me that decorative quartz crystal sun catchers in my son's bedroom windows, along with a crystal and a wind chime, were preventing him from entering our property. That was why he always remained outside. Her description matched something I remembered from the news. Around the same time these events had occurred, there had been a highly publicized inquest. A young man, a key witness in a pedophile ring case, had been murdered. His body had been dumped under concrete near the Alexandra Canal in St. Peter's. He had no proper grave. The timing, the circumstances, and the description matched almost perfectly. Once I put it all together, the whole situation felt deeply sad rather than frightening. Whatever had been there wasn't evil. It was lost. And eventually it moved on. This happened around Christmas time in 2015. I can't remember the exact date. only that it was somewhere in that strange in-between period when it feels like Christmas but it isn't actually Christmas Day yet. The weather was hot, the days were long, and everything had that lazy summer feeling you only get in Australia at the end of the year. There was nothing special planned that night. It was just one of those ordinary evenings that quietly turns into something you never forget. My dad, for reasons I still don't fully understand, has become one of the biggest deniers of anything paranormal. This definitely rubbed off from my stepmom. She's a wonderful woman, genuinely kind and caring, but also the biggest nihilist I've ever met. They'd been together since I was a kid, so growing up I was well trained in listening to long explanations about why ghosts don't exist, why there's always a logical explanation, and why people only see strange things because they want to. The frustrating part is that my dad has had some incredible ghost encounters himself. Honestly, in my opinion, he's had one of the best ghost encounters of all time. It happened many years ago, back when he actually believed in this sort of thing. He used to talk about it openly. But over time, something changed. These days, if I asked him about any of his experiences, he'll admit that something happened, but then immediately shut it down. He'll say something like, "Yeah, that happened. I don't know who or what it was, but it's not a ghost. There's no such thing." And that's the end of it. He has a very short fuse when it comes to the topic now. My stepmom, on the other hand, absolutely loves talking about ghosts, but only so she can explain in great detail how much she doesn't believe in them. If anyone brings up anything even slightly unusual around them, it turns into a 20-minute lecture. Sometimes longer. It can genuinely go on all night. There's no interrupting, no changing the subject, and no getting a word in. You just have to sit there and let it happen. Very festive energy. Very Christmas spirit. This story isn't actually about my dad or stepmom directly though. It's about my dad's mate H. H was one of those guys who looked terrifying at first glance. He was tough in a way that felt real, not put on. The kind of tough that comes from a hard life. People literally called him Machete. He even looked like Danny Trejo. Same height, same solid build, same presence. His nose had been broken more than once in fights, and the tips of a couple of his fingers were missing from goodness knows what. He looked like someone you wouldn't want to cross. But despite all that, he was actually a very gentle man with the people he loved. He was loyal to a fault. However, if anyone mistreated someone he cared about, especially women, he could flip in an instant. He absolutely hated violence towards women. That was one line you never crossed around him. I saw him floor men twice his size without hesitation if he thought someone was being mistreated. H passed away in 2009, and his absence was felt deeply. One thing H and my dad used to argue about constantly was music. Dad is a massive Frank Zappa fan. In his mind, pretty much any music that isn't Frank Zappa is inferior by default. H loved bands like Rush and similar progressive rock. This was a regular source of playful arguments between them. So on this particular evening, it must have been around 7 at night. The sun was still up, and it was warm, that golden summer light filling the house. There were about 5 people sitting in the lounge room. Everyone was talking at once. Multiple conversations, lots of noise, laughter, and overlapping voices. Dad was right in his element, passionately explaining why the guitarist from Deep Purple was terrible. In my opinion, his main crime seemed to be that he wasn't Frank Zappa. Dad was really going for it, getting louder and more animated as he spoke. Then it happened. Thump. 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 Thump thump. The sound came from the carpeted lounge room floor. It was heavy and deliberate, not random. The kind of noise you could feel through your feet. Out of everyone in the room, only myself and another guy, L, noticed it. L had been deep in another conversation, but we both stopped at the same time and looked around. When H was alive, he had a habit of stomping his feet when he got excited. It didn't matter if he was agreeing, laughing, or strongly disagreeing with something. That was just him. And right then, my immediate thought was that H absolutely did not agree with Dad's Deep Purple rant. I didn't want to trigger a lecture, so I decided to be sneaky. I casually asked. Is your dryer on? I think it's running away. I get a strange kind of joy out of including non-believers in paranormal moments without directly calling them paranormal. My stepmom responded immediately, almost too quickly. It's a fox under the house. The speed of her response surprised me. They've had foxes in their yard over the years, and at least one had gotten under the house before. Dad believes this because of some digging around the base of the house. I hear regular updates about their fox situation, so it wasn't a strange thing for her to say. Except it didn't make sense this time. Earlier that same day, Dad had told me he'd blocked the hole where the fox had been getting in. He'd even shown me what he'd done. This was the most recent fox update. On top of that, the fox had apparently died during a council burn-off across the road. The local council had burned off a nearby block, and the fox had supposedly been caught in it. So according to the logic I'd been given, the fox was dead, and even if it wasn't, it couldn't get under the house anymore. The thumping stopped as soon as I mentioned the dryer. Trying to keep it light, I said, "We should unblock the hole so the fox can get out." They replied that the hole was already blocked. That made no sense to me at all. I said, "But there's a fox thumping under the house." Dad started getting annoyed. "No, I blocked the hole this time." Both Elle and I spoke up at the same time. "Then what's making the noise?" And, "Didn't you hear that thumping?" You could feel it through the floor. It wasn't subtle. They explained it away by saying the fox must have been knocking a pipe under the house. That explanation felt ridiculous, but no one pushed it. The atmosphere shifted back to normal, conversations resumed, and Dad continued tearing into deep purple. Then it happened again. More thumping. At that point, I started thinking about the possibility of communicating. If this really was H, he seemed to have full control over the noise. The idea that communication might be possible crossed my mind. H was always interested in supernatural topics when he was alive, so I think he would have loved the idea. But the fox had become their safety net. Every strange thing now had an explanation ready to go. So I kept quiet. A short while later, on a different night, there was more thumping in the lounge. This time it was much later. We were talking about an old TV show called The Bill, which we had all watched together back when H was alive. There was laughter, memories, jokes. The mood was warm and familiar. The thumping happened again, and this time it felt different. It felt comfortable. Like H had never left. H had absolutely hated one of the characters, Tony Stamp. I almost expected to hear one of his loud, politically incorrect rants about Tony's incompetence. He used to go on long tirades that were hilarious but completely unsensible. This time, the thumping wasn't really acknowledged. Or maybe it was, just quietly. Dad muttered, almost to himself, "There goes the fox again." That was it. I didn't count how many thumps there were. I remember two close together, then another about a minute later. I wasn't scared. I wasn't ignoring it either. I was enjoying it. It felt normal. It felt like H. When H visited, he always dragged one of the kitchen chairs into the lounge and sat beside the fireplace. There were plenty of armchairs, but he always chose that spot. During the Deep Purple rant, the thumps seemed to come from that exact area. During the Bill conversation, I didn't notice the direction. I'll never believe this was all caused by a fox banging pipes under the house. Especially when the hole had been blocked weeks earlier, and the fox was supposedly dead. Foxes are quiet, agile creatures. They don't stomp around making heavy rhythmic noises. And the council burn-off story doesn't add up either. Any fox would have fled as soon as workers arrived. The only thing I still can't explain is my dad and stepmom's reasoning. They might not believe H comes to visit them, but at least they believe in foxes. The first of these experiences happened to my mum around 1962. She would have been about 8 or 9 years old at the time. Even now, all these decades later, the memory is still incredibly vivid for her. It had such a deep emotional impact that it shaped the way she thought about the universe for the rest of her life. From that moment on, she developed a strong interest in extraterrestrials, other dimensions, and things that exist beyond normal human understanding. What it did not give her, unfortunately, was any interest or ability in computers, which is why I'm writing all of this on her behalf. Mum would genuinely love to know if anyone else has experienced anything like this, or if anyone has theories about what these events could have been. She's spent most of her life wondering about them. Back in 1962, Mum and her family were staying in a holiday house out in the country for a few days. She doesn't remember who owned the house, only that it didn't belong to them and that the owners weren't there at the time. It was one of those quiet rural places, the kind where the air feels different and everything seems a little slower. It was a warm day, and Mum remembers being inside the house when something completely unexpected happened. Without any warning at all, what she describes as a fireball suddenly appeared inside the house. She doesn't remember seeing it enter through a door or window. It was simply there, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The fireball was about the size of a basketball. It looked like it was made of orange flame, bright and alive, but not like a normal fire. It didn't flicker the way flames usually do. It seemed more solid, more contained. Along with its appearance came a sound. It was loud, deep, and mechanical, almost like a motor. Mum has always described it as being similar to a lawnmower or a Harley motorbike, but she's very clear that the actual sound itself was unlike anything she's heard before or since. What made it even stranger was the way it moved. The fireball flew around the house with incredible agility. It moved through different rooms smoothly and confidently, turning corners and changing direction with ease. It seemed to have a clear awareness of its surroundings. It avoided walls, door frames, and furniture effortlessly, as though it could see exactly where it was going and understood the layout of the house. Despite looking like a ball of flame, Mum couldn't feel any heat coming from it. And this wasn't from a lack of trying. Mum, even as a small child, was curious and fearless. Instead of being scared, she was completely thrilled. She chased the fireball around the house, running from room to room, trying to get closer to it, trying to touch it, trying to understand what it was. That reaction alone tells you a lot about her personality. Most kids would have screamed or hidden. Mum chased it because she wanted to make friends with it. After a short time, the fireball flew toward the open front door and exited the house. As it did, it passed right by my grandfather, who was either standing outside or just coming in. He reacted in the only way anyone reasonably could, shouting something along the lines of, "Jesus bloody Christ!" Mum followed the fireball outside without hesitation. She watched as it zoomed upward into the sky, moving fast and confidently, until it disappeared into the atmosphere and was gone completely. Once it was gone, Mum became deeply upset. The excitement she'd felt instantly turned into sadness. She was heartbroken that it had left. She went outside and waited, standing there for a long time, hoping it would come back. She kept looking up at the sky, watching, waiting, wishing, but it never returned. Even now, when she talks about that moment, she becomes emotional. There was something about that encounter that felt important to her, something she couldn't quite explain but never forgot. Years later, when I was a teenager, I asked my grandmother about this story. She was immediately reluctant to talk about it. Her first response was something like, "Now, what's your mother doing telling you about that?" It was clear that it wasn't something she liked revisiting. After a bit of gentle pushing and pleading, she eventually admitted that something loud and bright had indeed flown around the house, with Mum chasing after it. My grandmother told the story from a very different perspective. She wasn't fascinated or excited by it. She was focused on keeping her child safe and still. Her main concern was stopping Mum from running after something unknown and potentially dangerous. Because of that, she didn't pay close attention to details. She remembered it being loud, fast, and bright, but that was about it. My auntie apparently hid behind furniture, terrified. My uncles were very young at the time and didn't really understand what was happening. At one point my grandmother summed it up with frustration, saying something like, "And your mother chased it! She was a devil." That was my mum in a nutshell. The next strange experience happened much later, sometime in the late 1970s. By then, Mum was in her mid-20s. She was home alone one night, getting ready for bed. Everything was quiet and normal. Then, without warning, a loud, deep humming sound started. It seemed to come from directly above the house. Mum didn't look out the window, but she wasn't afraid. The sound filled the air and was strong enough that the house itself began to vibrate. The floor rumbled beneath her feet. She has always said that this sound was different from the sound the fireball made. Again, it wasn't like anything else she's ever heard. It wasn't a plane, a truck, or anything familiar. It simply started, stayed for a short time, and then stopped. When it stopped, the house stopped vibrating. There was no sound of anything arriving or leaving. It didn't fade away. It just ended. As a side note, this was the same house that was located opposite another house involved in a separate strange experience known as the Green Room incident. I doubt there's a connection, but it's an interesting coincidence. The final set of experiences happened much more recently, around 2010. It was close to Christmas, and I was staying at Mum's place. I'd just gone to bed. The bedrooms are located at the back of the house. I couldn't have been lying there for more than a minute when the room suddenly lit up. The light was bright and filled the entire space. It lasted for a couple of seconds, then vanished, plunging the room back into darkness. I sat up immediately, my heart racing. My first thought was that someone was outside taking photos. The curtains were closed, and I remember thinking how stupid that would be, because all a camera flash would capture would be reflections. Then the room lit up again. This time I was certain the light was coming from the window. I jumped out of bed without turning any lights on and ran to the back door, switching the outside light on. I looked out into the backyard, but there was nothing there. No one. No movement. I ran to Mum's room because her window had a better view of the yard. Still nothing. I woke her up, telling her I thought someone was outside and that I was going to call the police. She told me not to. Then she casually explained that this had been happening for over 10 years. That stopped me cold. According to Mum, it didn't matter where she was or what time it was. Day or night, indoors or outdoors, the same thing would happen. Something would light up for a couple of seconds. Sometimes it was an entire room. Sometimes it was a tree. Sometimes it was a whole house. Once, she even saw a traffic light light up in this strange way while she was waiting at an intersection. On one occasion, she said I was lit up by it, though I had no memory of it at all. Whenever it happened, she felt happy. It made her smile. She never felt fear. She always wondered if some kind of entity was responsible, something that followed her around, even out in public places. I experienced this light phenomenon one more time myself, around 2012. Again, it was at Mum's house. I was sitting in the lounge room. There was a lamp on, but it gave off very dim light. Suddenly, the entire room lit up for a couple of seconds. The light was white, but not harsh. What struck me immediately was how it affected colors. Nothing turned black and white, but all colors were muted, faded, as if the life had been drained out of them slightly. Another strange thing was that the light cast no shadows at all. It had no direction. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. That oddness clicked into place for me then. I realized that even the first time I saw it through the window, the light had been strange. The curtains glowed brighter, but the light itself didn't behave normally. It wasn't like a torch or headlights or a flash. I also noticed a very subtle clicking sound. One click when the light appeared, and another when it disappeared. Neither Mum nor I are afraid of any of this. But it leaves a big unanswered question. What is actually going on? Mum has believed for many years that all of these experiences are connected to extraterrestrials. That idea makes sense to her. I've wondered if the light could be something else, maybe an elemental spirit of some kind. But then there's the question of why it would follow her around, even in public places. The humming over the house in the 1970s could be explained as a helicopter, but Mum is adamant it wasn't. She's certain it sounded nothing like one. Unfortunately, she never asked the neighbors, and none of them ever mentioned anything unusual. The fireball remains the most fascinating part for me. especially because it still brings Mum to tears when she remembers it leaving. She considers that encounter a very positive experience right up until the moment it disappeared. It's important to stress that she wasn't compelled or hypnotized into chasing it. She chased it because she wanted to. She wanted to interact with it, to connect with it. As my grandmother said, she's a devil. Sometimes I wonder if, had Mum not chased it, it might have stayed longer. In January 1989, right in the middle of an Australian summer, I was working as a supervisor for a large telephone company in Sydney's northern suburbs. I had around 30 maintenance technicians under me, and our job was to keep people's phone services working. We were the ones who got sent out when a customer's line went dead, when calls dropped out, when voices crackled on the line, or when the phone simply refused to give that familiar dial tone. To do that work well, you had to think in a very particular way. You had to stay calm. You had to gather facts, not feelings. You had to look at the situation like a puzzle, step by step, and follow it to the most logical answer. You learned quickly that guessing wastes time. You learned that most mysteries had ordinary causes: a loose connection, a corroded joint, water in a pit, a damaged cable, an old socket that had been bumped one too many times. We were trained to be skeptical, and most of us were proud of it. If someone mentioned ghosts, we usually rolled our eyes. Not because we thought people were stupid, but because in our line of work, almost everything had a physical explanation. That is why I still remember the day my thinking started to shift, even if only a little. It began with a call from one of my technicians. I'll call him Gary. Gary wasn't the type to waste time, and he definitely wasn't the type to spin stories. He was steady, reliable, and usually calm on the phone. That day, though, his voice sounded different. Not panicked, not dramatic, but serious in a way that made me pause. He told me he was at a customer's house, and the complaint was the usual one: the line kept going dead. The strange thing was that he could not find any clear fault. He had checked what he could check, tested what he could test, and everything looked normal. Yet the customer insisted the problem was real and kept happening. Then Gary hesitated, and said something that made me almost laugh out of habit. He said the customer believed it was a ghost. If Gary had been joking, I would have told him to get back to work and stop messing around. But he wasn't joking. His tone was controlled, almost uncomfortable, like he didn't want to repeat the words out loud. He said the woman in the house talked about the ghost as if it was a normal part of living there. He also said that while he was working, he kept getting a strong feeling that someone was standing behind him, peering over his shoulder while he checked the connections. He didn't claim to see anything. He didn't claim anything dramatic. He just kept feeling watched. Normally, I would have dismissed it as nerves in an unfamiliar house, or even just the awkwardness of working while a customer hovered nearby. But Gary said the woman wasn't hovering. She wasn't anxious or frantic either. She was calm, polite, almost amused by the whole situation. And Gary, for his part, sounded like he wanted someone else there. Not because he was afraid, exactly, but because he couldn't square what he felt with what he knew. Instead of laughing, I found myself telling him I'd come out and meet him. Part of it was responsibility. If a job was dragging on without a solution, a supervisor stepping in was normal. But if I'm honest, part of it was curiosity too. Gary sounded too sincere to ignore. I wanted to see what kind of customer this was, what kind of house, what kind of problem. I wanted to confirm whether this was simply a case of a person reporting faults that weren't real, or whether something in the environment was being missed. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was the house itself. It was an old two-story home in the historic part of Fairlight, a suburb on Sydney's northern beaches. Fairlight has that particular mix of quiet streets, older homes, and sea air that seems to settle on everything. The house looked well kept, but older homes often hide older wiring and older connections. From a technician's perspective, old doesn't automatically mean bad, but it does mean you pay attention. Old materials can become brittle. Old joints can corrode. Old cabling can behave strangely when temperature shifts, moisture creeps in, or something gets disturbed. Gary met me outside and gave me the quick summary again. He said he couldn't find a fault in the line that explained why it kept going dead. He said the woman had told him, in a casual voice, not to worry because the ghost was always on his best behavior when visitors were around. Gary said the line had tested fine while he was there, but the customer insisted that during the night, or at random moments, it would go dead. It would stay dead for a while and then, just as mysteriously, come back on. We went inside, and I introduced myself to the customer. For privacy, I'll keep calling her Mrs. Smith. She was exactly as Gary described, well-spoken, witty, and sharp. Nothing about her suggested confusion. She didn't seem desperate for attention, and she didn't come across as someone building drama. If anything, she seemed almost entertained by the situation, as though she had made peace with it a long time ago. She had tea ready for us, already poured into cups, like she had been expecting company. We sat down, and she explained the pattern of the fault. It wasn't constant. It was unpredictable. She'd lift the handset and hear nothing. No dial tone. Just dead silence. Sometimes it would last a few minutes, sometimes longer, sometimes overnight. Other times it would behave perfectly, as if nothing had happened. While she talked, I did what technicians do even during a conversation. I watched for consistency. I listened for contradictions. I tried to notice whether the story changed as she spoke. It didn't. Her story stayed steady, and the details matched the type of fault we usually chased: intermittent, hard to capture, and cruelly timed. Then she said something that would have sounded ridiculous anywhere else, but in her living room it landed with strange calm. She said the ghost's name was Arthur. Not a ghost, not something, but Arthur, like a neighbor or an old family friend. She told us that Arthur seemed interested in phone and power lines. That, she said, was where most of her trouble lived. And she pointed out that the one device that gave her the most grief was the cordless phone upstairs, the kind that needed a phone line connection and a power supply to operate properly. That detail, finally, gave me something practical to focus on. Cordless phones can fail in ways that confuse customers. Power supplies can weaken. Base units can be sensitive. A faulty device can sometimes affect the line itself. It wasn't the most common cause, but it wasn't impossible. It was also a simple first step: swap the equipment and remove that variable. So I replaced the upstairs cordless phone. I didn't make a big show of it. I just told her we'd start there, and I asked her to keep an eye on it overnight. I also told her I would return the next day. She agreed easily, as if this were not the first time she had watched a technician come and go. Gary seemed relieved that I had taken the job seriously. Back at the depot later, I decided to dig deeper. If a fault had been reported repeatedly at the same address, the history usually showed patterns. I sat down with a strong cup of coffee and pulled up the records. The screen filled with years of fault reports from that one house. It went back 5 years in the electronic system. It might have gone back even further in paper records, but those weren't always entered into the database. Still, 5 years was enough to show the truth of one thing: this customer had been dealing with the same problem for a long time. What shocked me wasn't just the number of entries. It was the outcome printed on nearly every one. No fault found. Again and again. Different technicians. Different dates. Same outcome. Only once did a technician ever find a fault that could be proven, and that fault had been found out in the street the year before and already repaired. Everything else was a dead end. Either the line behaved normally while the technician was there, or the fault disappeared before it could be captured. Anyone who has done this kind of work knows that can happen. Intermittent faults are the hardest ones. They make people look foolish, both the customer and the technician, because either can prove what they know they experienced. I also checked the notes, written by 2 other technicians who had attended the place most recently. Both had also written no fault found. One of them was my own depot boss, the most experienced technician we had, a man who had seen everything from simple line breaks to bizarre faults caused by water, insects, human error, and weird electrical interactions. His note wasn't technical at all. It simply said something like, The bloody house is haunted. The other technician was new and had only been in the job for a few months. His note dismissed the customer, calling her a nutcase. I didn't like that note. It didn't feel professional, and it didn't match my impression of Mrs. Smith. She might believe in ghosts, but that didn't mean she was mentally unsound. Plenty of people believe strange things and still report real problems. A technician's job isn't to judge beliefs. It's to fix faults. The next day I drove back to Fairlight. Gary didn't come with me. We had too much work stacked up and he was needed elsewhere, and I felt confident I could handle the next steps alone. Mrs. Smith told me that during the night the line had gone dead again, and then, at some point, it had returned. It was working when I arrived. I asked a question that seemed simple but mattered a lot. When the fault happened, did it affect both phones or only the cordless upstairs? She admitted she had only checked the cordless phone upstairs. She hadn't gone downstairs to test the other phone during the outage. I felt a quiet frustration at that. If we had known both phones were dead at the same time, that would strongly point away from a single handset and toward wiring or line issues. If only the cordless was dead, we might be dealing with a faulty device or power problem. Without that information, we were still half blind. Still, I didn't blame her. Customers aren't trained to think like technicians. They just want the phone to work. To remove doubt, I replaced the downstairs phone as well, just to be safe. Then I began asking her more about frequency. How often did the line go dead? Did she report it every time? Was there a certain time of day it happened, or certain weather, or anything consistent? She admitted the truth in a way that made me feel both sympathetic and determined. She didn't report it every time. The fault happened so often that sometimes she felt embarrassed calling us again. She would wait and hope it came back. Often it did. That told me the fault was real and frequent enough to disrupt her life, and it told me she wasn't doing this for attention. If anything, she wanted to avoid attention. I also realized something important. Unless the fault happened while I was standing there with my tools, I might spend days guessing. I needed a way to catch it in the act, or at least gather evidence while it happened. So I gave her clear instructions for the next outage, but I explained it in simple, careful terms. I told her, when you discover the line is dead, check the upstairs cordless first, and see if there is a dial tone. If it's dead, unplug it from the phone line. Then go downstairs and check the other phone. If that one is dead too, unplug it as well. Then go back upstairs, plug the cordless back in, and check again to see if the dial tone returns. I told her the goal wasn't to fix it herself, but to learn whether one phone could be triggering the issue. If the fault changed depending on what was plugged in, that would tell us something. She agreed, taking the instructions seriously. The next day I returned, and she told me she followed the steps. The result wasn't what I hoped. It didn't seem to matter which phone was unplugged. The line stayed dead for her while she tried, and then it returned later during the night, without any clear trigger. At that point, I started to suspect the fault was outside the house, out in the street cable or the main connection point. Those faults can be sneaky. They can appear under certain conditions and vanish under others. Sometimes just touching a connection or moving wires slightly can temporarily fix it, which makes the fault disappear right as you start testing. That is one of the most maddening things about the job. So I took a more decisive step. I isolated the house wiring from the street cable by disconnecting the wires at the main connection point where the street line joined the house. This allowed us to test the line coming from the street separately from the wiring inside the house. I had my testers back at the depot check the line. They reported that the street line tested okay. That was frustrating, but it also narrowed the field. If the street side looked fine when disconnected, then why did the line keep failing when connected? So I reconnected the house wiring to the street line. And the moment I did, the line went dead. Now we were getting somewhere. I tested again and found the line was open, which is what you see when a circuit is broken somewhere. It can indicate a cut line, a broken conductor, or a connection that has failed completely. It wasn't a vague result. It was clear. The fault was showing itself right there, right then. under my hands. I felt the kind of relief technicians feel when a problem finally stops hiding. At least now it was real in front of me, measurable and traceable. I told Mrs. Smith I had identified where the fault seemed to be. She smiled, calm as ever, and said something like, "Arthur must be getting used to you, this being your third visit." I didn't laugh. I didn't argue either. At that point, I was too focused on the fault. But I did notice that she spoke with such certainty, as if she had no doubt in her own mind about what was happening. The most reasonable explanation was that the main connection point itself was intermittently faulty. It might have been corroded, loose, or simply worn out. It might have been making and breaking contact depending on tiny movements, temperature, or moisture. These boxes can fail in ways that don't show up until a specific moment, and then they suddenly behave normally again. So I replaced the termination box, the point where the street line joined into the house wiring. After replacing it, I had the line tested again. This time it was working. Mrs. Smith laughed out loud, pleased, and said, "Arthur really does like you." I looked at her sharply at first, but then I realized she wasn't mocking me. She wasn't trying to embarrass me or make me feel foolish. She genuinely believed what she was saying. To her, the repair wasn't just a repair. It was proof that Arthur approved of me, or at least tolerated me. I told her I would leave it for now and call her again in a few days, confident that I had solved the problem. The fix made technical sense. It matched the symptoms. It also explained why so many technicians had found no fault. If the termination point was intermittent, it could behave perfectly while they were there and fail later when no one could see it. 3 days later, I rang her. She told me there had been no further problems. Her voice sounded a little stunned, as if she had grown used to the phone failing and wasn't sure she trusted the silence of a working line. I told her if it happened again, she should report it, and I would come back. 2 months passed and I heard nothing. Like most work problems, it began to fade into the pile of other jobs, other addresses, other faults. But then, during morning tea at work, I was talking to another technician when he casually mentioned a haunted house in Fairlight. I nearly choked on my coffee. I said, without even thinking, "Let me guess, you didn't find any fault there." He stared at me for a moment, surprised, like I had read his mind. That's when I realized the calls hadn't stopped. Faults were still being reported. The work was still going out. But the programmers had been assigning it to other technicians, not to me. I didn't know whether to feel annoyed or amused. Maybe someone thought I'd done my time there. Maybe they thought it was a waste. Or maybe it was simply chance. Either way, I never went back. In July of that same year, the entire company went through a massive restructure. We went from being a government organization to a private corporation. People were moved, relocated, reassigned. I was redeployed too. My team changed, my routines changed, and that outhouse in Fairlight became just another story told over tea breaks. About 10 years later, I told my wife about what had happened. I didn't tell it like a ghost story. I told it like a stubborn fault that refused to behave and a customer who happened to believe in something I didn't. But my wife, being my wife, insisted on driving out to Fairlight just to see the house for herself. When we arrived, she looked at its position on the street and immediately pointed out something I had never noticed during my visits, even though I had stood there multiple times. The house sat at a crossroads. And for a moment, standing there in the light, with traffic passing and the world feeling normal, I remembered Mrs. Smith's calm smile, Gary's uneasy feeling of being watched, my boss's note, the endless no-fault found reports, and the way the line had died the instant I reconnected the wiring. I still don't claim it was a ghost. I still believe in wires and connections and logical causes. But I also learned something that summer. Even when you live by facts and tests, some situations leave a strange echo behind them, like a question you can't fully close, even after the line starts working again. In 2014, my husband and I started taking riding lessons out in the suburb of Box Hill, about 42 kilometers northwest of Sydney, in the Hills District area. It became our little routine. About once a month we would pack our riding gear into the boot of our SUV and make the drive from home out to the rural edges of the city. It took around 2 hours for us, depending on traffic and what the roads were like that day. The closer we got, the more the scenery changed. Suburban streets gave way to wider stretches of road, more open land, and that quiet feeling you get when the city starts to fall behind you. The lessons were something we looked forward to. They weren't long, usually just an hour, but they felt like a proper break from everything else. We'd arrive with our boots and helmets and gloves, feeling slightly out of place at first, like two adults trying something we should have learned when we were teenagers. But it didn't take long before that awkwardness faded. There was something grounding about being around horses, about stepping into a paddock and having to focus completely on what you were doing. You couldn't half pay attention around animals that large. You either showed up fully or you didn't. Our instructor's name was Sandy. She was a trim, agile woman in her late 60s, and she moved with the confident ease of someone who had spent a lifetime around horses. Even at that age she still competed in local gymkhanas, and sometimes she was asked to judge competitions as well. One of my work colleagues, who was learning dressage from her, had recommended her to us, and I was glad they did. Sandy had a dry, quick sense of humor, a sharp eye for mistakes, and a calm patience that didn't feel soft. It felt solid. She didn't flatter you. If you did something well, she said so, but you could tell she didn't hand out praise cheaply. She had one motto she repeated often: be firm, but kind. She meant it in a very practical way. Horses needed boundaries, but they also needed steady hands. They responded to calm confidence far more than they responded to force or fear. That was one of the first lessons she drilled into us, even before we were properly riding on our own. Sandy was well respected in the local equestrian community. She kept several horses on her property, including horses that belonged to other owners. People trusted her with their animals, and some owners allowed her to use their horses for the occasional lesson because it kept the horses exercised and used to being handled and ridden. For us, that meant we got exposure to different personalities and different body types. Not all horses felt the same under a saddle, and not all horses reacted the same way to a beginner's hands or shifting weight. Those sessions weren't just about sitting on a horse and moving in circles. Sandy taught us the small things that mattered, the details that stop accidents before they start. She taught us how to approach a horse that was several times our size without startling it, how to move slowly and confidently so the horse didn't feel threatened. She showed us how to adjust the stirrups to the right length, how to check the girth properly so the saddle didn't slide, how to put on a bridle without fumbling and making the horse impatient. She explained the way horses read your body language, how they sense hesitation, and how your nerves can travel straight down your arms into the reins. On windy days, when the horses were a bit jumpy at every rustle and fluttering leaf, she'd shift the lesson into practical handling. We practiced tying knots to secure a horse to the railing properly, knots that held firm but could be released quickly if needed. We learned how to ask a horse to lift its hoof so we could check for stones, and how to do it in a way that didn't make the horse uncomfortable or suspicious. We used the currycomb to groom them, working in small circles along the coat. The horses loved that part. You could see it in the way they relaxed, the way they leaned slightly into the pressure, like it was a massage. We loved those lessons, especially because Sandy made us focus on basics every time. Shoulders down, back straight, eyes forward, heels down, toes pointed straight ahead in the stirrups. Those words became a steady soundtrack. The more I tried, the more I realized riding wasn't just about sitting there. It was balance, posture, muscle memory, and learning not to tense up. Sandy would watch carefully, then call out a correction with the timing of someone who knew exactly when you were about to slip into a bad habit. One thing she found amusing was that I seemed to do better without stirrups. Most people feel safer with their feet locked in, but Sandy would make us ride at the start of each lesson with our feet out of the stirrups to force us to focus on balance. I actually found it easier. With stirrups I would stiffen and overthink. Without them, I had to relax into the saddle, and somehow that made my seat stronger. Sandy laughed about it in that dry way of hers, like she didn't quite approve of my weird little advantage. But she couldn't deny it either. Most of the time I rode a horse named Jessie. Jessie was a pretty red chestnut mare, about 15 hands high. She was not too hard to mount, especially with the help of a tree stump Sandy used like a natural mounting block. Jessie was patient, and she didn't try to intimidate me. But she had a trot that felt choppy to my body. It took a while for me to learn her rhythm. Trotting was my weak point. I always felt like I was bouncing at the wrong time, out of sync, trying too hard. Sandy kept telling me to soften my hips, to breathe, to move with the horse instead of fighting it. Easier said than done. But month by month I improved, little by little. My husband's regular horse was Ellie. Ellie was the complete opposite of Jessie in size. Ellie was a big, sweet-natured Australian draft horse, the kind that makes you think of old farm work and strong, steady power. She was calm and gentle, but enormous. I always thought she looked like she had a mix of something like Clydesdale or Shire in her, with maybe a bit of thoroughbred thrown in. She had a dark, glossy bay coat, and she stood around 19 hands high. My husband is 6'2", and even next to him Ellie looked tall and solid, like a living wall of muscle and calmness. One day, Jessie was away with her owner, and Sandy told us we need to share Ellie for the lesson. I remember standing there and looking up at Ellie and feeling a little stunned. Jessie was small enough that I could imagine myself handling her, even if I still felt like a beginner. Ellie was something else entirely. I'm only 5'1". Ellie towered above me. When I stood near her shoulder I felt like I was standing beside a large animal that could, without meaning to, knock me over with the shift of a hip. Ellie wasn't scary, but her size made me very aware of my own. Instead of the tree stump, Sandy brought out a proper mounting block with 2 steps. I had to climb up onto it just to be level enough to swing my leg into the saddle. When I finally settled onto Ellie's back, the height felt unreal. It was like looking at the world from a higher floor of a building. I could see more of the paddock. I could see the top railings with a strange angle. Even the ground looked farther away than it should. Ellie's back was broad, too. Jessie felt narrow enough that my legs could wrap around her sides in a way that made me feel connected. Ellie was so wide that my legs didn't fully reach in the same way. At first it felt like sitting astride something too big for me to hold. I was not used to that shape under me. I gripped with my knees out of instinct, and then immediately tried to relax because Sandy was always telling us not to clamp down and tense. Sandy decided we would still do the lesson the way we usually did at the start. She had me drop my feet out of the stirrups and put my hands on my head. It sounds ridiculous until you do it. With your hands off the reins and your feet out of the stirrups, you feel every movement of the horse. It forces you to sit properly. Sandy held the lunge rope and walked Ellie around the paddock in a circle. It was safe. Controlled. Slow. At first, I felt awkward and very aware of my height above the ground. But Ellie moved with a long, flowing stride that felt completely different from Jessie. Where Jessie's trot felt like a quick series of bumps, Ellie's movement was smooth, like a gentle rocking. It was almost like sitting in an armchair that was being carried around. The longer we went, the more my body stopped bracing and started moving naturally with her. There was a moment, somewhere in the middle of that circuit, where I realized I actually felt comfortable. Not scared, but genuinely comfortable. I let my shoulders drop. I let my breathing slow. I felt the calmness of the horse under me, and it did something to my nervous system, like it switched off a background hum I hadn't noticed was there. I even closed my eyes for a few seconds. Not because I was careless, but because the motion was so steady and soothing. I could hear Sandy's voice now and then, giving corrections, and I could hear the soft rhythm of Ellie's hooves on the sand. There was a quietness in it, the kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty. It feels full of simple, steady things: breath, movement, balance. Sandy was pleased with my progress that day, and that was not something that happened often. She said my seat had improved. She said my back was nice and straight. She said I looked balanced. I remember feeling a small, proud warmth at hearing that. I didn't show off, but inside I was pleased. Sandy's compliments meant something because she didn't hand them out just to be nice. Eventually the lesson ended. Sandy brought Ellie to a stop. She said something to my husband, and I saw him move into position beside Ellie, but I hadn't caught the instruction clearly. Normally you dismount from the left side of a horse. That's how we had been taught. That's how the tack and habits are designed. But for some reason, my husband was standing on Ellie's right side instead. I assumed he was just standing there to be nearby. I didn't realize Sandy had positioned him there to help me down. Before either of them could stop me, I started dismounting the way I thought made sense in the moment. I swung my right leg over Ellie's rump. Then I took my left foot out of the stirrup iron. And then, without really thinking through the height, I released my grip on the pommel. The moment my body left the saddle, I realized my mistake. It was a long way down. A long, long way down. What I remember most is not screaming or flailing. What I remember is this strange calm that settled over me, fast and heavy, like a blanket. It was as if my mind decided panic would be useless and shut it off. In that calm, I heard something that didn't feel like my own thoughts. It was quiet, firm, and steady, reminding me to relax and stay calm. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was simply there, like a clear instruction. I took a deep breath in. I let it out slowly. And as I did, my limbs seemed to melt. That sounds strange, but that's the best way to describe it. My muscles stopped locking. My body went loose, almost boneless, like it had given up trying to fight gravity and instead chose to flow with it. People talk about time slowing down during accidents. In that moment, it truly felt like time stretched. Those seconds felt longer than they should have, like someone had pulled them out into thin, elastic strands. I had enough time to notice the air, the angle of the ground, the strange floating sensation of falling. It felt unreal, like my body was moving through a slowed-down version of the world. Then I hit the sand. My right shoulder took the main impact. The shock ran through me in a sharp, bone-jarring jolt. I wasn't knocked out, but my breath caught and my vision blurred for a moment. I was lying there on the hard-packed sand of the paddock, and before I could even properly register what had happened, I saw Ellie's hooves. 2 dark, hairy legs, hooves as large as saucers, right in front of my eyes. And I heard a command, urgent and clear. Move. It didn't feel like something I thought up. It felt like something I was told. Without thinking, without hesitating, I tucked my arms and legs in and rolled away, curling into myself and shifting my body as fast as I could across the sand. A moment later, Ellie's great iron-shod hooves stamped down where I had been, a heavy thud thump that vibrated through the ground. The sound was so close it made my stomach drop. Ellie wasn't trying to hurt me, but she was restless, startled by the sudden movement and the awkwardness of me falling beneath her. My husband and Sandy rushed toward me. Sandy grabbed Ellie and secured her quickly, steady hands on the rope, calming her down the way only experienced horse people can. My husband bent down and offered his hand to help me up, his face pale with shock. I could see he was imagining broken bones, torn ligaments, something serious. Sandy's expression was tight too, not panicked, but sharply focused. I got to my feet carefully. My knees felt weak. My body felt shaky, but not in the way you feel after exercise. In the way you feel after a near miss. I did a quick mental scan, checking if my head felt dizzy, if my ribs hurt, if I could breathe properly, if my legs could hold me. Then I focused on my shoulder. My right shoulder ached, deep and strong, but I could move it. I rotated the joint slowly, carefully, expecting pain that would stop me. But the movement was there. It wasn't pleasant, but it worked. No obvious dislocation. No immediate sign of a fracture. My fingers worked. My arm lifted. I felt sore but intact. Both Sandy and my husband looked at me like they couldn't quite believe it. They said it was a miracle. And honestly, standing there in the sand, rubbing my shoulder, I felt the same disbelief. I was not a young person bouncing back from a tumble. I was on the wrong side of 50. A fall like that could have ended very badly. It could have meant months of recovery, surgery, or worse. Yet here I was, standing, breathing, moving, still whole. As I tried to steady myself, I thought of that old proverb about pride and a haughty spirit going before a fall. It made me almost laugh, even through the pain, because just minutes earlier I had been quietly pleased with myself for doing well, for sitting tall and balanced, for earning Sandy's rare praise. And then, in one foolish moment, I had stepped off a horse the wrong way and learned how quickly the ground can rush up to meet you. But there was something else too, something that stayed with me longer than the bruise. That calm voice. That strange instruction to relax, to stay loose, to move. The timing of it. The way it seemed to arrive right when I needed it. The way my body responded, melting instead of bracing. The way I rolled away without hesitation, just before those heavy hooves stamped down. I don't claim to understand what that was. I don't claim it was a ghost or an angel or anything dramatic. But I can't deny what it felt like in that instant. Like something caring had been watching out for me, guiding me through the seconds that could have ended in a much worse way. That day, after we packed up and drove home, my shoulders sore and my nerves still buzzing quietly under my skin, I kept thinking about it. About Ellie's sighs. About the long fall. About the stretched out seconds in the air. About how calm I became when I should have panicked. About the simple, urgent command to move. And the more I replayed it, the more grateful I felt, not just for being unbroken, but for the strange sense that, in the middle of a hard landing and a dangerous moment, I was not entirely alone. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It had been a long time since I had posted anything like this, and honestly, I was grateful for that. The last couple of years had been quiet, normal, uneventful. No strange moments, no stories that made me question what I was seeing or hearing. Just life moving along the way life usually does, one week after another. That's why what happened on this trip hit me so hard, because it came out of nowhere. It didn't feel like something I could blame on stress, or a scary movie, or a bad dream. It felt like something that happened to us, right there in the room, while we were wide awake. My husband and I were in Adelaide for the week. We were staying at the Crown Hotel, a place we'd stayed at more than once. It wasn't new to us. It wasn't some rundown building with creepy hallways or a strange reputation. It was familiar, comfortable, and exactly the kind of place you'd expect to feel safe. That's one of the reasons this still messes with my head. If it had happened somewhere that already felt off, maybe I could have convinced myself that my nerves were doing it. But this wasn't that kind of setting. This was a normal hotel in a normal city, and we had never had a single issue there before. This particular day had been a big one. We'd been out for hours, doing what people do when they're away from home, packing too much into one day because you feel like you should make the most of it. By the time we got back to the room, both of us were tired in that heavy, dull way where you don't even feel like talking much. We didn't want to go back out. We didn't want to meet anyone, or sit somewhere noisy, or make small decisions like where to eat. We just wanted to be inside, in a quiet room, with the door locked, with nothing expected of us. So we stayed in. We put the TV on and watched Bad Boys 2. It was one of those choices you make when you don't want anything deep, you just want something familiar and loud and distracting. The kind of movie you can half-watch while you relax and let the day fall off your shoulders. When the movie finished, the room got quieter. The volume dropped, the credits ended, and that late-night feeling started creeping in. You know the one I mean. The room feels bigger, the corners feel darker, and the sounds outside the window start to stand out more because everything inside goes still. That's when my husband suddenly said, completely out of the blue, "Where did Satan come from?" It sounds strange when you read it like that, but in the moment it didn't shock me. My husband was a new Christian, and he'd been asking me questions a lot lately. Questions about Christianity, about God, about the devil, about how it all fits together. He wasn't asking to be weird. He was genuinely trying to understand. He'd come from a place of not really thinking about any of that. And now his mind was full of it, like a door had opened and he couldn't stop looking through it. So I answered him the best way I could. I explained what I knew, how Lucifer was believed to have been an angel, how the story goes about pride and rebellion, and the way people talk about him being connected to music. I didn't go into some dramatic lecture. It was just a simple conversation between a tired couple in a hotel room, late at night, after a long day. He listened, and when I finished, he seemed satisfied, like he just wanted a basic explanation, something that made sense in his mind. After that, it was like the question had done its job and then disappeared. He reached for my hand, and I held it. Our fingers were interlocked, warm and familiar. The room felt calm again. The TV was off. The only light was the faint glow coming through the window from the city outside. Not bright enough to light the whole room, but enough to stop it from being completely black. Just a soft, dim gray that made shapes and shadows look a little strange if you stared too long. We settled down. My husband's breathing slowed. I could feel him drifting off. I was doing that thing where you try to get comfortable, shifting slightly, adjusting the blanket, letting your body sink into the mattress. I was right on the edge of sleep, that point where you're still aware of the room but your thoughts start to float. And that's when I heard a sound from the balcony. We were on the 12th floor. That's part of why it bothered me. A balcony noise on the 12th floor doesn't automatically mean danger, but it's not something you expect either. It could have been wind. It could have been a building noise. It could have been something outside shifting, a door somewhere, a loose piece of metal, the kind of sound hotels make at night. Still, in the quiet, it felt too sharp, too noticeable. It pulled me back out of that sleepy drift. I turned my head slightly and looked past my husband toward the balcony area. I couldn't see much, just darkness and faint reflections, the outline of glass, the vague suggestion of curtains. Everything looked normal. Nothing moved. Nothing obvious. So I looked back up toward the ceiling. And that's when I saw it. At first it was just a shape. A black blob on the ceiling, like a patch of darkness that didn't match the rest of the shadows. My first thought was that my eyes were playing tricks on me. That happens sometimes when you're tired and the room is dim. Your brain tries to create patterns. You imagine movement. You see things that aren't there, especially if you stare into darkness for too long. But this didn't feel like that, because the blob started to get bigger. Not like a shadow stretching because of a light change. It grew in a way that felt like it was moving closer, like it was coming toward me. The shape didn't stay flat against the ceiling either. It shifted in depth, like it had thickness, like it wasn't just a dark spot but something with form. My stomach dropped. That cold rush hit me, the one you get when fear kicks in before your mind has even fully processed what you're seeing. I remember thinking, no, this can't be real. I squeezed my eyes shut tight, like if I just refused to see it, it would go away. I turned my head toward my husband, toward the warmth of his body, like that alone could protect me from whatever my eyes thought they saw. For a second, I tried to convince myself it was a half-dream. That I'd already fallen asleep without noticing. That I was in that strange zone between sleep and wake where things can feel real even when they aren't. Then I felt warm breath on my left cheek. Not a vague warmth. Not heat in the room. Breath. Close and directed, like something was right beside my face, breathing out onto my skin. It was so specific, so intimate, that it made my whole body go stiff. I turned my head back and opened my eyes. The black blob was no longer just a blob. It was right in front of me, maybe 5 inches from my face, and it had a face. I can still see it in my mind when I think about it, and I hate that I can. It wasn't human in the way you look at someone and recognize a person, but it felt like a male presence. I can't fully explain why. Maybe it was the size, maybe it was the shape, maybe it was the way it carried itself, but my brain labeled it as he immediately, without me deciding to. Its eyes were dark red. Not glowing like a cartoon, but red enough that they stood out in the dimness. Its face was covered in black hair, thick and rough-looking. And it was panting, like an animal that had been running, breath coming quick and hot. The worst part was the expression. The hatred. The way it stared at me like it wanted me to suffer. Like it wasn't curious or confused or passing through. Like it had a target, and that target was me. I couldn't move. I wasn't just scared. I was frozen. My muscles locked, my throat tightened, and it felt like even my eyes were trapped. Like I couldn't look away even if I wanted to. That kind of fear is different from normal fear. Normal fear still leaves you with choices. This felt like being pinned. Then I saw it stretch an arm out. It pointed over my husband, like my husband was part of the message. The arm didn't look normal. The movement was not smooth and human. It was too deliberate, too wrong, like a thing mimicking a gesture. And I heard it speak. Not in a loud voice, not like a shout, but like a low, ugly sound that carried meaning. A growl that formed words. It said something like, "Look what you've done to him. How dare you try and take him? Look what you've done to him." The words hit me in the chest. Not because I understood them clearly, but because they felt personal. Accusing. Possessive. Like it was furious about my husband, furious about what my husband was changing into, furious that I was connected to it. This whole part only lasted maybe 20 to 30 seconds, but it felt longer. It felt stretched, like time slowed down. Each second felt thick. I could see details. I could feel every heartbeat. I could hear my own breath in the panting breath of this thing, and the silence of my sleeping husband beside me, and the faint hum of the city outside. Then, suddenly, I got control of my hand. It was like a switch flipped. My fingers tightened around my husband's hand, the one that was still interlocked with mine. I gripped him hard enough to startle him. The moment I did that, the thing moved away from my face. It didn't vanish like smoke. It just shifted back, like it withdrew. And I lay there staring at the ceiling, breathing hard, my body still stiff, my mind blank in shock. Then I heard my husband's voice, sharp and terrified. "What the F*** K is that?" His grip tightened on my hand, and that snapped something in me. I turned my head toward him, and I saw the fear on his face. It wasn't mild fear. It wasn't confusion. He looked genuinely terrified in a way I had never seen. His eyes were locked on something beyond me, toward the end of the bed. He started shuffling up the bed, pushing his back toward the headboard, like he wanted to get away from whatever he was seeing. The room was still dim, but the city lights outside gave just enough glow to see the expression on him. His mouth was slightly open. His eyes were wide. He looked like a man watching something he cannot explain, something that breaks his sense of reality. I said, "What? What are you seeing?" Because I couldn't see it anymore. Whatever had been in my face was gone from my sight. But my husband was clearly watching something move. His eyes tracked something across the room. He followed it with his gaze like you would watch a person walk. He watched it go in front of the picture near the end of the bed. Then his eyes lifted toward the corner of the ceiling, and he stared there, unmoving. He finally spoke again, still staring at that spot. "I just watched something come up from leaning over you. It walked in front of the picture to the end of the bed, and it's sitting up there. Can't you see it?" I told him I couldn't. I felt sick, not because I doubted him, but because the fear was back in a different form. It wasn't just my experience anymore. If he was seeing it too, then this wasn't something happening only inside my head. This wasn't sleep paralysis. This wasn't a half-dream. This was shared. He refused to let go of my hands. His grip was tight, almost painful, like he thought if he let go, something would grab him. I could feel his body shaking slightly. And then I saw tears on his face. Actual tears. Rolling down his cheeks in the dim light. I had seen my husband cry once in 5 years. He was not someone who broke down easily. If something made him cry, it meant it had reached a level of fear or shock that he didn't know how to control. All I could think was, we need to pray. I asked him if he would pray with me. I didn't say it dramatically. I didn't say it like a performance. I said it because it felt like the only thing that made sense. The only thing I knew that might push whatever this was away. It was the one thing I could reach for in that moment, that felt bigger than the fear. He kept staring at the ceiling corner while I touched his cheek, trying to ground him, trying to remind him that I was there and we were together. We prayed. We prayed out loud, even if our voices shook. We prayed because it was the only action that felt like action, the only thing that didn't feel helpless. And then, after we prayed, he blinked hard and said he couldn't see it anymore. The relief didn't rush in like a happy wave. It was more like the pressure eased, like the air in the room stopped feeling so heavy, like something had backed off. We stayed holding hands, still tense, still wide awake. Neither of us wanted to close our eyes. Neither of us wanted to be the first to relax. Eventually we did fall asleep, but it was not easy. We had trouble settling. Every small sound felt too loud. Every shift of the sheets felt suspicious. The room, which had felt normal when we walked into it, now felt like a place that had been invaded. The next day, and the day after that, we kept talking about it in pieces. Not in a dramatic way, but in that quiet way people talk about something that shook them. My husband would describe what he saw, and he'd get goosebumps as he spoke. The way his voice changed when he remembered it told me he wasn't exaggerating. He wasn't trying to impress anyone. He was trying to understand what happened. This was the first time my husband had ever seen anything like that. He had heard my stories before. He had listened, sometimes unsure what to think. But this was different. This time, he was part of it. He saw something moving. He saw something leave me and cross the room. He saw it settle in the corner of the ceiling, like it was watching us. After that night, he didn't dismiss the subject anymore. He didn't shrug it off. He didn't smile awkwardly and change the topic. He believed me, not because he wanted to, but because he had no choice. Safe to say, he believes now. And even now, when he tells people about that night, he gets that same reaction in his body. Goosebumps. A tightening in his face. A pause mid-sentence, like he's remembering the exact look of terror he felt. We stayed at that hotel before and had no issues. That's the part that still confuses me. It wasn't a place we expected trouble. We didn't go looking for anything. We didn't play with anything. We didn't try to invite anything. We just watched a movie, talked briefly about a spiritual topic, and went to sleep holding hands. And then something happened that I cannot explain. I am grateful it hasn't happened again. I am grateful the last 2 years were quiet. But I also know this: some things change you, even if they only last 30 seconds. Some moments carve themselves into you. And once you've seen fear on someone's face like that, once you've heard them say, in a shaking voice, that they saw something walk across a room that should have been empty, you don't forget it. After I saw that gigantic dog, everything changed for me. It was like a switch flipped inside my senses. I started noticing things I never noticed before, or maybe they were always there and I just couldn't see them until that moment. Either way, from that point on, I felt more sensitive to whatever exists beyond normal sight and sound. The first thing I began seeing were little lights, like tiny orbs. They would appear in my room at random times, and they weren't always the same. Sometimes they were soft and pale, sometimes brighter, sometimes different colors. They would flicker and move in ways that didn't feel like headlights, reflections, or anything I could easily explain. The strange part was that I wasn't scared of them. Not even a little. Every time I saw them, I felt warm inside, like comfort was filling the room. I felt calm. I felt safe. I even felt honored, like these lights were visiting me on purpose. In my own mind, I linked them to something from my childhood. When I was little, I used to play outside and build tiny houses out of mud and sticks. I would spend a lot of time alone doing that, completely focused, as if it mattered. I always believed there were nymphs or little nature spirits around, like invisible friends who watched me play. So when the colored lights started appearing in my room, I naturally believed they were connected to that. I didn't feel threatened by them. They felt familiar, like something kind. Not long after the lights began, another set of things started happening, and these were very different. Almost every night after midnight, I would hear footsteps moving around the house. At first I told myself it was just Mom. Old houses creak, people get up for water, someone might be going to the bathroom. It's easy to blame normal life. But it wasn't only footsteps. I would also hear the sound of dishes being stacked or moved around in the kitchen, like someone was tidying up or rearranging plates. The timing was always similar. Past midnight, when the whole house should have been quiet. I would lie in bed and listen. Sometimes it would be soft at first, then clearer, like someone was actually moving around. It felt so real that I would get up and check. I remember stepping into the hallway and seeing nobody. No shadows, no movement, no Mom. Then I would creep toward the kitchen, expecting to catch someone. But the kitchen would be empty too. Still, even when it was empty, I would get this heavy feeling, like eyes were on me. Like I wasn't alone even though I could see no one. That feeling scared me at first. It made my stomach turn cold. It made my skin feel tight. But over time, something weird happened. Once the initial fear faded, I started feeling excited instead. It's hard to explain to people who haven't experienced that kind of thing. But when you get past the first shock, it can feel almost thrilling, like you're being allowed to witness something hidden. I would wake up during the night, hear the ruckus, and feel that rush of curiosity. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to catch it, understand it, prove it. The strangest part was that I seemed to be the only one who ever heard it. Nobody else talked about footsteps. Nobody else mentioned the dishes. It was like the house had its own secret routine, and only I was being woken up to it. Then there was the thing that confused me the most, and honestly it still does. The static. As far back as I can remember, I have always seen what I can only describe as TV static in the air. Not on a screen. Not on the walls. In the air itself, everywhere. Like the world was covered with a thin static filter, like tiny moving specks floating through everything I looked at. At first I assumed everyone saw it. When you're young, you don't realize your experience might be different from other people's. You think your vision is normal because it's all you've ever known. But after the dog incident, the static became stronger. It became more obvious, more intense, like the air was thick with it. It was still there in daylight and still there in darkness, but at night it felt louder, like it had volume. It started scaring me because it felt like I couldn't see clearly through it. It was like trying to look through a swarm of tiny moving dots. I couldn't stop noticing it. Mom always knew about it. I would tell her what I was seeing, and she would say it was a gift. She didn't say it like she was worried. She said it like she understood and wanted me to accept it. But I didn't feel gifted. I felt disturbed. I felt like something was wrong with my eyes. I worried that I was going blind or that my vision was damaged in a way nobody had noticed yet. It got so bad that I had my eyes tested. I remember hoping the doctor would find something, because then there would be a reason. A diagnosis. A simple answer. But the tests came back normal. There was nothing wrong with my eyes. No damage. No illness. Nothing that explained why I was seeing static all the time. Eventually I got used to it the way people get used to constant background noise. It was still there, but I learned how to ignore it. It only became thick again when I focused on it. And when I did focus, I realized something that made it even stranger. I could influence it. If I stared long enough, the static would start to flow in patterns. Sometimes it would move like a ribbon twisting in the air. Sometimes it would swirl in slow waves, like smoke, except it wasn't smoke. It was made of those tiny specks. And if I concentrated hard, I could make shapes form inside it. Not solid, not perfectly clear, but shapes that felt like they were trying to become something. At first I found it fascinating. It was like discovering a hidden layer in the world. It made me feel different, like I was seeing a reality behind the normal one. And for a while, I liked that feeling. It made me feel special, in a quiet, private way, like I had my own secret sense. But then I started seeing people in it. Not clear faces every time, not like watching a movie, but human-like forms that would appear for a moment and then shift away. Sometimes it felt like a person was standing somewhere in the static, half made, half hidden. And that terrified me. So I stopped watching the static. I stopped focusing on it. I trained myself not to stare into it too long, because I didn't want to see anything forming in it again. At some point, I heard the term visual snow. People call it that, and researchers apparently don't understand it well. Some people treat it like a medical mystery. And maybe it is. But in my mind, it never felt purely medical. It felt connected to everything else I was experiencing, like my senses were tuned to something other people didn't notice. It felt like the world was bigger than the explanations people usually accept. And then something happened that took all my curiosity and turned it back into fear. There was a blackout. I remember it clearly because it was so sudden. 1 second the lights were on, and the next second they were gone. The room dropped into darkness. And at the exact moment the power went out, I heard a loud shuffling in my room. Not soft. Not distant. Right there, close to me, fast. It sounded like claws dragging against the carpet. The sound moved quickly, like something was scuttling across the floor toward me. It wasn't slow footsteps. It was rapid, sharp movement, as if something low to the ground was coming closer in a rush. I froze for a split second, my brain trying to decide if I was imagining it. Then I felt it. A small hand. Clawed. Grabbing my wrist. The shock of that touch made my whole body erupt. I screamed, loud and uncontrolled, and the grip released instantly. I didn't wait to see anything. I didn't try to reason it out. I did the only thing my body knew how to do. I pulled away, scrambled back, and grabbed my torch. I slept with the covers pulled up to my chin and the torch on full blast for the rest of the night. I barely breathed. Every little sound in the house felt like it could be something moving again. I stared into the darkness until my eyes burned, terrified that if I blinked too long, something would reach for me again. Nothing else happened that night. And thankfully, I never had another incident exactly like that again. But it changed me. After that, blackouts made me nervous in a way that felt deeper than normal fear. The darkness didn't just feel dark. It felt risky, like something could use it. And after that was when the feeling of being watched became more constant. Sometimes it was mild, just a sense at the back of my neck. Other times it was strong enough to make me look over my shoulder. I would be alone in a room and feel as if something was behind me, just out of sight. The air would feel heavier. The static would feel louder. It was like my body was reacting to something my eyes couldn't confirm. One night, not too long after, I had a dream that stayed with me like it was burned into my mind. In the dream, I was sitting on the couch, not doing anything special, just existing in that calm everyday way. Then my attention was pulled toward the window. Outside was gloomy and gray, like the world had lost all its color. The sky was thick with cloud. Everything looked flat and drained, like a photo with the saturation turned down. I felt drawn to go outside. Not like I wanted to. Like I had to. I walked out, slow, and I saw my mum near the end of the property talking to her friend. They noticed me, and instantly their faces changed. They began screaming at me, begging me to stop. "Laura, no. Stay back." Over and over. Their voices were frantic, desperate, full of terror. But I couldn't stop walking. My body kept moving like it was pulled forward by something invisible. I was aware of their fear, but it couldn't reach me. It couldn't break whatever force was guiding me. Then lightning struck me. There was a flash so bright everything went white. I heard screaming. I heard thunder crack loud and violent, like the sky splitting open. The sound was massive. Too real. Too close. I shot up in bed. I was out of breath, heart pounding, completely disoriented. My vision was filled with white blotches, like bright stains that wouldn't fade. And I could still hear it. I could still hear screaming and thunder, as if the dream hadn't fully ended. I was shaking so hard I could barely move. I felt too shocked to even cry. I threw the covers back, ready to run to Mum's room because I needed her. I needed the comfort of another person. I needed to escape the fear still buzzing in my nerves. And then I saw it. In my doorway stood the tallest black figure I have ever seen. It wasn't shaped like a normal shadow. It had height, presence, thickness. And its hand, or claw, was curled around the door frame like it was holding itself there, like it was leaning into my room. I couldn't see details. It was pure black. But I could feel it. The dread that came off it was overwhelming. I reacted without thinking. I slammed the door. I slammed it right onto that hand, that claw, whatever it was. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I bolted back to my bed and pulled the covers over myself like a shield. I stayed there trembling, breathing hard, eyes wide in the dark, listening for any movement outside the door. All I could feel coming from that thing was hatred. Pure hatred. And something worse underneath it. Evil. It's a strong word, and I don't use it lightly. But that's what it felt like. Not just scary. Not just unknown. It felt wrong, like it didn't belong, like it was made of something cold and bitter. After that, nightmares became common. Dreams of being chased. Dreams of black figures. Dreams where I couldn't run fast enough, where something was always behind me, always closing in. Even when I woke up and the room was normal again, the fear would linger in my body like a shadow of its own. Looking back, I can see how my experiences shifted in waves. There were moments of comfort, like the little lights that made me feel warm and safe. There were moments of curiosity, like the footsteps and the dishes that made me want to investigate. There were moments of fascination, like the static that made me feel different in a way I didn't totally hate. But there were also moments that felt like warnings. Moments that made me feel hunted. Moments that made me feel like something noticed me noticing it. And even now, when I think about the static in the air and the way shapes could form if I stared too long, I can't help wondering whether my eyes were simply seeing a medical phenomenon, or whether my mind and body were tuned into something the world doesn't have neat words for. Either way, once you've lived through nights like that, you don't forget them. You learn to live around them. You learn what fear feels like when it isn't a story, but something standing in your doorway, black as the deepest part of night, reaching into your room as if it has every right to be there. The experiences I'm about to describe happened a long time ago, and they are remembered through the eyes of a naive 11-year-old boy. I've tried to stay as close to the truth as I can, but time has worn down some details. If a few parts feel a little vague, it's not because I'm trying to be dramatic. It's simply because memory doesn't always keep everything sharp. Back then, my world was simple. I was the youngest of 3 boys. My 2 older brothers were 5 and 6 years older than me, and in my mind they were practically grown men. One was the confident one, the other was the one who liked to stir things up. Our mother ran the house like a proper lady of the manor, and our father was the muscle behind her, the sort of man who didn't need to raise his voice often because his presence alone could change the air in a room. Christmas Day usually followed a predictable pattern. We'd all be packed into the family car and taken across Sydney to what we jokingly called the Wild, Wild West, where all our cousins lived. We'd spend the day doing exactly what families did back then. Presents would be opened, sometimes swapped, and then there would be Christmas dinner with loud voices, plates everywhere, and kids running in and out like a swarm. When the days started to fade, we'd say our goodbyes and head home, full of food and sleepiness, the back seat warm and cramped with wrapping paper scraps and leftover excitement. But Christmas of 1968 didn't feel like the others. It started the same way, at least on the surface. The cousins were there. The adults were talking. The room was busy with paper tearing and kids calling out what they'd received. Most presents were opened the usual way, with that pesky wrapping paper ripped off and tossed aside so everyone could see what was inside. That was the tradition. Half the fun was showing off what you'd been given and comparing it with everyone else. That's why I noticed immediately when my older brother, the one I'll call Bro P, acted strangely. He picked up a present from one of our uncles. I watched him carefully unwrap it, and for a moment I expected the usual reaction, either excitement, disappointment, or a joke. Instead, he took one look at the cover on the box and then quickly wrapped it back up again, folding the paper neatly like he was trying to hide what he'd seen. That wasn't normal. It wasn't just unusual, it was suspicious. A present wasn't supposed to be a secret. If you got something funny, you held it up and everyone laughed. If you got something great, you wanted everyone to see it. But Bro P didn't do either. He just tucked it away and kept his face controlled, like he had decided something in that moment. I tried to ask what it was, but the noise and the chaos of Christmas swallowed my question. And my brothers were older, which meant they had that power older kids have, the ability to ignore you completely and make you feel small just by not answering. For days, the present stayed a mystery to me. Life went on, Christmas leftovers got eaten, and we slipped back into normal routines. But then one afternoon I tried to get into our bedroom and found the door locked from the inside. That was enough to set me off. I banged on the door and demanded to be let in. I called them intruders. I told them it was my room too. The only answer I got was laughter, mixed with a few rough bugger-offs, and one of them shouting something like, "Go and play on the road!" That only made me angrier. I threatened them with the one thing that usually worked when older brothers refused to cooperate. "I'm going to get Dad." There was a pause, and then the lock clicked. The door opened, and Broy grabbed me by the arm and dragged me inside like I was being pulled into a secret meeting. He didn't drag me roughly, but it was firm enough that I understood one thing clearly. Whatever they were doing, they didn't want me interrupting it, and they definitely didn't want me telling Dad. Broy sat me down right next to Bro P, almost like they had decided I was now part of the scene whether I liked it or not. And then I saw it laid out on the floor in front of them. The mystery present. It was a board, folded open, light sandy in color, with shiny old-fashioned letters printed on it. There was also a plastic heart-shaped pointer sitting in the middle. It looked like a board game, the kind you'd see in shops, the kind you'd imagine people playing on a rainy night. On the box I could see the words, Parker Brothers, which made it feel official, like it wasn't just some homemade thing. I stared at it and asked the first question that made sense to my 11-year-old brain. "Where are the dice?" My brothers laughed like I'd said something stupid. They exchanged looks, pleased with themselves, and Broy said, with a kind of excitement that made my skin prickle, that it wasn't a dice game. "It's an Ouija board." I had heard the word before somewhere, but I didn't really know what it was. Not properly. I knew it had a spooky reputation, but in my mind it still belonged to the category of silly things older kids played with to scare younger ones. I didn't have enough experience to know whether to take it seriously. Bro P and Broe put their index fingers on the planchette, the heart-shaped pointer, and told me to gently place my finger on it too. Broe made it sound harmless, like we were about to play a normal game. Bro P watched me closely, like he was waiting for my reaction. When I finally touched the pointer with my fingertip, it moved. At first I thought my brothers were pushing it. That's what I assumed. It would be the obvious prank. But it moved in a way that didn't feel like a simple shove. It glided lightly from letter to letter, stopping, then moving again, as if someone was slowly spelling something out. Broe called out the letters and then spoke the word as it formed. The pointer would pause at the end of a word, then move again. It felt unsettling, and I didn't like the fact that my finger was part of it. I didn't like the idea that I was helping make it move. But my brothers were laughing, enjoying the moment, so I tried to stay calm. I watched the letters. I listened to the words. And then the board began telling a story about me. It described an argument I'd had with the school bully. It described the fight, and it talked about my broken nose. My stomach twisted because it was describing something real, something I didn't like remembering. It was already embarrassing to have my brothers involved in my school life, because older brothers had a way of making everything feel worse. But then the story turned wrong. The board claimed the bully walked away untouched. That was not true. I felt anger rise fast, sharp and hot. I didn't even think. I pulled my finger off the pointer and yelled at whatever was telling the story to get its facts straight. I shouted that the bully didn't walk away untouched. I gave him a black eye for what he did to me, and I wasn't going to let anyone rewrite that like I was some helpless kid. My brothers burst into laughter, louder than before. And I suddenly realized what was happening. Bro P was doing it. He was using the board to mess with me, to twist the story and make me feel stupid and powerless, just for fun. It was a prank. A cruel one, but still a prank. I stormed out of my own bedroom, my face burning with embarrassment and anger, while my brothers laughed behind me like it was the funniest thing in the world. I went out into the backyard to cool off, because that's what you did back then. You escaped to the yard. You walked it off. You tried to calm down away from the noise of the house. My dad was out there raking up grass clippings and dumping them into the old furnace we used to burn garden waste. The furnace was a simple thing, a metal container that could take a hot fire and keep it contained. Dad was doing his usual work, steady and focused. When he saw me, he paused and asked what was wrong. I told him, still annoyed, that there was another version of my fight with the school bully going around, like someone had been spreading a story that wasn't true. Dad's next question sounded innocent enough. "When did you hear this?" I answered without thinking. "Oh, just then." The change in him was immediate. His face tightened, and he stopped raking. He didn't yell. He didn't swear. But he walked back toward the house with the kind of controlled anger that made you feel small even from a distance. I stayed in the backyard, suddenly uneasy. I realized I might have just caused trouble for my brothers, and even though I was angry at them, there's a strange fear that hits you when you know your father is angry and you're about to hear what happens next. I expected shouting. I expected doors slamming. I expected the kind of chaos that sometimes happened when Dad reached his limit. In my child's mind, if Dad got angry enough, it felt like the house itself could break. Tiles flying off roofs, bricks dropping out of walls, that kind of dramatic feeling. But none of that happened. Instead, the house went quiet. It was quiet for a long time. That silence was worse than yelling. Dinner that night was strange. The air felt heavy. Nobody joked. Nobody laughed. Mom moved around the kitchen with that firm, controlled energy she had when something serious was happening. The end of dinner came quickly, and then Mom told us boys to go play in the bedroom while she had a talk with Dad. That instruction made my stomach drop. If Mom and Dad were having a private talk, it meant the situation wasn't small. It meant it had crossed into adult territory. I trudged into the bedroom and found my brothers already waiting. The Ouija board was laid out again, just like before, but this time they made me sit on the outside edge of the circle. I didn't like that. It felt like I was being placed where I couldn't interfere. It felt like they were using me again. Then the door opened. Dad stepped in. He sat down next to me on the floor, close enough that I could feel his solid presence. And I immediately felt safer, even though I knew he was angry. A child can fear a parent and still feel protected by them at the same time. "I'm joining in this time," he said. I looked around the room. Bro P's face went pale. He looked stunned, like he hadn't believed Dad would actually take this seriously. Broy was smiling, but his smile looked nervous now, like he wasn't sure whether he made a terrible mistake by turning this into a game. Dad looked at Broy and grinned in a way that didn't feel friendly. It felt like the grin you see right before someone teaches a lesson. Dad's attention then turned to Bro P. "Read the instructions out loud," Dad said. "And don't miss anything." Bro P complied, sullenly, like a teenager being forced to read in class. He picked up the paper and began reading. I remember hearing the words but not really understanding them. It sounded like a bunch of warnings and rules, and the kind of language that felt dramatic and old. I learned one new word from it. The heart-shaped pointer was called a planchette, but the rest sounded like hocus pocus to me. I started to lose interest as he read. The room was warm. The day had been long. The serious tone made my eyes heavy. I drifted toward boredom and then toward sleep, half listening, half fading. And then the planchette moved. The movement jolted me fully awake. It moved differently than before. Before it had felt like a prank, a slow story my brothers were forcing into shape. This time the planchette moved faster, and it felt lighter under my finger, like it barely touched the board. It didn't scrape or drag. It glided with a smoothness that made my skin crawl. Dad and Broe had their fingers on it too, and they began calling out letters, building words, building sentences. The story that came through wasn't about me this time. It was about a girl Brope had known before she died in a car accident. The atmosphere changed completely. The board wasn't playful now. It wasn't teasing. It was heavy, like the room had filled with something sad and angry at the same time. The planchette moved insistently, as if whoever, or whatever, was spelling this out had waited a long time to speak and wasn't going to waste the chance. It became clear, in the way the words formed, that the girl wanted her story told. And it became clear that Brope had not treated her well. I didn't understand the details fully as an 11-year-old. I only understood the feeling of it. It felt like being forced to watch someone be confronted with something they didn't want to face. It felt like punishment. It felt like the board had turned on Brope, the prankster, and was now doing something he couldn't laugh off. I remember watching Brope's face. The amusement was gone. The smugness was gone. He looked shaken in a way I had never seen before. He didn't look like an older brother teasing a kid. He looked like a boy who suddenly realized he had stepped too close to something that could bite. Eventually, the planchette moved back toward the spot where it had started, like it was coming to an ending. Dad mumbled something under his breath, something like, "I release you from this world," though I don't know if those were the exact words. The point was clear. He was closing it. Ending it. Cutting it off. Then Dad stood up. He ordered the board and everything that came with it to be put back into the box immediately. No arguing. No discussion. Brope and Broe obeyed at once. Dad took the box from them like it was dangerous, like it was no longer a toy. He moved toward the door, then stopped and looked back at me. "Well," he said, "come on. We've got things to do." I was on my feet instantly, relieved to be leaving the room. I followed him through the house. We passed Mum, and she asked, "Is everything fixed now?" Dad answered that we'd have to see the Reverend on Sunday, but that it would be okay. The way he said it was calm, but it carried weight. In my mind, the Reverend became a figure like a judge or a soldier, someone powerful enough to deal with whatever Dad had just confronted. It sounded serious. It sounded like this wasn't just a family issue anymore. It was something spiritual, something that belonged to another world adults understood better than kids. We went out into the backyard. It was dark now, but we could see by the orange glow of the furnace. Dad must have lit the grass clippings earlier. The fire was burning steadily, the kind of fire that pulls your eyes toward it and makes the night feel less empty. Dad didn't hesitate. He dropped the box straight into the flames. The fire took it immediately, licking at the cardboard, curling the edges, swallowing the whole thing. I watched, fascinated and uneasy, as the flames devoured the board. The heat rose toward us, and the smell of burning paper filled the air. That was the end of the Ouija board. But it wasn't the end of what I learned that night. As we stood there, Dad explained what he dared. He told me that the first story, the one about my fight with the school bully, had been Brope messing around. He had changed the details on purpose just to get a laugh at my expense. Dad said the prank had been planned and carried out through the board, and that my brothers had thought it was harmless. But tonight was different. Tonight, Dad said, whatever had moved the planchette wasn't Brope anymore. Whatever had control of it had wanted to punish him, and it had succeeded. Dad asked me what I thought of the spook that had come through the board. I told him the truth. I said it made me sad. I said I hoped she was at peace now. Dad looked at me for a long time, longer than I liked. There was something in his eyes that I didn't understand then. Not just anger, but caution. Like he knew things he didn't want to explain to an 11-year-old. Then he told me the moral of the whole night, in a voice that was quiet but absolute. Don't go fooling around with things that can be bigger, meaner, and more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Those words stayed with me. He also told me that on Sunday I could go down to the beach with Broe while he took Brope to see the Reverend. And even in that moment, even while I was still scared, a part of my young mind thought something almost funny. I imagined the Reverend as someone big and serious, someone my prankster brother couldn't charm or tease. Someone who could handle what my father was worried about. Two powerful forces, I thought. Dad, and the Reverend. Times two. And as the last pieces of the box crumbled into ash in the furnace, I understood one thing clearly, even as an 11-year-old. Some games are not games at all. My partner and I live in a house that his family has owned for generations, and when I first moved in I heard all the usual stories people tell about old homes. The kind of stories that get passed down like family legends. Someone heard footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there. Someone heard knocking in the night. Someone heard a voice call their name from the hallway. I had even heard some of those things myself, little sounds that made you pause and listen, but none of it ever truly bothered me. The way my partner explained it always sounded gentle, almost comforting. He believed that whatever was here, if anything was here at all, it was family. People who had lived in this house before, loved it, died, and maybe never fully left. He spoke about it like it was normal, like the house simply remembered its own history and sometimes made it known. For a long time, I could live with that idea. Even when I heard a soft thump at night, or a creak on the floorboards that didn't match our movements, I didn't panic. Old houses have their own sounds. Wood expands and contracts. Pipes settle. Air moves through gaps. And even when it didn't feel completely normal, I still wasn't scared. I never felt threatened. If anything, I felt like we were sharing a space with something that had been here longer than us, something that wasn't trying to hurt us, just existing quietly in the background. I could ignore it, and most of the time I did. That's why it shocked me when, about 3 months ago, something happened that felt different. Not just strange. Not just eerie. Different in a way that made my stomach drop and made fear flood my body so fast it was like my mind didn't even get a choice. Our house has a den and a lounge room, and a glass sliding door separates the two spaces. The den sits about 6 inches lower than the rest of the house, because it was added on only a few years ago. It's a small drop, but you notice it when you walk through, and at night it makes the den feel slightly sunken, like it's tucked away from the rest of the home. The front door is a glass sliding door as well. At night I'm careful. I lock both doors, and I always draw the blinds on the front door, because I don't like the idea of anyone being able to look in from outside. But the glass door that divides the den and lounge is different. I never really thought about that one. It's inside the house, so it felt safe. I usually leave the blinds open there because it doesn't matter, or at least I thought it didn't. That night, my partner was home from work, and he needed sleep. He can't sleep with the TV on, and I didn't want to keep him awake. So instead of watching a movie in our bedroom the way I sometimes would, I chose the lounge. It seemed simple. I'd sit out there, keep the volume low, and when I was done I'd go to bed. Nothing about it felt creepy. It was just a normal night in a normal home. The movie ran late, and by the time it finished it was around midnight. The house was quiet in that particular way houses get when most people are asleep. Not silent exactly, but quiet enough that you notice every small sound. The hum of electricity. The faint shifting of air. The distant noise from outside if a car passes. The kind of quiet where your thoughts feel louder. I decided to get up and use the bathroom. I remember the exact moment because it felt so ordinary right up until it wasn't. I sat up from the couch, and without thinking, my eyes went toward the den. Maybe it was habit, maybe it was just the way you glance around when you move from resting to standing, but I looked through that glass door into the darker, lower room. And I saw a black figure standing on the other side. It wasn't clear like seeing a person in daylight, but it was clear enough to make my heart sink straight into my chest. It wasn't a small shadow that could be explained by the TV light. It was the shape of something upright, like a person, dark and still. For a few seconds I just stared, trying to make my brain interpret what my eyes were seeing. I wanted it to be a trick of light. I wanted it to be the curtain moving. I wanted it to be anything else. Then the figure moved. It ducked behind the blinds and vanished. That movement is what broke me, because shadows don't duck. Reflections don't duck. A shape that ducks as if it knows it has been seen feels intentional. It feels aware. It feels like you've been noticed back. And in that moment, a cold fear spread through me so fast my skin prickled and my body went tight. I didn't want to show fear. That was my first instinct, which sounds strange, but it was real. It was like some part of me believed that reacting would make things worse. Like if I acted normal, whatever it was might lose interest. So I sat back down, pretending I didn't see anything. I tried to keep my breathing calm. I tried to focus on the fact that my partner was in the house, asleep. That the doors were locked. That it had to be nothing. But the fear wouldn't stop. It didn't fade the way a normal scare fades. It grew heavier, more relentless, like something pressing down on me. It was the kind of fear where your body is preparing to run even while your mind is trying to talk you out of it. I lasted only a short time before I couldn't stand it anymore. I got up and moved fast, almost sprinting, to our bedroom. I woke my partner up, my voice shaking, telling him something was wrong and asking him to check the house. He was groggy at first, annoyed in that half-asleep way, but the moment he saw my face he shifted into alertness. He got up, checked the rooms, checked the doors, checked outside as much as he could. He found nothing. No one. Nothing disturbed. Nothing out of place. On one level that should have comforted me. On another level it made it worse, because it left me with that horrible question: if it wasn't a person, what was it? And if it wasn't nothing, why did it feel so real? A week passed, and I tried to put it behind me. I told myself it was just late-night exhaustion, a weird shadow, a moment of my eyes adjusting in the dark. I tried to believe it. I went back to normal routines. I slept. I watched TV. I walked through the lounge and den without wanting to look too closely at the glass. Then something else happened. One night I was woken at around 2 a.m. by my dog barking. My dog doesn't usually bark like that for no reason. He might bark if there's a possum, or if a cat crosses the yard, but this barking was intense and constant. Usually at night I put him in his pen way down the backyard in the corner, so he's secure and he doesn't roam or get into things. That night I had forgotten. He was loose in the yard, and he would not stop barking. He barked for a long time, maybe an hour, and at first I tried to ignore it, hoping he would settle. But it didn't stop. It was that urgent, repeating bark that makes you think something is wrong. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, and went outside to lock him up. The air outside felt colder than the house. The yard was dark, with just the faint spill of light from windows and whatever distant street lighting reached us. The phone light cut a small tunnel through the darkness, and everything outside that tunnel felt thick and unknown. As I walked down toward the pen, I noticed a figure in my neighbor's backyard. At first I wasn't terrified. My first assumption was simple. Maybe it was my neighbor outside for a smoke, standing in the dark, half hidden. People do that. You see shapes and you assume the most normal answer. I kept moving, aiming the phone light toward the ground so I could see where I was stepping. When I reached the pen, my dog's behavior shifted in a way I had never seen in him. He didn't just bark. He started growling. His body posture changed. His fur bristled. His lips pulled back and he showed his teeth. In the 5 years I'd had him, I had never seen him show aggression like that. Not even once. It was so out of character that it made my blood run cold. I looked back toward the fence. The figure was no longer just standing in the neighbor's yard. It was crouched down against the fence, only about 5 meters away from me. The closeness of it made the moment explode into panic. I screamed. I dropped the lead or whatever I was holding for my dog in that frantic second, and I ran. I ran back toward the house as fast as I could, not thinking about anything except getting inside. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. My phone light jerked wildly as I ran, and the yard blurred into streaks of darkness. When I got inside, I locked up and tried to breathe. My mind raced. My body shook. I tried to tell myself maybe it really was a person, maybe it was the neighbor, maybe it was someone in their yard doing something harmless. But the crouching against the fence, the distance, the way my dog reacted, it didn't feel harmless. It felt like being watched again, but this time it felt physical, like something was near enough to reach me. After that night, nothing major happened again, at least not in the same direct way. The house settled. The nights were quiet. The den and lounge felt normal again. But I didn't feel the same inside myself. Once fear has been triggered like that, you don't just forget it. You start scanning your environment more. You start listening harder. You start questioning shadows. Not long after, our neighbors put up iron sheets on the fence so you can't see through anymore. They didn't announce why. They didn't explain. The fence simply changed, like they wanted privacy, like they wanted to block the view. That should have made me feel safer, because it meant I wouldn't see a figure crouched near the fence again. But it also made me uneasy, because it felt like a reaction. Like something had happened, or they had noticed something, or they didn't want anyone looking into their yard. I couldn't tell which. Then 2 weeks ago, the topic of paranormal stuff came up in conversation. I mentioned what happened to me, or maybe the subject came up naturally because of something on TV. That's when my partner told me something that made my stomach twist. He said our neighbor's daughter has a demonic entity attached to her. He said it makes her sick, and that's why she doesn't go to school. He said they've had a priest in the house, but it keeps coming back. Hearing that after what I experienced made my mind latch onto a possible explanation, but it also made me question everything. Because once you start using words like demonic, it's hard to stay calm. It's hard not to feel threatened. It's hard not to imagine the worst. So I understand why you're asking what you're asking. If something is attached to someone next door, could it wander over? Could it come into your house? And how do you keep it out? I want to answer you in a way that's helpful and honest without feeding fear. Because when people are scared, fear can start building stories faster than reality can. The truth is, I can't confirm that your neighbor's daughter has anything demonic attached to her. That's a very strong claim, and a lot of things that look paranormal from the outside can have other explanations: illness, stress, family conflict, mental health struggles, sleep issues, or a mixture of all of that. Families sometimes use spiritual language to explain something they can't otherwise control, especially when they are desperate for answers. At the same time, your experiences deserve to be taken seriously in the sense that you felt real fear and you saw and heard things that disturbed you. Even if the cause turns out to be something ordinary, the impact on you is real. And one part of your story especially stands out: the night in the yard. That could have been a person. Someone crouched near a fence at 2 a.m. is not nothing. Your dog reacting aggressively could be a sign that there really was someone there. That part is worth treating as a safety issue, not only a paranormal one. So here's what I think is the safest and most practical way to approach it. First, treat that figure, events like possible real-world intrusions until proven otherwise. That means improving basic security in a calm, steady way. Motion sensor lights outside. A camera facing the yard and fence line. Even a cheap camera can tell you a lot, whether it's a person, an animal, or just shadows and wind. Make sure gates latch properly. Make sure the pen area is well lit. Keep your phone with you, but also consider a proper torch so you can see wider, not just a narrow beam. If you ever see someone near your fence again, don't go toward them alone. Turn on lights, stay inside, and call for help if you need to. Second, for inside the house, reduce the conditions that allow your mind to fill in gaps. Darkness, tiredness, and reflective glass can create powerful misinterpretations. That doesn't mean you imagined it. It means the human brain is extremely good at turning low-light shapes into figures, especially when you're already tense. If leaving the den lounge glass door uncovered makes you uneasy, it's okay to change that. Draw the blinds on that door at night. It's your home. You don't need to keep it open just because you always have. A simple change like that can reduce fear and reduce strange reflections. Third, Talk with your partner about boundaries and reassurance. If he believes the spirits are family, and you've always felt okay with that, then set a clear boundary together. This house is for the living, and whatever is here is not welcome to frighten you. You don't have to be dramatic. Some people find it calming to say it out loud in a firm, simple way. Whether it has a spiritual effect or not, it can have a psychological effect. It reminds your nervous system that you have agency, and you are allowed to feel safe in your own home. Fourth, if prayer helps you feel steady, you can absolutely use it as a source of comfort. But I'd frame it as protection for your peace, not as proof that something demonic is definitely present. You can pray together, ask for safety, ask for calm, ask for restful sleep. If you belong to a faith community and you trust someone there, you can also ask them for support. The key is not to let it spiral into constant fear-based rituals that keep your nervous system activated every night. Fifth, and this is important, if you start noticing more experiences that happen during sleep, right as you're falling asleep, or right as you're waking up, consider sleep-related explanations too. Sleep deprivation, stress, and certain sleep states can cause vivid sightings and intense fear, especially around midnight to 3 a.m. Again, that doesn't mean you're making it up. It means the brain can produce very real feeling experiences under certain conditions. If this becomes frequent or starts affecting your daily functioning, it can be worth speaking to a GP or a mental health professional just to rule out anxiety, trauma responses, or sleep disorders. Getting support doesn't invalidate your experience, it strengthens your stability. Now, to your direct question, is it possible that something attached to someone else can wander into your house? There isn't a reliable, provable way to answer that, because different belief systems say different things, and none of it can be verified the way you can verify a broken lock or a person in the yard. What I can say is this: fear spreads easily. Stories spread easily. If your partner believes the neighbor's situation is demonic, that idea can make normal house noises feel threatening in a way they never did before. So it's wise to be cautious about accepting that explanation as fact, especially if it increases your fear. And how do you keep it out? The best. Keep it out. Plan is layered. Physical safety first, because that's real and measurable. Emotional safety second, because fear itself can become a kind of prison. Spiritual comfort if it helps you, but anchored in calm, not panic. And communication with your partner so you're not carrying the fear alone. If you want, I can rewrite your story again with an even smoother, slower narration style that matches your channel vibe. And I can also expand it to the 2,000+ word length you asked for by adding more atmosphere and small details while keeping the events exactly the same. For now, I kept everything you said and stayed close to your original, just cleaned the language, fixed flow, and made it easy to follow in paragraph form without any headings or bold. I was somewhere between 11 and 14 when this happened, so some of the smaller details are a little fuzzy now. But the feeling of it, and the way it unfolded, is still painfully clear. My dad had hired Stanley Kubrick's The Shining from the video store. This was back when Video Easy still existed, and we had one of those joint DVD and VCR players that sat under the TV like a bulky black brick. The kind of setup where the TV itself was older than it should have been, the remote was temperamental, and half the buttons on the front panel had worn lettering from being pressed too many times. One day I wandered into the rumpus room and my father already had the film playing. He was watching it casually the way parents sometimes watch things without thinking too much about whether a kid has walked into the room. I don't remember how far into the movie he was. I'm not even sure how much of it I actually saw. I just know I didn't stay long, because the one image I do remember hit me in a way I couldn't explain. It was the old woman in the bathtub. The moment I saw her, something in my stomach turned. I felt physically sick, like my body rejected the image before my mind even processed it. I remember leaving the room quickly, not making a big deal of it, just slipping away because it felt too awful to look at. That scene stuck to me like something I couldn't scrape off my brain. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to think about it, and I definitely didn't want to see the movie again. There's something else that matters to what happened later. I'm not sure if I saw the famous twin scene with my dad or not. You know the one, the two girls standing in the hallway, staring straight ahead, and they say that line everyone knows. It's referenced constantly in other shows and movies, so it's hard to tell whether I'd seen it in the film, or whether I'd absorbed it through pop culture without realizing. Either way, it was in my head as something recognizable, something that belonged to The Shining, and that becomes important. A few days after my dad first watched it, I was alone in the rumpus room late at night. It was about 11 p.m. The room was quiet in that familiar late-night way, where every small sound feels clearer because the rest of the house is asleep. I was sitting on a bean bag as close to the TV as I could get, the way kids do when they're bored and trying to fall into whatever's on the screen. Behind me, slightly to my right, was the staircase that led up to the dining room. Our house was split level, so there were multiple short flights and landing areas, and the rumpus room always felt a little tucked away from the rest of the house. A few meters from the top of the stairs, my mother was asleep in an armchair. I could hear her snoring softly, that slow, steady sound that told me she was really out. Upstairs again, another short flight, my father was asleep in bed. No one else was home. It was just me, the TV, and the sleeping weight of the house around us. I don't even remember what I was watching. It was probably something random, something that wasn't holding my attention. I was bored, half watching, half thinking about nothing. That's part of why this next moment was so jarring. There was no build-up. No scary mood. No warning. It went from normal to wrong in a second. All of a sudden, the TV went gray and filled with static. At first I didn't panic. I rolled my eyes and sighed, annoyed more than anything else. That TV was old, maybe as old as I was, and it did strange things sometimes. Also, I had a habit of sitting too close and accidentally hitting buttons with my toes. It had those big physical buttons on the front panel, and it didn't take much pressure to change an input or disrupt the signal. So my first assumption was that this was my fault. I thought I'd bumped something and messed it up. I got up out of the bean bag and stepped right in front of the TV. My face was close to the screen now because I was leaning in, pressing buttons. I was trying anything except the volume buttons, because I didn't want to wake my mom. I pressed channel, input, whatever I could find, expecting the picture to come back. I was calm, slightly irritated, and focused on fixing it quickly. Then, without warning, a thick black line dropped down the screen. It appeared suddenly, like something slicing through the static. And right after that black line, the screen changed. The static was gone, and on the screen was that scene from The Shining. The twin girls in the hallway, facing forward, staring out of the screen like they were looking directly at me. And then they spoke. "Come play with us." My whole body went cold. Before I could even react properly, the image froze. Then it rewound itself, like an old tape being pulled back. The twins appeared again. Same hallway. Same dead stare. "Come play with us." It froze again. Rewound again. Then again. And again. And again. It was looping like a broken record, as if the TV had decided to torture me with the one scene that could make my blood run cold. And the worst part was the way it didn't feel like a normal TV glitch. It didn't look like a channel playing the movie. It didn't look like the kind of scrambled half-image you'd get when reception was bad. It looked like the actual film, clean and recognizable, locked into that scene and repeating it like a taunt. I was frozen in shock. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, and I couldn't make my legs move properly. My fingers were still on the buttons, but my brain couldn't connect to what to do next. It felt unreal, like the room had tilted slightly off its normal axis, and I was standing in something that didn't belong. Then panic hit. I started pressing buttons frantically. I didn't even care what I pressed anymore. I just wanted it to stop. But it kept going. Freeze. Rewind. Come play with us. Freeze. Rewind. Come play with us. It felt like it was mocking my attempts to fix it, like it wanted me to watch. In the middle of that, a thought punched through my fear. Maybe the tape was stuck. Maybe the VCR was somehow playing something. That made sense, kind of. It was a joint DVD/VCR unit. Maybe a tape had been left inside. Maybe my dad's rented tape was still in there. Maybe it had jammed and was looping the same part. So I dropped down, shaking, and started to open the little flap over the VCR slot. But then, between the twins' repeating lines, I heard something else. A second voice. Not from the TV speakers the way the twins were. It didn't match their tone. It didn't sound like the film. It sounded closer, softer, like it was coming from the room itself. A calm whisper that spoke my name. Just my name. Soft, steady, and personal, like someone leaning close to you in the dark. My skin prickled. My stomach dropped. And the fear that hit me then was different. It wasn't just a scary movie scene on a screen anymore. It felt like something was aware of me. Like whatever was happening was not random noise. It felt directed. I looked back up at the screen. The twins were still there, repeating, frozen, rewinding. I wasn't even sure if I had truly heard the whisper or if my terror had created it, but in that moment I wasn't staying around to test it. I ran. I ran up the stairs toward my mother, tears already spilling out, my breath coming in sharp, ugly gasps. I reached her armchair and grabbed her arm, shaking her, trying desperately to wake her. I needed an adult. I needed someone else to see it. I needed the world to go back to normal. My parents were heavy sleepers. They always had been. And my mom, I think, may have taken a sleeping pill that night, because she was especially slow to wake. I was crying, whispering and then shouting, telling her something was wrong, begging her to get up. But she was half asleep, swatting at my words like they were flies. I told her what was happening, or at least I tried to. I said the TV was doing something, and the twins, and it wouldn't stop, and I was scared. But my mom, still barely conscious, brushed me off. "Just change the channel," she mumbled, annoyed. That made me even more frantic, because she wasn't understanding. She wasn't hearing me. And then she opened her eyes a little wider and looked at me properly, irritated now, and she scolded me for having the volume up so loud. That was the moment something shifted. Because when she said that, I realized I couldn't hear the twins anymore. I could still hear the TV, but it wasn't the twins. It was static again. Loud static, blasting through the house. The kind of harsh hiss that makes your ears ache. My mum drifted back down into sleep, murmuring something about turning the volume down. I stood at the top of the steps staring down into the rumpus room. The TV was visible from there, a pale gray flicker in the darkness. All it showed now was plain gray static. No twins. No hallway. Just static. And the volume was screaming. For a moment I didn't move. I just stood there, trembling, staring, trying to decide whether I was about to walk back into something terrifying again. My mind tried to reason with itself. Maybe the tape had ended. Maybe the channel changed on its own. Maybe my fear had made me mishear. Maybe it was just a glitch. I needed to believe something like that, because the alternative felt unbearable. Eventually, I forced myself to go back downstairs. Step by step, I went down into the rumpus room. The static hiss filled the air. I kept my eyes on the TV, half expecting the twins to appear again the moment I got close. But it stayed static. I reached the TV and turned it off. The silence after that was huge, like the room suddenly had no sound at all. My ears rang with the leftover hiss. I took a deep breath and leaned down to check the VCR, still telling myself that this was the explanation. The tape must have jammed. The tape must have been inside. The VCR was empty. I checked the DVD tray too, even though it made no sense. Empty. I felt my throat tighten. Then I turned the TV back on. The picture was normal again. No static, no twins, no black line. But the volume indicator on the screen showed the sound was turned all the way up. Full bars. The loudest setting it could reach. That was impossible in my mind because we never had it that loud. Not even close. We kept it maybe a third of the way up, sometimes less. because my parents hated loud TV late at night. This wasn't a small difference. This was max volume, the kind of volume you'd only use if you were trying to shake the walls. I turned the volume down quickly, my hands shaking. Then I did the next thing that made sense to my frightened brain. I checked the channels, fast, skimming through them, looking for an explanation. Maybe The Shining had been on TV that night. Maybe the movie scene had been playing on some channel and I'd somehow switched to it by accident. Maybe a late-night program had referenced it. Maybe there had been an ad or a clip. I needed to find anything that could connect the scene to something normal. But nothing matched. No Shining. No famous twins. No late-night horror special that I could see. Just ordinary channels, ordinary shows, nothing that explained why that scene had appeared so clearly on my screen. At that point I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to stand in that room for another second. I ran upstairs again, all the way to bed, 2 flights, moving fast, ignoring everything else. My mum yelled after me for leaving the lights on in the rumpus room, but I couldn't bring myself to go back down and switch them off. I climbed into bed with my heart still racing, my body still trembling, and I remember lying there not even sure what I had experienced. It was like my brain couldn't decide whether it was real or not, so it tried to blur it out. The next day I planned to solve it properly. I planned to check the TV guide top to bottom, not only for The Shining but for anything even loosely connected. Stephen King, Jack Nicholson, anything. I planned to ask my dad where the videotape was, because I needed to know whether it had been in the house. I needed to know whether it could have been in the VCR at all. But the TV guide didn't show anything that explained it. No movie. No reference. Nothing. And my dad told me he had returned the tape to the store 3 days earlier because it was due back. That answer made my stomach drop all over again. It erased the one explanation my mind had been clinging to. If the tape wasn't in the house, if it had been returned days before, then what had I seen? How did that scene appear so clearly? Why did it loop like a tape? And why did I hear that whisper of my name between the lines? For a long time after that, I think I blocked it out. Not intentionally, not like I chose to forget it, but like my brain didn't know what to do with it, so it shoved it into a dark corner and left it there. It became one of those memories that only surfaces if something pokes it. Then, when I was around 21, I thought it was happening again. I was watching Twister at 3 in the morning by myself, and something about the late hour, the loneliness, the screen glow, it triggered that same fear in my body. It didn't actually happen again, not like before, but the panic was real. It was like my nervous system remembered the old terror and turned it back on instantly, full strength. That was the part that scared me most, in a way. The original experience lasted only a few seconds, maybe 5 at the most, but the fear it caused didn't leave quickly. My heart wouldn't slow down. My body shook for hours. I tried to breathe through it, tried to tell myself I was safe, but it took a long, long time to feel normal again. Since that night with Twister, it has been harder to ignore the original memory. It comes back more easily now. The image of the twins, the gray static, the black line dropping down, the looping rewind, the whisper of my name, the way my mother couldn't wake up properly, the way the TV volume was somehow at maximum even though nobody ever used it like that. I still don't know what it was. And I still know, deep down, that I never want to experience anything like it again. I was about 15 when this happened, and I remember it so clearly because it was one of those moments that rewires how safe a place feels. My parents had been away for a week, and all my older siblings had already moved out, so the house was completely mine. On paper, that sounds like the dream. In reality, it wasn't for me. Being home alone always made me a little jumpy because I knew myself well enough to know that something was bound to freak me out, even if it was something small. A sound in the wrong place. A shadow that didn't sit right. A creak that made my imagination sprint. But the week had actually gone fine. I'd had a few nervous moments, sure, but nothing truly strange. And by the last day I was feeling proud of myself. like I'd made it through. I had just gotten off the phone to my parents. They were on their way home, about 2 hours away. The sun was out, it was a bright afternoon, and I was standing in the backyard with my dog feeling lighter than I had all week. I was in a good mood. I remember thinking how nice it felt that nothing weird had happened, and how good it was going to feel when my parents walked through the door and the house became normal again. It's strange to admit it, but I remember thinking something like, finally, I get to relax. And then it was like something in the world heard that thought and decided to ruin it. I was under the veranda talking to my dog the way you talk to a dog when you love them like family. He was a big brown dog, half German shepherd and half Australian blue cattle dog, and he had that perfect mix of intelligence and loyalty and quiet toughness. He wasn't just a pet to me. He was like my little brother. The kind of dog who knew your moods, who stayed close when you were sad, who got excited when you were excited. He was facing me, chewing and shaking a toy around, happy in that simple dog way. Behind him, about 4 meters away, was the dining room window. Our house was a 3-story split level, and the dining room sat in the middle section, so from the backyard that window was higher up than us, like it was looking down. You could stand outside and see the lower edge of the frame and the curtain inside, but you weren't looking straight through at ground level the way you would with a normal single-story house. It always made the dining room feel slightly removed, like it floated above the yard. As I was talking to my dog, I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was brief, like a quick scrape. But it hit my ears in a way that made my brain recognize it instantly. It sounded exactly like one of our dining room chairs being dragged across the tiled floor. That sharp screeching scrape chairs make when they shift. It was so familiar that for a second my mind tried to place it into normal life. Like, maybe the wind moved something, maybe the house settled, maybe I imagined it. And because it was small and it was sunny and I was so close to the end of my week alone, I chose to ignore it. I didn't want to give my fear any fuel. I didn't want to look up and spiral. I wanted to keep the good mood. So I just looked back down at my dog. And that's when I saw he had heard it too. He had turned his head all the way around and was staring up at the dining room window. His ears were pricked high, his body still, toy forgotten in his mouth. That alone changed the feeling in my chest. Because when a dog reacts like that, it's different from your own nerves. Dogs don't overthink. They don't create stories. They react to something real in their world, even if you can't see it yet. I remember thinking, oh, he heard something too. Then he moved in a way I had never seen any dog move before, and I hope I never see it again. It wasn't a sudden bark or a quick jump back. It was slow. Strange. Like his whole body had shifted into a different mode. He lowered his head slightly, dropped the toy, and turned in a careful, creeping way that made my skin tighten. It was like watching a dog sense something that didn't make sense to him either, something he couldn't smell properly, something he couldn't locate, but something that told every instinct in him to be on guard. He looked at me. Not the normal, hey, glance dogs give you. Not a quick check-in. He stared straight into my eyes. A solid, unblinking stare that felt like he was trying to communicate something urgent without words. It was almost like he was saying, "Do you feel that? Do you know?" Then he walked over and positioned himself directly under the dining room window. And he began to growl. It was a low, deep growl that vibrated through his chest. It wasn't playful. It wasn't a warning at a passing cat. It was the kind of sound that makes you understand, immediately, that your dog doesn't like what he's sensing and is ready to defend himself if he has to. His ears stayed up, his body tensed, and his eyes stayed locked on the window like it was a target. His whole posture screamed alertness. My stomach dropped. The sunny afternoon suddenly felt irrelevant. The warmth of the day didn't matter. My body started doing that thing where adrenaline rises and everything in you goes cold and sharp. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm finally okay. Not when my parents are so close. And because fear is sometimes embarrassing, because your mind tries to protect your pride as much as your body, my first instinct was to pretend everything was normal. Like if I acted normal, my dog would relax. Like if I didn't acknowledge it, it would go away. So I called him in an overly cheerful voice. I patted my knees and said his name the way I would when I wanted him to come for cuddles. I tried to sound light and casual, almost sing-song. I tried to convince myself this was just a dog reacting to something harmless. Maybe a bird, maybe a possum in the roof, maybe a noise that didn't mean anything. He didn't come. Instead, he turned his head toward me in that same slow, creepy way. Not like a normal quick turn. It was deliberate, measured, almost stiff, like he didn't want to take his attention off the window, but he needed to check me. And again, he stared at me right in the eyes. That stare chilled me to the bone. All the hair on my arms rose. I could feel my scalp tighten. My whole body got goosebumps, and I knew in a deep animal way that my dog was not playing. He was not curious. He was not mildly interested. He was focused on something that made him feel threatened, and my cheerful voice meant nothing to him because his instincts were screaming louder. I took a step back without thinking. My legs felt shaky, so I moved slowly and sat down on the chair behind me, trying to make myself smaller. My heart was beating too fast. I kept watching him. He turned back to the window and growled again. He let out a few low barks, not frantic barks, but controlled ones, the kind dogs give when they want whatever they're sensing to know they're there. But mostly it was the growling. Deep, steady, unbroken. His whole body was like a statue. If you've ever seen a dog lock onto something while hunting, or a working dog focus on cattle, you know that look. That total concentration. The kind where nothing distracts them. No voice, no toys, no treats. Just target. And the terrifying part was that I couldn't see anything. There was a curtain in the dining room window. I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't see a person. I couldn't see an animal. All I had was that scraping chair noise, and my dog's absolute certainty that something was there. My parents were 2 hours away, and I did not go inside. I stayed out there in the backyard the entire time, sitting on that chair, watching my dog. I remember the minutes feeling long, like the afternoon stretched out. Every so often I would glance around the yard, like I expected to see something appear, but nothing did. The world looked normal. The sky was bright. The air moved gently. It was like the day itself didn't match the fear in my body. My dog stayed under that window. After a while, he shifted from standing tense to sitting. Then after maybe an hour or so, he lay down right there, still in the exact same position, like a guard settling in for a long watch. But even lying down, he wasn't relaxed. His ears stayed up. His head lifted whenever something tiny changed. His eyes stayed trained on that window like it was the only thing in the world that mattered. I didn't hear any more noises from inside. No more scraping. No more movement. Just the silence of a house that was supposed to be empty, and the deep steady message of my dog's posture. Something is wrong. When my parents finally arrived home, I felt a rush of relief so strong it almost made me dizzy. My mum came into the backyard and found me there, still sitting, still watching, and I think she could tell from my face that I wasn't just enjoying the sunshine. I didn't even need to explain much. The simple fact that I hadn't gone back inside said enough. I decided it was safe to go in then, because the house wasn't empty anymore. I got up and walked toward the back door. My dog and I had a little tradition. He wasn't allowed inside, but every time I went in, he would come to the door and say goodbye. He would walk over, press close, let me kiss his head, and I would tell him I loved him. It was silly, but it was ours. It was one of those small routines that makes a house feel like home. I reached the door and turned, expecting him to follow. He didn't. He was still lying under the dining room window. I looked at him, and he looked at me, then back at the window, then back at me. And he made a soft crying sound, not a whine for attention, but something smaller, almost strained, like he was torn between wanting to come to me and feeling like he couldn't leave his post. It felt like he was saying, I want to do our thing, but not yet. Not while this is still here. I understood in a way I can't fully explain. My throat tightened. I blew him a kiss from the doorway and went inside. I went straight to the dining room. Everything looked normal. The chairs were where they should be. The tiles were clean. Nothing was knocked over. No signs of anyone being there. No open doors, no broken locks, no obvious explanation. I stood there and tried to listen, but the house was filled with the normal sounds of my parents arriving, keys, voices, movement. The scary quiet was gone. I walked to the window and looked out. My dog had finally left the spot. It was like he had been on guard until he knew I was safe. Until he knew I wasn't alone anymore. Until he knew I was back inside with other people and whatever he had been sensing no longer mattered as much as protecting me. That's what stays with me the most. Not just the noise, not just the fear, but my dog's certainty. The way he reacted with a seriousness I had never seen. The way he held that position for hours like it was his job. And the way he only relaxed once the danger, whatever it was, had passed or at least had become less threatening. I still don't know what made that chair scrape noise. I still don't know what my dog was seeing or smelling or sensing behind that curtain. But I know what I felt in my own body while watching him, and I know what it did to me. It made me realize there are moments when an ordinary sunny afternoon can turn into something else in a single second, and you can't always explain it afterward with neat answers. All you're left with is the memory of your own fear, and the image of a loyal dog sitting under a window, ears up, eyes fixed, guarding you against something you can't see. I wasn't old enough to remember this myself. I was only a baby when it happened, so what I'm sharing here is the way this story was told to me later, mainly by my mother and my eldest sister. They both repeated it the same way over the years, and even now you can hear it in their voices when they talk about it. It wasn't a funny family story. It wasn't one of those, remember when, moments. It was something that left a mark. I was no older than one at the time. Mum had put me down for a nap on her bed, and the rest of them were in her bedroom, doing ordinary, normal things. Mum and my two older sisters were standing in front of my mother's dresser and mirror. The dresser was big and heavy, the kind that takes up a whole wall, and it had a large mirror sitting on top of it. I can picture it because I remember the room from later years, and I know exactly the kind of mirror they mean. When something happens in front of a large mirror, it feels like it has more weight, because it isn't just what you see, it's what you see reflected back at you. My eldest sister, Victoria, would have been about 8 years old then. My other sister, Rose, was around 5. They were standing close together and doing what little girls do, combing hair, chatting, taking turns. Mum was right there with them. It wasn't late at night. It wasn't a spooky setting. It was a normal day, in a familiar room, with Mum nearby and a baby asleep on the bed. The kind of safe, simple moment families have all the time. Victoria was combing Rose's hair when she noticed something strange in the mirror. Not in the room itself at first, but in the reflection. Rose's face didn't look right. That's how Victoria described it, and Mum backed her up. Her reflection was wrong in a way that made Victoria's stomach turn. Rose looked stiff, like her body had locked. She wasn't shifting her weight, wasn't moving naturally. And her expression was blank, rigid, almost frozen. She was staring at herself in the mirror without blinking. Victoria thought it was weird and called Rose's name, probably in that older sister tone that expects an answer straight away. But Rose didn't respond. She didn't blink. She didn't turn her head. She just stood there, stiff as a board, staring. Victoria then turned Rose around to face her. Because at that age you don't think of anything supernatural. You just think your little sister is being strange or playing a prank. She asked her what was wrong. Mum had noticed by then too, and Mum's concern kicked in fast because mothers can sense when something is genuinely off. Rose still didn't react. No blinking. No change in expression. No flinch. According to my mum, that was one of the most frightening parts. Because if a child is pretending, they slip. If they're upset, you see emotion. If they're sick, you see confusion. But Rose didn't show anything at all. It was like she wasn't really there. Then Rose spoke. And it wasn't Rose's voice. A deep man's voice came out of her. That detail is the one everyone always pauses on when they tell the story, because it's the part that refuses to fit into anything comfortable. It wasn't a child speaking in a funny tone. It wasn't a giggle. It wasn't her doing a silly impression. It was a voice that sounded male, deep and wrong, coming out of a 5-year-old. And her eyes had changed too. Mum always says the same thing when she tells it. They were not her eyes. They've described Rose's eyes in different ways over the years, which is probably because fear distorts memory and because they were so shaken, but the main theme stays the same. Her eyes look darker than normal. Some of them say black. Some say red and black, or a dark redness. Some say just too dark, like the light had gone out of them. But the point is, her eyes didn't look like Rose anymore. It looked like someone else was looking through them. Rose stayed stiff the entire time, not moving the way a normal child moves. And the voice kept coming. My mother and sister can't remember what she was actually saying. They said it sounded like another language, or at least like words that didn't make sense to them. It didn't sound like normal speech. And the way it came out frightened them so badly that they went straight into panic. They started yelling at her to stop. They kept saying her name, over and over, trying to pull her back. Mum was shaking her. Victoria was trying to snap her out of it. At one point, Victoria slapped Rose across the face, not hard enough to injure, but hard enough that any normal child would react. Rose didn't flinch. She didn't cry. She didn't even blink. That's another detail that stuck with them, because it made it feel less like a child having a weird moment, and more like something unnatural had taken over the body in front of them. Something was speaking, but Rose wasn't responding. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Rose's body loosened. Her face changed back. Her eyes looked normal again. And she acted as if nothing had happened. No confusion, no fear, no tiredness, no memory of it. When Mum and Victoria started asking her questions, Rose looked at them like they were being ridiculous. She didn't know what they were talking about. She carried on as if no time had passed, like the last few minutes had never existed. That is what disturbed Mum and Victoria the most. Not just the voice, not just the eyes, but the way it ended so cleanly, like someone flicked a switch off. They don't know how long it lasted. When people describe these moments, time always gets strange. It might have only been a couple of minutes, but it felt longer. It was long enough for panic to build, for them to grab her, shake her, call her name repeatedly, even slap her. Long enough to feel helpless. Rose has never remembered it. Even now she hates when anyone brings it up. She refuses to believe it was paranormal, and that's part of why the story stays tense in our family. Because for her, it's not her memory. It's something people keep telling her about herself. And if you're a skeptical person, being told you were possessed as a child is the kind of thing you'd shut down hard. Rose did have a sleepwalking problem when she was young. Enough that it worried Mum. There was even a time Rose was caught opening the front door, about to go outside. So Rose's own explanation has always been that this event was something that can happen when children are disturbed mid-sleep. Apparently some kids can act strangely, speak oddly, seem not there, and then not remember it afterward. That explanation gives her a sense of control. It makes it a medical or sleep-related incident rather than something supernatural and frightening. The problem is, it doesn't quite sit right with the way Mum and Victoria describe it. Rose wasn't in bed. She wasn't asleep. She was standing, chatting, combing hair, fully part of the moment, and then she went rigid, stopped blinking, and spoke in a voice that wasn't hers. That sudden switch from normal to unnatural is what makes the sleep explanation feel incomplete to the people who witnessed it. And Mum and Victoria have never really accepted it either. Even now, if the topic comes up, they get visibly upset. It isn't just discomfort. It's fear returning. They get angry too, angry at themselves for still being affected, angry at whoever brings it up, angry that the memory still has power over them. There is another layer to the story that I learned later, and it adds to how creepy it feels. At the time this happened, my dad and my 2 older brothers were away. They were attending the wake for my grandfather's funeral. My grandfather had just died. He was Australian and didn't speak another language. According to my parents, he also wasn't particularly kind, especially to my mum. So when you line up the timing, Rose suddenly speaking in a deep man's voice, sounding like she's saying words nobody understands, and then the family is away at the wake, it's hard not to let your mind connect dots. Even if you don't want to. But I want to be careful with how I frame it, because I don't personally like the word possession. And I don't like giving stories like this a dramatic label that turns fear into something bigger. I don't really believe in demons the way movies describe them, or at least I don't believe in feeding that idea. I believe that if you treat something as evil and give it a huge identity in your mind, you can make it feel stronger than it is. People are capable of cruelty when they're alive, so it makes sense to me that if there is anything beyond death, it could still carry messed up energy. But I also believe respect matters. Dead or alive, fear and anger can inflate things. Calling something demonic can be a way of handing it power. That's why I've always kept this story in a strange place in my mind. I don't deny what Mom and Victoria saw. I don't dismiss their fear. But I also don't want to lock it into one terrifying interpretation. There was also one other strange incident involving Rose, from even earlier, before I was born, when she was about a year younger. Mum was out in the front yard tending the garden while Rose played on the driveway. Rose was little, busy in her own world, and Mum had her back turned while she worked. Then, for no reason, Mum suddenly turned around. She walked over, picked Rose up, and moved her into the garden bed. As Mum tells it, she didn't even know why she did it. It felt automatic, like something pulled her attention and pushed her body into motion before she could think. Mum turned, confused by her own behavior, and that's when she saw my dad reversing the car out. He reversed over the exact spot where Rose had been playing on the driveway. My dad wouldn't have seen her there from his angle. He would have had no idea she was in the path. If Mum hadn't moved her at that exact moment, the outcome could have been horrific. Mum has always said she didn't decide to do it. She swears it felt like something else made her turn around and act, like some kind of force or instinct that wasn't ordinary. That story sits differently from the mirror incident, because it isn't frightening in the same way. It's more like protection. Like something intervened. Like whatever exists beyond what we understand isn't only dark and scary. So when I look at both incidents together, the terrifying moment in front of the mirror, and the inexplicable moment that saved Rose's life, I end up with a very mixed feeling. Like the world is not as tidy as we pretend. Like some things happen that don't fit neatly into science, but also don't need to be pushed into the most horrifying explanation possible. I don't know what happened in that bedroom. I don't know what caused Rose to go rigid, to stop blinking, to speak in a voice that wasn't hers, and then to forget it completely. I understand why Rose prefers the sleep-related explanation. I also understand why Mom and Victoria struggled to accept it. The truth is, they were the ones who stood there, watching a little girl's eyes change in a mirror, and hearing a man's voice come out of her mouth. And once you've seen something like that, even if you never see it again, it doesn't fully leave you. I was about 15 when this happened, and even now, years later, I can still feel it in my body when I think about it. It's one of those memories that doesn't fade the way most things do. It doesn't sit quietly in the back of your mind like an old photograph. It comes back with the same sharpness, like it's waiting, like it never fully ended. I think that's because it changed something for me. It changed the way my house felt. It changed the way I trusted the quiet. It changed the way I listened to sounds that I used to ignore. My parents had been away for a week. All of my older siblings had already moved out by then, so the whole place was mine. If you describe that to most teenagers, it sounds perfect. No parents. No rules. No one watching what you're doing. You could eat what you want, stay up late, watch whatever you want on TV, and walk around the house like you own it. But for me, being alone in a big house wasn't fun the way it sounds. I could enjoy it for a while, sure, but after the first couple of days my mind would start playing games with me. A small sound would make me tense up. A shadow would make me stare too long. A creak in the wrong place would make my imagination take off running. I'm the type of person who notices everything when I'm alone. I notice the way the house settles. I notice the fridge turning on and off. I notice a branch tapping the window. When other people are around, your brain doesn't focus on those things because there's conversation and movement and normal life to balance it out. But when you're alone, the house feels bigger and quieter, and the quiet makes every little thing feel louder. Still, I got through the week better than I expected. I had a few moments where I freaked myself out, but nothing truly strange happened. No big scare. No sudden cold feeling. No shadow where there shouldn't be one. I started to feel proud of myself, like I was doing better than I usually did. The closer it got to the end of the week, the more confident I felt. I began to think, maybe I'm finally growing out of this. Maybe I can handle being alone after all. It was the last day, and I had just gotten off the phone to my parents. They were on their way home, about 2 hours away. I remember feeling relief in a way that's hard to explain. It wasn't just that I missed them. It was that once they got home, the house would feel normal again. The house wouldn't feel like this big empty thing holding its breath. It would feel lived in. Safe. Regular. The afternoon was sunny. Bright, warm, ordinary. The kind of day that makes you feel like nothing bad could happen because everything looks so normal. I was in the backyard with my dog, and I was in a good mood. I was happy nothing weird had happened all week. I remember thinking, almost like I was congratulating myself, that I'd made it through. I remember thinking how good it would feel to hear my parents come in through the door, to hear their voices, to hear keys and shopping bags and normal sounds. It's strange to admit it, but I remember thinking something like, finally, I can relax. And then, almost as if the world heard that thought, it felt like something decided to ruin it. I was standing under the veranda, in that shaded area where the roof comes out over the patio. It was one of my favorite places to stand because you could be outside but still feel sheltered. I was talking to my dog the way you talk to a dog when you love them like family. People who don't have that kind of bond don't always understand it. But my dog wasn't just a pet to me. He was like my little brother. He was a big brown dog, half German Shepherd and half Australian Blue Cattle Dog, and he had a mix of traits that made him feel both tough and gentle at the same time. He was smart. He was loyal. He watched everything. And he always seemed to know when I was nervous, even before I said anything. He was facing me, playing with a toy. He was shaking it around and chewing at it, happy and relaxed. His tail moved lightly. His body looked loose. It was a normal, calm moment. Behind him, about 4 meters away, was the dining room window. Our house was a 3-story split-level home, and the dining room sat in the middle section. So from the backyard, that window was higher up than us, like it was looking down. It was one of those windows that always felt slightly distant, because you weren't looking straight through at ground level. It sat above, and because of that, it sometimes gave the house a strange layered feeling, like there were levels of space you couldn't fully see from where you stood. As I was talking to my dog, I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was quick, brief, almost like a small accident. But it hit my ears in a way that made me recognize it instantly. It sounded exactly like one of the dining room chairs scraping across the tiled floor. That sharp screech sound chairs make when someone drags them without lifting. It wasn't a gentle shift. It was that clear, unpleasant scrape that makes you think, someone just moved a chair. My first reaction wasn't fear. My first reaction was to explain it. I thought, maybe the house is settling. Maybe a draft moved something. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was coming from a neighbor's yard and my ears just placed it wrong. And because it was sunny, and because my parents were coming home soon, and because I didn't want to ruin my own mood, I chose to ignore it. I looked back down at my dog like nothing had happened. And that's when I realized he had heard it too. His toy was forgotten. His head had turned all the way around, and he was staring up at the dining room window. His ears were high, alert, like little arrows pointing forward. His body went still. Not relaxed still, but focused still. That alone made something shift inside me, because dogs don't pretend. Dogs don't make up stories. They don't sit there imagining chair sounds. If he reacted like that, then something was real enough to catch his attention. I remember thinking, oh, he heard something too. Then he moved in a way I had never seen any dog move before, and I honestly hope I never see it again. It wasn't a sudden bark. It wasn't a quick jump back. It was slow, strange, almost careful. Like his whole body switched into a different mode. He lowered his head slightly. He dropped the toy. And then he turned his body in a deliberate, creeping way that made my skin tighten. It looked like he was trying to locate something without making sudden moves. Like he didn't fully understand what he was sensing, but he knew it was something he should treat seriously. He looked at me then. Not in a normal way. Not a quick glance. Not a, "Hey, watch this. Look." He stared straight into my eyes. A solid, unblinking stare that lasted longer than it should have. The kind of stare that makes you feel like the dog is trying to communicate with you, like he's trying to tell you something without having words. It felt like he was saying, "Do you see that? Do you feel it? Are you aware?" Then he walked away from me and positioned himself directly under the dining room window. And he began to growl. It wasn't a playful growl. It wasn't the kind of growl dogs do when they're excited about a game. It was low and deep, coming from the chest. It had weight to it. It was the kind of sound that makes you understand instantly that your dog doesn't like what he's sensing and is preparing to defend himself if he has to. His ears stayed up. His whole body tensed. His eyes locked onto the window like it was a target. My stomach dropped. The sunny day suddenly felt pointless. The warmth didn't matter anymore. I could feel adrenaline rising in my body, that cold, sharp feeling that comes when fear shows up fast. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Not now. Not when the week is almost over. Not when I'm finally okay. Not when my parents are so close. And because fear can be embarrassing, and because part of the human mind tries to protect your pride as much as your body, my first instinct was to pretend everything was normal. I wanted to treat it like it was nothing. Like if I acted normal, the moment would pass. Like if I didn't acknowledge it, it would lose power. So I called him in an overly cheerful voice. I patted my knees and said his name the way I'd say it when I wanted him to come for cuddles. I tried to sound light and casual, almost silly. I tried to convince myself that this was just a dog reacting to something harmless. A bird. A possum in the roof. A sound inside the wall. A mouse. Anything normal. Anything small. He didn't come. Instead, he turned his head toward me in that same slow, creepy way. Not like a normal quick head turn. It was measured, stiff, deliberate, like he didn't want to take attention away from the window but he needed to check me. And he stared into my eyes again, just as solid and unblinking as before. That stare chilled me. All the hair on my arms rose. My scalp tightened. My skin got goosebumps. And I knew, in a deep animal way, that my dog wasn't playing. He wasn't curious. He wasn't mildly interested. He was locked onto something that made him feel threatened, and my cheerful voice meant nothing compared to what his instincts were screaming. I took a step back without thinking. My legs felt shaky, and I didn't want to be standing while my body was acting like it might run. So I moved slowly and sat down on the chair behind me under the veranda, trying to make myself smaller. My heart was beating too fast. I kept watching him, because I didn't know what else to do. He turned back to the window and growled again, deeper now, steadier. He let out a few low barks, not frantic, not panicked, but controlled. The kind of bark that is meant as a warning. The kind that says, "I know you're there. I'm not scared of you. Don't come closer." But mostly it was the growling. Deep, steady, unbroken. His whole body was like a statue. If you've ever seen a dog lock onto something while hunting, or a working dog focus on cattle, you know that look. That total concentration where nothing distracts them. No calling. No clapping. No toy. No treats. Just target. And the most terrifying part was this: I couldn't see anything. There was a curtain in the dining room window. I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't see a person. I couldn't see an animal. I couldn't see a shadow. All I had was that chair scrape sound, and my dog's absolute certainty that something was there. At that point I made a decision without even saying it out loud. I was not going inside. My parents were 2 hours away, and I did not step into that house. Not because I had proof something was inside, but because my dog had never acted like this before, and I trusted him more than I trusted my own ability to stay calm. If he was on guard like that, then something was wrong enough for me to listen. So I stayed in the backyard the entire time. For those 2 hours, I sat on that chair under the veranda, watching my dog like my life depended on it. The minutes felt long, stretched out, like the days slowed down. Every so often I would glance around the yard, half expecting something to appear out of nowhere. But nothing did. The sky stayed bright. The air moved gently. Birds still made sounds. Everything outside looked normal, and that mismatch between the normal day and the fear in my body made it worse, because it made me feel like I was the only one aware something was off. My dog stayed under that window. After a while, he shifted from standing tense to sitting, still facing the window. Later he lowered himself and lay down right there, like a guard settling into a long watch. But even lying down, he wasn't relaxed. His ears stayed up. His head lifted when the wind changed. His eyes stayed fixed in the same direction, as if something was still there, and he was waiting for it to move. I didn't hear any more noises from inside. No more chair scraping. No footsteps. No banging. Nothing. Just silence. A house that should have been empty. A curtain that blocked my view. And a dog who would not leave his post. At times my mind tried to talk itself down. It tried to build normal explanations. Maybe a chair leg shifted because of vibration. Maybe a pipe knocked. Maybe a neighbor's noise echoed. Maybe the dog heard a possum in the roof and thought it was inside the dining room. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe those explanations, because my dog wasn't reacting like he would to something small. He wasn't sniffing around. He wasn't curious. He wasn't barking and then moving on. He was guarding. When my parents finally arrived home, relief hit me so hard it almost made me dizzy. The moment I heard their car, the world felt like it snapped back into place. My mom came into the backyard and found me there. I think she could tell by my face that I wasn't just sitting outside enjoying the day. There was something about the way I was sitting and watching that probably made it obvious. I didn't even need to explain everything right away. The simple fact that I hadn't gone inside for 2 hours said enough. Once my parents were home, I decided it was safe to go in. Not because I suddenly felt brave, but because the house wasn't empty anymore. Whatever it was, if it was anything at all, I didn't want to face it alone. I got up and walked toward the back door. My dog and I had a little tradition. He wasn't allowed inside, but every time I went into the house, he would come to the door to say goodbye. He would walk up close and wait for me. I'd kiss his head, and I'd tell him I loved him. It sounds silly, but it was our routine. It was comfort. It was one of those little things that made me feel connected and safe. I reached the door and turned, expecting him to follow. He didn't. He was still lying under the dining room window. I looked at him, and he looked at me, then back at the window, then back at me. And he made a soft crying sound. Not a loud whine. Something small, strained, like he was torn. Like he wanted to come and do our goodbye routine, but he couldn't. Like he felt he had a job and he couldn't abandon it. In that moment I swear it felt like he was telling me, I want to, but I can't. Not yet. And I understood. My throat tightened. I blew him a kiss from the doorway, the way you do when you can't get close, and I went inside. The first thing I did was go straight to the dining room. Everything looked normal. The chairs were where they should be. The tiled floor was clean. Nothing was knocked over. No signs of anyone being there. No open doors, No broken windows, no obvious reason for that sound. The room felt ordinary again in the daylight coming through the windows. I stood there and listened, but now I could hear my parents moving through the house, talking, putting things down, the normal noise of people being home. The intense silence that had scared me was gone. I walked over to the dining room window and looked out into the backyard. My dog had left the spot. It was like the moment he saw I was inside with other people, he finally relaxed. Like he'd been on guard until he knew I was safe. Until he knew I wasn't alone anymore. Until he knew I wasn't going to be standing outside, trapped in fear, waiting for something to happen. That's what stayed with me the most. Not just the chair scrape sound, not just the fear, but my dog's certainty. The seriousness in him. The way he held that position for hours like it was his job. The way he looked at me like he was trying to warn me. And the way he only let it go when he believed the danger had passed. Or at least that I was no longer vulnerable. I still don't know what caused that sound. I still don't know what my dog was sensing behind that curtain. Maybe it was something small and real, like an animal in the wall, and my dog reacted stronger than usual for reasons I can't explain. Maybe it was something about being alone that made everything feel bigger and sharper. Maybe it was something else entirely. I don't have a clean answer. But I know what I felt while watching him. I know the way my body reacted. And I know that after that day, the house didn't feel the same when I was alone. Sometimes all you're left with is the fear you felt in your bones, and the image of a loyal dog lying under a window, ears up, eyes fixed, guarding you from something you couldn't see. So I don't even know if this counts as paranormal, but I also know it wasn't normal. It was one of those experiences where you can't fully explain it, even to yourself, because it doesn't fit neatly into either category. It wasn't a typical dream. It wasn't the kind of half-asleep confusion I'm used to. It was something else, something that felt like I was awake enough to remember it, awake enough to react, and awake enough to feel annoyed and angry in the moment. But at the same time, it had this strange, unreal quality to it, like my brain was still stuck halfway in sleep. The worst part is that it happened twice, close together, and because I remember it so clearly, it still sits in the back of my mind as a "what was that?" kind of memory. To understand why those 2 nights scared me so much, you have to understand that sleep weirdness has always been part of my life. I've been sleep-talking practically since I was born. My mother says that even when I was a baby, before I could properly speak, I used to giggle and babble in my sleep. Not crying, not fussing, but genuinely making happy little noises like I was talking to someone in a dream. As I got older, the sleep-talking didn't stop, it just changed. It became clearer, more structured. I've been caught sitting up in bed and having full conversations, not with the person in the room, but with the wall. Like I'm in a discussion and the wall is responding. I've also had moments where I apparently move in ways I don't normally move when I'm awake. Once I jumped out of bed on all fours like a cat. That one is still embarrassing to admit, but at the same time it's also kind of funny, because yes, being my boyfriend must be a fun experience sometimes. I'm sure he's had nights where he's just lying there thinking, what is happening right now? Most of the time, those things don't scare me. They're just part of who I am. They're common for me. I've always been the kind of person whose brain keeps running even when my body is meant to be resting. And because it's been happening my whole life, I've almost normalized it. Sleep talking, sitting up, moving strangely, it's like my brain can't completely switch off. Usually I don't remember any of it. People tell me what I did, and I might feel embarrassed, and I might laugh, but I don't personally carry the memory like it's something that happened to me. It's more like, oh wow, my body did something weird again while I was asleep. That's why these 2 experiences, from a couple of years ago, felt so different. Because the big difference was that I remembered them. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up. I remembered the feeling in my body. I remembered the irritation, the anger, the sense that someone was in my room, and the sense that whatever it was, it didn't belong there. I remembered speaking. I remembered moving. I remembered looking at the corner of the room and focusing hard. trying to see through the darkness. When I think back to it, it doesn't feel like a normal dream memory. It feels like a waking memory. The kind you can replay. The kind where you can remember the mood, the temperature, the weight of the pillow in your hand, the way your eyes struggled to focus. The first time it happened, I woke up already annoyed. That's one of the strangest parts. I didn't wake up confused or scared first. I woke up with this irritated, agitated feeling, like I was being interrupted and I didn't appreciate it. It was like the feeling you get when you're half asleep and someone keeps trying to talk to you, or when you know someone is in your space and you just want them to leave you alone. I had this instant sense that someone was in my room, and not in a comforting way, but in a "why are you here?" way. I felt like I had been trying to sleep and something or someone was stopping me from doing that, and it made me cranky. I sat up, but not normally. I sat up in this stiff, strange way, and the best way I can describe it is that I rose like a vampire. You know how in old movies vampires don't sit up like a normal person? They just lift straight up, almost like a plank? That's what it felt like. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, but because it was genuinely how my body moved. It didn't feel like I was fully in control of how I was waking. It was like my body was being pulled upward by something. I scanned the room, squinting. My room was dark, and my eyes were still in that sleepy state where everything takes effort to focus. I remember having to squint a lot, trying to make out shapes. I remember the darkness feeling thick. There was enough light to see outlines, but not enough to see details clearly. In the opposite corner of the room, I either saw or felt something. I'm not even sure which one it was now, because memory gets tricky around those edges. But I know I either saw a dark shape there or I had such a strong sense of it that it was basically the same as seeing it. It felt like a shadow. A dark presence. Something that shouldn't have been there. And while a part of me was a little scared, this stronger feeling was annoyance. That's what's so weird about it. Most people, if they wake up and think something is in their room, they feel immediate fear. I didn't feel fear first. I felt irritation, like I was being bothered. Like it was rude. So I yelled at it. I actually yelled out loud, in my bedroom, in the middle of the night, like I was scolding an intruder. I remember my voice sounding harsh and angry, and I remember the words clearly because they came from a very direct part of me. "What are you doing? Go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep." It wasn't calm. It wasn't a quiet whisper. It was like I was genuinely angry and wanted it gone. I remember feeling a kind of stubbornness too, like I wasn't going to be intimidated in my own room. I remember scoffing, like this thing had the audacity to be there while I was trying to sleep. And then I grabbed a pillow and threw it. I remember throwing it with real force, like I meant it. Like I wanted to hit whatever was in that corner. I can remember the motion of my arm. I can remember the pillow leaving my hand and flying across the room. I can remember the little burst of satisfaction that comes with doing something physical when you're angry. And then, almost instantly after, I lay back down and went back to sleep like it was nothing. Like my body had finished the task it needed to do and was done. The next day, my boyfriend asked me a question that made my stomach drop. He asked why I had snatched the pillow he was sleeping on and thrown it across the room in the middle of the night. That detail shocked me because in my memory, I had grabbed a pillow and thrown it at the corner of the room. In his reality, the pillow I threw was the pillow he was sleeping on. Which means that in that half-awake state, I didn't even fully understand what I was grabbing. I just grabbed whatever was closest, and my mind filled in the rest. It also meant the event had definitely happened physically. I hadn't imagined the throwing part. I hadn't dreamed it. I had actually moved. I had actually taken a pillow and thrown it. And the strangest part was that I wasn't surprised by the memory itself. I was surprised that my boyfriend experienced it too. Because I remembered it. I remembered waking and being annoyed and yelling. That's what unsettled me. It's one thing to be told you sleep talk and do weird things and not remember. It's another thing entirely to remember doing it, and to remember it as if you were awake, while at the same time knowing you must have been in some strange state. That's when the idea came to me that maybe I woke up in some half-awake, half asleep state and hallucinated. Maybe my brain was still dreaming, but my body was awake enough to move. I've heard people talk about that kind of thing, where you wake up but your mind is still halfway in dream mode and you can see or sense things that aren't really there. But at the time, I didn't know what to call it. I just knew it had happened and it had left me unsettled. Then about 2 weeks later, it happened again. The second time was worse, because it felt like whatever I saw actually reacted to me. It started in a very similar way. I woke up suddenly and sat up the same strange way, like my body lifted too stiffly, like I rose instead of sitting. Again I felt annoyed right away, more than scared. It's like my first emotion in these moments is always irritation, as if my sleep has been interrupted and I'm angry about it. This time I felt like someone was in my room, but not just standing there quietly. I felt like something was moving around, almost jumping. The feeling I had was so clear that I can still describe it exactly. It felt like a younger sibling had snuck into your room while you were trying to sleep and was messing with your stuff. Like someone was being annoying on purpose, playing and hopping around, not caring that you're tired. That was the energy of it. And it made me angry. My boyfriend was asleep beside me. He was to my left. Next to him was the wall and a window. The room was completely dark except for a little bit of light coming from a street light outside. That street light created the faintest glow through the window, not enough to light the room, but enough to outline certain shapes. It silhouetted the curtains, showing all the folds and creases in the fabric, turning them into darker lines against the lighter patch of window. In front of the curtains, I saw a shape. It looked like the silhouette of a young boy, maybe 7 to 10 years old. I can't say exactly how old because it wasn't like I saw a face with details. It was a shadow outline. But the size and the shape felt like a child. And the way it moved was what really locked it in for me. It was jumping around, waving its arms about, like it was playing. It reminded me of Peter Pan's shadow. That's the closest comparison I have, because it looked like a shadow figure but also moved like something with personality, like something alive, playful, and sneaky. I yelled at it immediately. "What are you doing? Stop it!" The moment I yelled, it stopped moving, like I startled it. That moment is what made it feel so real to me. Because it didn't just continue like a random shadow. It reacted. It froze the way a child freezes when they've been caught doing something they shouldn't be doing. Then it raised its hands to its face and shook them, like a cartoon character might do when scared or surprised, like, "Oh no, I've been noticed." It was such a specific movement. Such a human-like movement. Such an expressive movement. That's what made my stomach twist. I kept yelling, more stern now, like I was scolding a child. "What are you doing? Stop. Go away." Then it moved in a way that made my skin crawl. It stepped backwards, pressing itself against the wall, and then slid to its right along the wall, toward the curtains. It kept its back flat against the wall. Its arms went flat too, as if it was trying to make itself as thin as possible. It moved like it was trying not to be seen. It tried to hide itself inside the folds of the curtain, using the darker lines of the fabric as camouflage. It straightened its body, arms down its sides, making its outline slim, like it wanted to disappear into the curtain shadow. I watched it shuffle into place, and I remember my eyes struggling. My vision was blurry the way it gets when you've just woken up. I was squinting hard, trying to focus, trying to confirm what I was seeing. But even if the outline wasn't perfectly sharp, I could still sense it, like my mind was tracking the shape even when my eyes couldn't fully lock on. And I remember saying, out loud, sternly, almost like a warning, "I can still see you." I sat there for a moment, watching. It's hard to explain what those seconds felt like. It was like my brain was deciding whether this was real or not, while my body was just tired and irritated. I felt annoyed that this was happening again. I felt anger that my sleep was being disturbed. I felt a low level of fear underneath it. But the bigger feeling was this exhausted frustration, like, why is this happening to me? After a moment, I couldn't see it anymore. The outline faded into the curtain folds. But I still felt like it was there. That's the thing. Even when my eyes couldn't pick it out, the sense of presence didn't disappear. It was like the room still held it. And because I was too tired to keep fighting, I sighed, rolled over, and fell back asleep. That part still shocks me when I think about it. Because if I had been fully awake, I would have turned on a light. I would have woken my boyfriend. I would have checked the room. I would have done something. But I didn't. I behaved like someone who is half asleep and doesn't have the energy to process it properly. Like my brain just shut the whole thing down and said, enough, go back to sleep. That's why, when I think about it now, it feels like a state between waking and sleeping. Not a normal dream, because I remember waking. Not a normal waking moment, because I behaved like someone trapped in sleep logic. I should also add that at that time in my life, I was under a lot of stress. A lot. My living situation wasn't great. I wasn't feeling safe or calm in general, and my body was carrying that. You know when you're stressed for long enough that it becomes your normal? You don't even notice how tense you are until something breaks through and shows you. That was me. And not long after these 2 episodes, I started having night terrors. There was one night that still makes my stomach twist just thinking about it. I woke in the middle of the night, and saw my dinner raised up, as if someone was standing at the end of my bed holding it up in front of their face. The shape was wrong. The sense was wrong. And in that instant, my brain produced this horrifying certainty that it was going to come down and strangle me. I can't explain how strong that certainty felt. It wasn't like I calmly thought. Maybe. It was like my body knew it as fact. I screamed. Full scream. Pure terror. That was the first of many night terrors. And if you've ever had one, you know how different they are from nightmares. A nightmare fades when you wake up. A night terror sits in your body like electricity. Your heart goes insane. Your breath goes shallow. Your muscles shake. Even after you wake up properly, the fear doesn't leave quickly. It takes ages to calm down. You can tell yourself you're safe and it doesn't matter, because your nervous system is already on fire. After those 2 nights and the night terrors that followed, I started hearing people talk about disorders where someone regularly wakes up and sees things in their room. I didn't know the names for it back then, but I remember thinking, maybe that's what happened. Maybe my brain was basically still dreaming while my eyes were open. Maybe my body was awake enough to sit up and speak, but my mind was still projecting images into the darkness. Maybe it was my stress and exhaustion turning the room into something it wasn't. The strange part is, it hasn't happened again in the same way since then. Not the shadow in the corner, not the boy's silhouette at the curtains. My night terrors continued for a while, and I still have sleep-talking episodes, but those 2 incidents felt like their own specific thing. Like a particular kind of half-awake moment where my brain created a presence that felt vivid and interactive. But even though it hasn't happened again, I've never forgotten it. Because I remember the annoyance, the shouting, the way I threw a pillow with real force, and the way my boyfriend confirmed it the next day. I remember the boy-like shape reacting to me and trying to hide, and the weird feeling of being able to sense it even when I couldn't see it clearly. I remember how quickly I went back to sleep afterward, like my brain shut the door on it because it didn't have the energy to keep processing. And honestly, the biggest reason it still stays with me is because it made me realize something about fear. Fear isn't always this dramatic screaming thing at the start. Sometimes it hides under irritation. Sometimes it shows up as anger because anger feels more powerful than fear. Sometimes your body chooses annoyance because it would rather feel in control than feel helpless. But underneath it, something was wrong enough to jolt me out of sleep twice. And wrong enough that I can still picture those curtain folds and that outline. So I still don't know what to call it. I don't know if it was a hallucination, a sleep disorder thing, stress messing with my brain, or something I can't explain. All I know is that it felt real in the moment. And I know I never want to go back to that place where you wake up and feel like there's something in your room watching you, moving, reacting, and you can't tell whether your eyes are lying or whether your mind is doing something strange to protect itself. If anything, those 2 nights taught me that sleep isn't always just sleep. Sometimes it's a weird borderland where your body and your brain don't wake up at the same speed, and in that gap, anything can feel possible. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I have had strange encounters for as long as I can remember. I don't even mean a single big moment that happened once and then became a scary story I tell at parties. I mean it has been threaded through my whole life, like something that followed me from place to place, year after year. If I try to explain it to someone who has never experienced anything like this, I can hear how unbelievable it sounds. But for me it has always been there in the background, like a second layer over normal life. Sometimes it's quiet, and I can ignore it. Other times it pushes itself right into the front of my world and I'm forced to deal with it. When I was younger, the place that always felt off was my grandmother's house. I spent a lot of time there as a kid, and I can still picture it clearly. It wasn't the kind of house where you walk in and instantly think it's haunted. It looked normal on the outside. It had normal furniture, normal family photos, normal everyday mess. But the feeling inside was never fully normal, not for me. It was like the air had mood swings. Some days it felt fine, almost calm. Other days it felt heavy, tense, like someone was watching from the corners. I was just a kid, but I remember learning quickly that you had to be careful in that house. Not careful like, don't spill a drink. Careful like, don't make the wrong thing angry. Weird things happened there all the time. Things would move by themselves. Not in a way where you could easily blame the wind or the floor being uneven. Objects would shift when nobody touched them. Small items would disappear and then show up later in places they never should have been. There were times I was pushed, and I don't mean a light bump that could be explained away. I mean I was pushed violently, more than once, hard enough that it felt personal. Hard enough that it didn't feel like an accident. When I try to describe that to people, they sometimes laugh or they assume I'm exaggerating. But the truth is, those moments didn't feel funny when they happened. They made my body go cold because you can't argue with your own balance being thrown off like that. You can't tell yourself it was your imagination when you're stumbling or catching yourself from falling. It wasn't only me either. Friends and other family members would have weird experiences there too. It wasn't like I was the only sensitive one, or the only one noticing things. People would come over and later say they felt uncomfortable, or they heard something, or they saw something out of the corner of their eye. Some people tried to laugh it off, but you could tell it had gotten to them. And there was one thing that really stuck out to me, even when I was young. If my grandmother didn't like you, then sure enough, something would happen to you. It was like the house, or whatever was in it, took her side. People would have bad luck, feel sick, get frightened, get spooked out of nowhere. As a kid, I didn't have the words for it, but I felt it. It was like her dislike carried weight in that place, like it could reach out and touch people. Years later my mother told me things about my grandmother that made the whole atmosphere make more sense, even though I still don't fully understand it. My mother told me that my grandmother did strange things when we were children. Not just odd habits, but things that felt deliberate. She would actively call out to something, like she was speaking to a spirit or a being, and she would tell it to go get someone. I remember hearing that and feeling sick, because it fit too well with what we had all experienced. My mother also told me my grandmother would kill small animals when I was a child, and she would say things in a language my mother didn't understand. I didn't witness every single one of these things, but I believe my mother. She wouldn't make it up for fun. And hearing it explained why my grandmother's house had always felt like it held a secret. I still don't know what my grandmother was doing. I don't know if it was some kind of magic, or if she had mental health issues, or if it was a mix of both. I don't know whether she truly believed she was speaking to something or whether it was a way of controlling people through fear. What I do know is that she had a deep hatred in her, especially toward my mother. She hated my mother, and she hated us kids too, except for my sister. My sister was different in her eyes, and I don't know why. Maybe she saw herself in my sister. Maybe she chose a favorite, and treated the rest of us like problems. But the way she treated my mother and the rest of us left damage. The kind of damage that lingers. That was more than 30 years ago now. My grandmother is dead. She's been dead a long time. And for a while, part of me hoped that would be the end of it, because you want to believe that when a toxic person is gone, the dark weight they carried disappears too. But it didn't. If anything, my life after that continued to fill up with more experiences. So many, honestly, that if I wrote them all down in full detail it would take forever. It would be a long read. There have been too many moments where I felt something was there. Something was watching. Something was moving around my life like it had the right to be there. One of the strangest things I've experienced, and one of the hardest to explain, is seeing people I know, seeing them in solid form, and then watching them disappear. Not like a misty blur. Not like a shadow that could have been a trick of light. I mean real-looking people, with features, with shape, with the weight of a human presence, and then they're just gone. This has happened about 4 or 5 times since I was a kid. It always hits me the same way. For a second my brain accepts it as normal because the figure looks so real, and then the moment they vanish, my body reacts like it's been punched with cold. It makes you doubt yourself, but it also makes you angry, because you know what you saw. And when something is that clear, it's hard to talk yourself out of it. I've also seen things that look like people but aren't fully people. It's like I can see their features, but they're made of shadow. Their outlines are there, their head and shoulders are there, even the suggestion of clothing sometimes, but they don't have the full substance of a normal person. It's hard to describe without sounding ridiculous, but it's like seeing a person-shaped darkness. One of these in particular has shown up more than once, and it still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. It appears under smoke alarms and will set them off. I don't know how else to say it. The smoke alarm will suddenly go off, and when I look, I'll see this tall shadowy shape underneath it. It's huge, around 7 foot. It has this reptile-like feel to it, like the shape isn't human. And it looks like it wears a cloak. Even saying that out loud makes me feel crazy, because how can a shadow wear anything? But that's the closest description I have. It's tall, draped, and wrong, like something trying to hide what it really is. Then there are the moments that feel less like sightings and more like someone messing with me. There was one time, when I was moving house, that still makes me feel unsettled because it had that. Someone is playing games. Energy. I had returned to the old house to finish cleaning. I was alone, trying to get the last bits done. At some point I had to go back out to my car to get something. That's when I realized I had been locked out of my car, with the keys still in the ignition. I remember the shock of it, the frustration, the way you stand there trying doors again even though you know they're locked. I walked back into the house to get my phone so I could call my husband, and I figured I'd have a cigarette to calm down because my nerves were already on edge. But when I came back out, every door and window in the house was wide open. Wide open. Not just one. Not like I accidentally left something ajar. All of them. And I know what people will say. They'll say maybe I forgot, maybe I opened them earlier. But that's not what it felt like. It felt like I had walked into the house for a moment, and something had used that moment to throw everything open. It felt like the house was exhaling, or like something wanted to make a point. Around that same time, there was another thing that still makes my stomach turn when I picture it. When I pulled up to the house, I noticed a huge amount of dead flies outside the garage door. And I don't mean a handful of flies. I mean a massive amount. A mound. Like a foot-long pile. That is not normal. It looked like something had died there and drawn them, or like something had happened that caused them to gather and then drop. Even now I can't connect it to any logical explanation in my mind. It was just there, thick and horrible, like a sign. And I don't even know what kind of sign. On top of the visual stuff, there have always been smells. Strange smells. Not just old house smell, but very specific scents that appear out of nowhere and vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I'll suddenly smell old-fashioned perfume, like a woman standing right next to me, the kind of perfume that feels vintage and heavy. Other times I'll get a stench so foul it's like a broken sewer, like something rotten and wrong. I've also seen mists, patches of fog-like movement in places where there shouldn't be mist. I've felt that constant sense of being watched. Not always intensely, but often enough that it's become normal for me to glance behind me or to pause mid-task because I feel eyes on my back. Things go missing a lot too. That's another constant. I put something down, I know where I put it, and then it's gone. Later it will show up in a place that makes no sense. A place I know I didn't put it. And this happens too often for me to laugh it off. It's like someone is trying to annoy me with small petty tricks. One of the strangest recurring things from earlier years was a black shape about the size of a bowling ball. It used to come out of one wall and go through the other. Again, I know how that sounds. But I watched it more than once, and my cat would chase it. That's part of why it stayed with me. Because animals don't chase nothing the way people do when they're just imagining. My cat would see it and go after it like it was prey. The black shape would move and disappear through the wall, and my cat would follow, confused and alert, tail twitching, as if the thing had just slipped into a place it shouldn't be able to slip into. Over the years I have moved a lot. Around 40 times in my lifetime. That's not an exaggeration. I've lived in so many different places that I've lost count unless I really sit down and list them. And that's one of the reasons I don't think this is simply a haunted house problem. Because it doesn't stay in one house. It follows. It shows up in different locations. Different suburbs. Different buildings. New places and old places. If it was only one location, you could blame the house. But when it repeats through so many moves, it makes you start to think it's tied to you, not tied to the walls. The last few years have been the hardest, because it has started to feel like something is actively trying to wear me down. It doesn't just pop up as a weird story anymore. It feels relentless. It feels like it wants to annoy me, to keep me on edge, to stop me from resting. Sleep has become a battleground for me. I used to be able to fall asleep naturally, even if I was stressed. Now it has gotten to the point where I can't go to sleep without medication. That's not something I wanted. It's not something I'm proud of. It's something I've had to do because without it, I feel like I'm stuck in that horrible place between awake and asleep where every little sound feels like a warning. My kids have started being affected too, and that's where my fear turns into something else. Because when it's just me, I can tell myself I'm tough, I can handle it, I can push through. But when it's your children being frightened in their own room, it hits a different nerve. They've been woken up by something in their room. They describe a tall man with a cape and a hood. I don't even like writing that, because it sounds so close to things I've seen. I don't know if it's the same thing, but the description is too similar for comfort. My son also says there is a boy with sharp teeth and scruffy hair that hangs over the top bunk and looks down at him. Imagine being a child and waking up to that. Imagine trying to convince yourself you're safe after that. We keep the lights on in their room all the time now because it seems to help a bit. Not completely, but enough that they feel less alone. Darkness makes it worse. For me, the sleep stuff has become predictable in the worst way. Every time I try to go to sleep, I hear someone calling, "Mom!" I hear banging on the wall. I hear my cupboards rattling. The cupboard doors have metal rings on them for handles, and they make a very specific sound when a drawer opens or shifts. It's not a vague creak. It's a clear metal on wood rattle. I'll be lying there, not asleep, just closing my eyes, and it starts. Sometimes it starts the moment my eyes close, like it's waiting for that exact moment when my body begins to relax. I have tried turning the light on and watching. I've tried sitting up and staring at the cupboards, telling myself I'm going to catch whatever is causing it. But when I do that, nothing happens. The room stays still. The noise stops. The second I look away, the second I relax and try again, it starts. That's what makes it feel like something is aware of me. Like it knows when I'm watching and it knows when I'm not. Like it wants to keep me in a loop of tension and exhaustion. And it isn't only in my own home. That's another reason I feel like this is attached to me. The banging on the walls has happened when I've stayed elsewhere too. Different houses, different rooms, different places. Same kind of sound. Same timing. That moment when you're trying to sleep and your body is lowering into rest, and then something interrupts, sharp and deliberate. A few years ago, I tried to get help from paranormal investigators. I didn't want to, because I'm not someone who enjoys attention or drama, and inviting strangers into your home to investigate something like this feels exposing. But I was desperate. They did catch some things, which validated me in a way because it wasn't just in my head. They caught a toy being moved. They caught footsteps. But even with that, they couldn't help me get rid of whatever it was. They couldn't give me answers that changed anything. They could confirm something had happened, but they couldn't explain why or how, and they couldn't make it stop. I also sought out mediums and healers. More than one. And that is a whole other kind of exhaustion, because when you are worn down and scared and sleep deprived, you become vulnerable to people who promise relief. I paid hundreds. I listened. I tried what they suggested. And none of it helped. Not really. Some of them made me feel hopeful for a few hours, like, maybe this is finally over. And then the noises would start again, or the feeling of being watched would creep back, and the hope would crash. After a while it starts to feel like you're being drained twice. First by the experiences themselves, and then by the people who claim they can fix it but don't. I have cleansed the house often, sometimes daily. Sometimes it feels like it helps a little, like the air lightens for a while and things quiet down. But it never removes it completely. It's like trying to sweep water off a floor while the tap is still running. You can clear a little space, but it keeps coming back. And the constant effort of it becomes its own kind of burden. You start your day already tired, already bracing yourself, already thinking about what you'll have to do at night to feel safe enough to sleep. To be honest, I feel like something is trying to wear me down, and it is working. I feel worn down. I feel tired in a deep way that isn't just about needing a nap. It feels like my spirit is tired. Like my nervous system has been on alert for too long, and doesn't know how to switch off. I have kept a wall up for years, mentally and emotionally, telling myself I won't be scared, telling myself I won't let it win, telling myself I'll stay strong and keep going like a normal person. But lately it feels like that wall is starting to crack. It feels like I'm holding it up with shaking hands, and I'm scared of what happens if it falls. I don't even know what I want anymore, if I'm being honest. Part of me wants an explanation that makes sense. Part of me doesn't care about explanations and just wants peace. I want my kids to sleep without fear. I want to close my eyes without hearing "Mom" whispered in the dark. I want to stop jumping at the sound of metal rings rattling. I want to stop feeling watched in my own home. I want to live like this is just a normal life and not something I have to battle through. And the hardest part is that it has been so long that I don't know what normal even feels like anymore. I only know the constant undercurrent of it, the way it follows, the way it finds little ways to remind me it's there. Even after all these moves, all these attempts to cleanse, all these investigators and healers, all these years of trying to be strong, it is still here. And I am tired of it. I was around 15 when all of this happened. At that age you don't always trust your instincts right away, and you definitely don't want to be the person who says, "This house feels wrong," because you assume people will laugh or tell you it's your imagination. But even though I tried to stay practical, I can still say honestly that this house changed the way I think about fear, sleep, and that strange line between what is real and what your mind might be capable of creating when it's under pressure. At the time I lived at home with my parents and my younger sister. We had just moved into a new house. It wasn't old in the dramatic haunted house sense either. It was only about 20 years old, but it still needed a fair bit of renovating. My parents always bought houses that needed work, fixed them up, and sold them. Renovating and flipping homes was just what they did. So to my sister and me, moving into a half-finished place wasn't unusual. It wasn't scary. It was just another adventure, another temporary home where we'd get used to the mess, the tools, the smell of paint, and the constant background noise of things being changed. The house sat on about 1.5 acres of land. That alone made it feel different from the usual suburban blocks we were used to. It had space around it, the kind of space that makes nights feel quieter and darker. A creek ran along the rear boundary, and beyond that, it was bushland. Before our house existed, it had just been vacant bush. There had only been one previous owner, a woman who had built the place with her late husband. That detail felt simple at the time, not significant. It wasn't like there were generations of history in the walls. It wasn't like there were old tragedies we knew about. It seemed like a normal modern home built on what used to be nothing. That's why it's hard to explain how the unease started. I can't tell you the exact first moment when I felt something shift. It wasn't a single dramatic event that made me stop and think, this house is wrong. It was more like a slow build, tiny things piling up in the background until the pile became too heavy to ignore. The strange part is that there were so many little things that I didn't fully notice at the time. I only noticed them later when I looked back and realized they fit together like pieces of a bigger picture. There were too many odd moments to list, honestly. Small noises that didn't make sense. The feeling of being watched in certain rooms. A strange heaviness in the air at night that you couldn't fully describe. But I'll focus on the few events that affected me most, because those are the ones I still carry with me. Those are the ones that didn't fade when we moved out, and that I still remember with a clarity that makes my stomach tighten when I think about them. By the time we had been living there a couple of months, I started to notice something happening right before I fell asleep. It always happened in that fragile moment when you're just about to drift off. That moment where your body starts to soften and your thoughts start to blur, but you're not fully asleep yet. The slightest noise can pull you back. A creak, a whisper, a shift of wind outside, and you're suddenly alert again. That's exactly when it would happen. I would be lying in bed, almost asleep, and I would hear someone whisper my name. Just my name. Nothing else. No words around it. No sentence. Just my name, softly, as if someone was standing very close to the bed and wanted my attention. The worst part was that it sounded like my family. The voice would mimic either my mom or my sister in such a convincing way that my first reaction was always to reply. It sounded so real that I wouldn't even question it. I would answer as if they'd spoken to me from the hallway or from their rooms. Sometimes I'd answer quietly, half asleep, and sometimes I'd sit up a little and say, "What?" or, "Yeah?" expecting them to respond. But there would never be a reply. I would wait, listening, and the house would stay silent. I would realize slowly that nothing else was happening. No footsteps. No door opening. No voice answering me. And then that cold realization would hit. My mom and sister were asleep. They hadn't called me. Their rooms were dark. Their breathing was steady. The entire house was still, except for the weight of the whisper still hanging in my mind. It sounds like such a small thing when you describe it. A whisper. A name. But when it happens repeatedly, and when it sounds like someone you trust, it starts to mess with you. You start to question your own senses. You start to dread that moment before sleep because you know it might happen again. And you start to feel like something is trying to lure your attention, like it's checking whether you'll respond. At first I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was just a sleep thing, like my brain misfiring as I drifted off. That's what people say, and it's what you want to believe. But the consistency of it made it harder to ignore. It didn't feel random. It felt targeted. It felt like it knew exactly when I was most vulnerable, when my mind was half open and half closed. Not long after the whispers started, something else began. Something I had never experienced before in my life. Sleep paralysis. I had heard of it vaguely, like something that happens to some people, but I'd never had it. And when it started happening in that house, it terrified me in a way I still find hard to explain. It wasn't just fear like I had a bad dream. It was the kind of fear that takes over your whole nervous system and makes you feel trapped in your own body. The first few times it happened, I didn't even understand what was going on. It felt like I would fall asleep and then drift only partly back into the real world. My eyes would still be closed, but my brain would be awake, almost painfully awake. It was like my mind snapped on while my body stayed turned off. I couldn't move. I couldn't open my eyes properly. I couldn't speak. And because I couldn't move, I couldn't even test whether what I was feeling was real. The worst part of it was the presence. I would feel, with complete certainty, that someone was in the room with me. Not a vague feeling, but an overwhelming sense of somebody close by, watching, waiting, standing near the bed. It would hit me like a wave. And because my eyes were closed, it made everything worse. It left my imagination to fill in the gaps. I couldn't see what was there, so my brain created possibilities, and every possibility felt terrifying. Then came the pressure on my chest. It would start as a heaviness, like something pressing down, and then it would intensify until it felt like I couldn't breathe. I would try to inhale, and it would be like my lungs weren't responding properly. I would panic, but panic didn't help because my body wouldn't move. I couldn't scream for my parents. I couldn't kick the blanket. I couldn't even turn my head. I could only lie there trapped in my own body, feeling that pressure, feeling that presence, and waiting for it to end. It always ended the same way. I would reach a point where I would stop breathing properly, and then suddenly my body would snap awake. I would gasp for air like I'd been underwater. I'd sit up, heart racing, drenched in cold fear. And when I looked around, the room would be exactly as it should be. Nothing out of place. Nothing obviously wrong. The same walls, the same furniture, the same quiet. But even though the room looked normal, the feeling would linger. That is what made it so hard. You can't argue with your own experience when it feels that real. You can't tell yourself it was nothing when your heart is hammering and your body is shaking. Even when you tell yourself it's sleep paralysis, the fear doesn't disappear right away. Your mind may understand, but your body still believes something just happened. Over time, the sleep paralysis became more frequent. That was when it started to change my life in a real way. I began to dread sleep. I would lie in bed and feel anxiety rise because I knew it might happen again. Nights became something I had to endure rather than something restful. I would try to stay awake longer, because sleeping felt like stepping into a trap. And then the most startling incident happened. Not just to me, but to my sister too. That's part of why it stays so strong in my memory. Because it wasn't something I experienced alone. It wasn't just my brain messing with me. My sister saw it too. I was asleep when she tapped me on the shoulder and woke me up. Even before she spoke, I knew something was wrong. Her energy was wrong. Her face was wrong. She was terrified in that quiet, frozen way kids get when they've seen something that doesn't make sense. She looked like she had run out of a room, and she was trying not to cry, and she didn't want to be alone. She told me she had gone into the kitchen to get a glass of water. The house was dark. Everyone was asleep. She expected the kitchen to be empty. But when she walked in, she saw our dad sitting upright on the sofa. Not slumped like someone asleep, but sitting straight up. Still. Silent. She called out to him, but he didn't answer. He didn't move. He didn't even react the way someone half asleep would. He was just there, upright, unmoving, like he was a statue shaped like our father. That's when she got uneasy and ran back to wake me. I didn't want to go. I was half asleep and already terrified by everything that had been happening in that house. But a part of me thought maybe my sister was mistaken. Maybe Dad had gotten up and fallen asleep sitting up. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he was sleepwalking. There were normal explanations that I wanted to cling to. So we went. We walked slowly back toward the kitchen, toward the living area where the sofa was. I know now that the obvious thing would have been to turn a light on. I don't know why we didn't. Maybe it didn't occur to us in that panicked half-awake state. Maybe we were afraid that if we turned the light on, we'd see something worse. I honestly can't tell you. I just know we didn't do it. The moon was bright that night. Enough light came through the windows to outline shapes and furniture. It wasn't pitch black. As we moved closer, I could see the shape sitting on the sofa. And it wasn't my dad. It was a dark male shadow, sitting perfectly upright. No distinguishable features. No face. No clothing details. Just the shape of a man, dark against the dim light, still as if carved from the night itself. The moment I saw it, I knew. That instant recognition is still the scariest part. Because my brain didn't have to guess. Something inside me knew it wasn't Dad. It knew it was wrong. And yet, even though I knew, I called out anyway. Maybe out of denial. Maybe out of hope. Maybe because I needed to test reality. There was no response. We stood there watching. It felt like time slowed down. It felt like we were stuck. Like we were holding our breath in a moment that could snap either way. And then I felt it. A sudden wave of emotion that hit me like a slap. It wasn't just fear. It was something stronger, darker. I felt like whatever was sitting there was evil. Not misunderstood. Not neutral. Not simply a presence. Evil. And in that exact split second, its head began to turn. That was it. That was all we needed. We ran back to my room like our lives depended on it. We slammed the door. We locked it. We turned every light on. We stayed awake the entire night, sitting there in a bright room, listening to the house settle around us, terrified that we would hear footsteps or the door handle move. But nothing happened after that. It was like the house went silent again, as if it had made its point and was done. In the morning, we told our parents. Even while saying it, we still hoped there was a normal explanation. We hoped Dad would say, "Yeah, that was me, I couldn't sleep." We hoped he would laugh, or look confused, or admit he had gotten up and maybe sat down for a moment. But he didn't. He assured us he had not left his room all night. That answer made my stomach twist, because it removed the last normal explanation. It confirmed what we already knew. What we saw on that sofa was not our father. To this day, I regret not turning the light on. I regret not forcing myself to see it clearly. Because not knowing leaves room for your mind to torture you. It leaves space for your imagination to fill in details you never saw. It leaves you wondering if you could have proven it somehow, if you could have understood it. But at the same time, another part of me feels like it's maybe for the best that I didn't see more. Because sometimes not knowing is kinder than knowing. After that night, the sleep paralysis continued. Other strange things continued too. The house stayed wrong. We lived there for 2 more years, and during that time there were more unsettling moments, more nights of fear, more feelings of being watched. But nothing ever matched the intensity of that shadow man on the sofa. That was the peak, the moment that sealed the house in my mind as something I never wanted to experience again. Now I'm 24, and since we moved out, I've experienced sleep paralysis maybe 5 times total. Which is nothing compared to how often it happened in that house. The difference is huge. It's like whatever was happening there fed it. It made it worse. It made it frequent. Leaving that house didn't erase everything, but it changed the pattern enough that I can't ignore the connection. After we left, my mum eventually opened up about her own experiences in that house. Things she hadn't told us at the time because she didn't want to scare us even more. And that detail alone says a lot. Because it means it wasn't just my sister and me. It means my mum felt it too. She saw or experienced enough that she kept it to herself, trying to protect us, trying to hold the family together through it, trying not to add to our fear. I don't know everything she went through in that house, and honestly, I don't even need to know all of it. The fact that she had her own stories is enough. It confirms that the house had something in it that affected all of us in different ways. All I know truly is this: I am glad we're out of that house. Glad in the deepest way. Glad the creek and the bushland and the quiet nights are behind me. Glad I don't have to lie in that bedroom waiting for my name to be whispered again. Glad I don't have to dread sleep the way I did there. And glad, most of all, that I never again had to stand in moonlight, staring at a shape on a sofa, feeling that sudden certainty of evil as it slowly turned its head toward me. My family moved to Coburg, a suburb of Melbourne, when I was 5 years old, and I remember that house in a way I don't remember most places from that age. Some houses fade into a blur when you look back, like you only remember the layout or the smell of the kitchen. But that house stayed sharp in my mind, not because it was beautiful or special, but because from the first night it felt like something in it noticed me. It felt like the house had its own routine, and I had been dropped right into the middle of it. Our living situation was a bit unusual. My bedroom wasn't really a bedroom. It used to be the old dining room, and it sat in a spot that didn't feel as private or protected as a normal child's room. My sisters shared one of the front rooms, and my parents were in the other front room. So I was placed slightly apart, in a space that felt like it belonged to the house more than it belonged to me. As a kid you don't think in those exact words, but you feel it. You feel when a room isn't meant for you. You feel when you're tucked into a corner of a house that still holds the shape of what it used to be. The very first night, something happened that made me understand quickly that this house was not going to feel like the others. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep in a room that still felt unfamiliar, still smelled like a new place, still had shadows and corners I didn't know yet. That's when I saw her. A lady, gliding into my room. The thing that stands out the most is that she had no feet. It wasn't like she was floating a little above the ground in a magical way. It was like her body was there, but where her feet should have been, there was nothing. No shoes. No toes. No legs ending in a normal shape. Just the upper part of her, gliding. She moved slowly, smoothly, as if she was following a path she already knew. As she moved, she began to fade, like she was dissolving into the air. She didn't vanish instantly. She faded gradually, like she was becoming thinner and thinner until she reached the cupboard area and then disappeared completely. I remember being absolutely terrified, but also frozen. That kind of fear where your throat locks. I could see her, and my brain was screaming, but nothing would come out of my mouth. It took what felt like ages, but it was probably only a minute, before I finally managed to get my voice back and yell out to my parents. My dad came in. I was so relieved to see him. In my mind, adults could fix anything. Adults could make scary things go away. I told him what I saw, probably in that breathless, panicky way kids speak when they've been frightened. I expected him to believe me. Or at least I expected him to take it seriously. Instead, he reassured me with something that made me feel worse in a different way. He told me there was no such thing as ghosts. He said it with certainty, like it was a fact that could erase what I'd just seen. Like the simple idea of, ghosts don't exist, should make the fear leave my body. He told me not to worry and go back to sleep. He didn't shout or get angry. He wasn't cruel. He was calm and practical and probably thought he was helping by giving me a rational explanation. But for me, it had the opposite effect. Because if he wasn't going to believe me, then I was on my own. That's what settled into me right then. Not just fear of what I saw, but the loneliness of realizing I couldn't rely on anyone to protect me from it. He left the room after telling me to sleep. I lay there with my heart pounding and made a decision, even at 5 years old. I slept with my back to the door. I didn't want to look toward the part of the room where she had come in. The next night I forgot. Kids forget things that adults think would be unforgettable. I went to bed, tired, and I didn't arrange myself carefully with my back to the door. I just lay down the way I normally would. And then it happened again. I watched the same lady come into my bedroom. She took the same path, the same slow glide, the same fading movement toward the cupboard. Only this time, it didn't happen once. It happened again. And again. And again. At least 7 times, I think, before I finally fell asleep. It was like she was repeating the same route over and over, like she was stuck on a loop. She didn't look at me. She didn't speak. She didn't rush. She just entered, glided, faded, disappeared, and then somehow started again. At 5 years old, that was impossible to understand. It wasn't like a person walking through a room. It felt like watching a scene play over and over, like the house itself was replaying something. After that night, it became a pattern. Over the next nights, and then weeks, I began to get used to it. I know that sounds strange, but what else can a child do? When something keeps happening and you can't stop it, your fear changes. It doesn't disappear, but it becomes something you live with. I was still frightened, but I also became fascinated. I began to wonder what ghosts were, because my dad had said they didn't exist, and yet I was seeing something every night. So in my child mind, I was caught between two realities, what I was experiencing and what I was being told. I watched her come into my room night after night. I stopped telling my dad because there was no point. He would say the same thing every time. Ghosts don't exist. It's your imagination. Go back to sleep. So I learned to keep it to myself. That, in a way, was the hardest part. Because fear is easier when you can share it. When you can run to someone and have them comfort you. When you have to carry it alone, it sinks deeper. It becomes something private and constant, like a secret you never wanted. Then one night, something happened that felt different from the lady's usual routine. It wasn't the slow glide and fade. It was sudden. Just after my dad closed my parents' bedroom door for the night, I saw a white flash shoot across my bedroom door. It happened fast, like a streak of light that didn't belong. It startled me, but more than that, it made me feel irritated in a way only a tired child can feel. Like, not tonight. Not again. I wasn't in the mood for it. I turned my face toward the wall, away from the door, because I didn't want to see anything ghostly. I thought if I couldn't see it, it would leave me alone. But turning away didn't help. That's when I noticed a light coming from nowhere. At first I couldn't make sense of it. I sat up, peering in the darkness, trying to work out the source. There was no torch. No lamp. No car headlights. No obvious reason for a bright circle of light to be on the wall. I lay back down, and that's when I saw it clearly. It was a perfect circle, bright like a small torch shining at the wall. It didn't flicker. It didn't move. It just was. Then a shadow blocked part of it. I watched the shape form as if something stepped between the light and the wall. The shadow looked nothing like the lady. It looked like a robot. That's the only word I had for it at that age. It had skinny arms that reached out toward me, too long and too thin, like sticks. And then it opened its mouth. The mouth revealed square-shaped teeth. Not normal teeth. Not human teeth. Square blocks, like a toy or a cartoon drawing, but it didn't feel funny. It felt threatening. In my mind, the shape was trying to hurt me. I don't know why I felt that so strongly, but I did. It didn't feel neutral. It felt dangerous. Again I froze. Again my voice didn't work right away. It took me what felt like forever to get sound out. And when I finally could, I yelled for my dad. Over and over, loud enough that I was sure the whole house could hear. My dad came in. And again it was the same story. He told me it was my imagination. That there was nothing there. That I was making myself scared. That I should go back to sleep. And in that moment I knew it for sure. I was definitely on my own. The next day, my dad tried to help in the only way he knew how. He thought a nightlight would be a good idea. In his mind, maybe the darkness was causing my imagination to run wild. Maybe if the room wasn't so dark, I'd stop seeing things. It was actually kind of him in his own way, because at least he tried something practical. But for me, it turned out to be a mistake. That night, the nightlight came on, filling the room with a weak glow. I remember lying in bed in absolute fear, facing the door because I couldn't stand the idea of something coming in behind me. But with the nightlight, I could see the lady much, much clearer. The faint glow gave her outline more definition. I could make her shape out better. And that terrified me more than the darkness ever did. In the dark, there was always a tiny part of me that could pretend it might be a trick of shadow. With the nightlight, that comfort disappeared. I turned toward the wall again, trying not to see her. And then I felt it. A tap on my back. Twice. Not a brush of air. Not the blanket shifting. 2 distinct taps, like someone touching me. The kind of tapping that makes your whole spine go stiff. I turned my head, and there she was right next to me. So close that it felt like she was sharing the bed space with me. I don't remember her face in detail, but I remember the certainty of her presence. I remember the fear hitting so hard that my voice disappeared again. I couldn't yell. I couldn't call out. I couldn't move properly. So I did the only thing a terrified 5-year-old could do. I pulled the blankets over my head and faced the wall. Under the blanket, I tried to survive the fear by doing something simple. I tried to think nice thoughts. I tried to distract my mind from what was happening. And I remember repeating the same phrase in my head over and over, like it was a charm, like it was something that could protect me. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. I kept saying it in my mind until I finally fell asleep. After that night, I refused to use the night light again. I took it out of the plug and made sure it stayed off. I would rather deal with the darkness than see her clearly again. But even without the nightlight, I still saw her. Every night that I faced the door, I would watch the lady with no feet glide into my room, fade toward the cupboard, and disappear. Night after night. It became like a routine. It was always there, like a strange nightly visitor that the rest of my family didn't acknowledge. And this didn't happen for just a week or two. It went on for years. I lived with it until we moved out when I was 8 years old. When we left that house, it was like stepping out of a heavy atmosphere. Like walking away from something that had claimed a piece of my childhood. I didn't fully understand it then, but I understand now how much those years shaped me. How much it taught me to keep fear to myself. How much it taught me to watch the dark and listen to silence. How much it taught me that sometimes you can be terrified and still have to lie there and endure it because nobody else can see what you see. And even now, when I think back to that little dining room turned bedroom, I don't just remember the furniture or the layout. I remember the nightly glide of a footless lady fading into the cupboard, and the moment a nightlight made her real enough to tap me on the back. I have been dealing with sleep paralysis and frightening dreams since I was about 11, and instead of easing as I got older, they have slowly become more intense. Over the past 2 years especially, it feels like everything has escalated. What used to be occasional has turned into something that happens so often I can almost predict it. The paralysis isn't rare for me anymore. It's regular. Some weeks it happens 3 times, sometimes even more, and that kind of frequency changes the way you live. You stop seeing sleep as something comforting. You start seeing it as something risky, like you're stepping into a space where you might not be able to protect yourself. When it happens, it rarely begins in a gentle or subtle way. I don't just wake up and realize I can't move. Most of the time I wake up already flooded with dread, as if my body recognizes the danger before my brain can even catch up. I will be half aware, my eyes open or trying to open, and I'll realize immediately that I'm stuck. I can't lift my arms. I can't roll over. I can't speak. Sometimes I can't even take a full breath. And in that frozen moment, I often hear something close to me, right near my ear, like a low growl. It sounds truly evil to me, not just scary like a nightmare, but heavy and threatening in a way that makes my whole body panic. There are other sensations too, and they're hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Sometimes it feels like something is walking over my bed, the mattress dipping as if there's weight moving near my legs or hips. Sometimes it feels like something is right beside me, close enough that I can sense it without even seeing it. And sometimes there are experiences that feel like an intrusion, like something is happening to me that I don't want and can't stop. I don't want to describe those moments in detail, because even thinking about them makes me feel sick and ashamed and frightened all at once, and I also know it's not something I want to put into words clearly. But the main point is that I wake up trapped and terrified, and whatever is happening feels violating and threatening, like I'm being hunted in my own bed. The worst part is that the fear doesn't always stop when the paralysis stops. Even after I break out of it, my body is still in panic mode. My heart will race like I've just run for my life. My skin will feel hot and cold at the same time. My hands will shake. And I'll lie there trying to tell myself it wasn't real, or it was just sleep paralysis, or it was just my brain. But when you go through it again and again, reassurance starts to feel weak. You begin to dread the moment your eyes close. There was one occurrence that still stands out as the most terrifying, because it was the first time I genuinely thought I might not survive it. It began like many of the others. I woke up unable to move, unable to speak, and my mind instantly filled with fear. But that night there was something extra. There was a heavy pressure on my chest, like something was pressing down on me. I later learned that this is common for people who experience sleep paralysis, but in that moment, it didn't feel common. It felt like being pinned. The pressure didn't stay steady either. It came and went. And every time it lifted for a second, I felt something that is difficult to explain in normal language. It felt like energy was being pulled out of me, as if each release of pressure came with something leaving my body. The closest way I can describe it is that I felt drained in waves, like something was taking something from me. That sounds strange, I know, and I'm not claiming I understand it scientifically. I'm only saying what it felt like. In the moment, it felt like my life force was being tugged away, like whatever was there wasn't just trying to scare me, but trying to weaken me. While this was happening, I tried to do the one thing that sometimes helps me break out of paralysis. I tried to wiggle my fingers and toes. It sounds ridiculous, but when your whole body is locked, you learn to aim for the smallest movement. A tiny shift in a finger can sometimes lead to the rest of your body waking up properly. So I focused all my attention on my hands and feet. I tried to force them to move. I tried to pull myself out of it the way I have done in other episodes. Then suddenly I sat up. It wasn't a slow, normal wake-up. It was more like snapping out of water for air. One moment I was pinned, the next I was upright, gasping and shaking. I was terrified, but the second I could move, my only thought was to get to my parents. I was still young enough that when something truly scared me, I needed them. I needed another human presence to convince my brain that I was safe. So I ran to their room. But the moment I opened their bedroom door, it happened again. As soon as I stepped into that doorway, I was back in the paralysis state. 1 second I was standing, the next I was frozen again, like my body had been switched off. It felt impossible. It felt like reality was glitching. I couldn't speak. I couldn't call out. I couldn't even properly move backward. And the chest pressure came back too, stronger, heavier. Then, again, I snapped out of it. I sat up or jolted free, and I ran again. And again, the moment I reached their doorway, I was trapped. This cycle repeated over and over. I can't remember the exact number, but it felt like it happened around 7 times. Each time, the panic got worse. Each time, the pressure felt heavier. Each time, the draining sensation felt stronger, like I was losing more and more strength. It began to feel like I was stuck in a loop I couldn't escape, like something didn't want me to reach my parents, didn't want me to get help, didn't want me to get out of the room. Eventually, it escalated to the point where I felt like I was being choked. It felt like hands around my neck squeezing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't gulp air. I couldn't scream. My brain screamed inside my skull, but my mouth wouldn't open properly. It felt like forever, even though I know logically it probably wasn't. Time stretches in those moments. A few seconds can feel like minutes. Fear changes time. I truly believed I was going to die. I believed I was losing control of my body completely. And that sense of energy leaving me, of being drained, made it even worse because it felt like the choking and the pressure were not just physical sensations, but part of something bigger, like something was trying to pull me down. At some point, I gathered every bit of willpower I had left and forced myself upright again. When I could breathe, I ran to my parents properly, stumbling into their room, shaking and desperate. And when I tried to tell them what happened, they didn't believe me. Not in a cruel way, not like they wanted to hurt me, but in that dismissive way adults sometimes have when they don't understand something. They thought it was a nightmare. They thought I was exaggerating. They thought it was just a sleep thing. They couldn't see what I felt, so they couldn't take it seriously. That reaction made it worse in its own way, because it left me feeling alone with it. It wasn't just the fear of the episodes themselves. It was the fear of not being believed, of not having anyone who could truly help, of having to face it again and again, knowing that even if I ran to someone, they might shrug it off. The second occurrence I want to talk about happened much more recently, and it scared me for different reasons. It didn't happen in the middle of the night like most of them. It happened in the morning, after I had already been awake and functioning, which made it feel even more unsettling, like my day could be normal one moment and then shift into a nightmare the next. That morning I woke up at around 6. I got up, had breakfast, checked messages, did the normal things people do when they start their day. Nothing felt strange at first. I wasn't in that heavy nighttime fear. I was just awake. About 2 hours later, I was lying in my bed on my phone, not even trying to sleep, just scrolling and zoning out. That's when the exhaustion hit me suddenly. It wasn't a normal sleepy feeling. It was a strong, heavy urge, like my body was being pulled downward. And I recognized it as a warning sign, because I've experienced this pattern before. Sometimes, right before an episode, I get this strange sudden need to sleep, like something is trying to drag me back under. I remember thinking that I shouldn't fall asleep. I remember knowing it was a bad idea. But I was tired and my judgment was weak and I did it anyway. I drifted off, and then I woke up again, paralyzed, lying on my back. Immediately I felt the bed shift, like something had stepped onto it. The mattress dipped in a way that didn't feel like a normal house creak. It felt like weight. I could sense it moving, and it stopped near my right hip, close enough that my whole body went rigid with fear even though I was already physically frozen. I felt that immediate certainty that something terrible was about to happen. I closed my eyes because I didn't want to see it. But when I opened them, a black figure was leaning over me. It wasn't vague. It wasn't a shadow in the corner. It was right there, close, looming. The feeling it gave off was overwhelming dread. I don't know how else to say it. It wasn't just, I'm scared because I can't move. It was, I am in danger. My whole nervous system screamed it at once. And the strangest part was that the figure didn't behave like something stable. It would disappear and reappear every time I looked at it, almost like my eyes couldn't hold it in place. I would focus on it, it would vanish. I would look again, it would be there. That made it even more frightening because it felt unreal and real at the same time, like my brain was trying to reject it while my fear insisted it was there. I could hear voices in the house. I could hear my mother and my brother. That's what made it feel so cruel. Help was close. People were nearby. I wasn't alone in the house. And still I couldn't make a sound. I tried to scream. I tried with everything in me. But nothing came out. My throat wouldn't work. My mouth wouldn't form the sound. I could only lie there, hearing normal life happening somewhere else, while I was trapped in this frozen, terrifying moment. Then the figure began to grow. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like it was expanding, becoming bigger, taking up more space in the room. As that happened, I felt a forceful sensation in my stomach, like energy pushing into me. It was bizarre. It didn't feel like a normal cramp or anything physical you can easily name. It felt like something pressed into that area of my body from the outside, like pressure but also like a weird surge. And as soon as that happened, the black figure disappeared. For a second I thought maybe it was over. But then my room changed. I suddenly saw writing all over the walls, letters and numbers, like symbols scattered everywhere. The weirdest part was that it was like something wouldn't allow me to read it. I could see that it was writing, I could see shapes that looked like letters, and yet my brain couldn't process them into meaning. It was like trying to read in a dream where the words won't hold still. The writing would appear and disappear. It would blink in and out. And my eyes kept trying to focus on it, trying to make sense of it, but it was like the moment I tried, it slid away from understanding. At that point I tried to get up, to force myself out of the paralysis. And that's when something happened that felt like the earlier episode all over again, but with a different kind of cruelty. I would gather all my strength, push my body, fight until I broke free, and then the second I thought I was out, I would find myself back in the paralyzed position on the bed again. It wasn't like I blinked and woke up normally. It felt like I was moving and then being pulled back. One moment I would be out of it and able to move, and the next moment I would be back in my paralyzed body, lying in the exact same position, as if I had never escaped. It felt like a trap, like false wake-ups stacked on top of each other. At one point I remember feeling like I got up and walked to a corner of my room, and then suddenly I was back on the bed again, frozen. That happened many times. It's hard to count because it became confusing, like my brain was stuck in a loop where it kept giving me the illusion of escape, and then snapping me back. When I finally broke free for real, it didn't feel like a clean wake-up. It felt like crawling out of something. I could move, but I was shaky and disoriented. I walked out of my room to talk to my mom, desperate to ground myself in reality. I found her in her bedroom and asked her if she and my brother were up, and how long they had been awake. I expected her to say they'd just gotten up, because in my mind I'd only been asleep for a short time. She told me they'd been up for around an hour. That answer hit me hard. It meant that whatever state I had been trapped in might have lasted a long time. Maybe I wasn't fully paralyzed for an entire hour, but the way it felt, the way time seemed to stretch and loop and confuse, made it possible that I'd been in that cycle for far longer than I realized. I know some people might read this and think it doesn't sound that bad compared to what others go through. And I get that. I know there are people with worse experiences, people dealing with trauma, people dealing with illness, people dealing with things that are devastating. I'm not trying to compete with anyone's pain. I'm only trying to describe what it feels like to go through something that happens regularly, something that makes you afraid of sleep, something that makes you afraid in a way that isn't easy to shake off. The figure I saw that morning frightened me more than most of my previous episodes because it felt so clear and so close. In the past I have often felt a presence or heard something, and as scary as that is, it's different from opening your eyes and seeing a black shape leaning over you. Even if sleep paralysis can explain it, even if it's a hallucination, it doesn't feel like a hallucination while it's happening. It feels like your reality. On top of all of this, I've been going through a really rough time mentally. I've been dealing with depression and anxiety, and that makes everything harder. When you're already exhausted and stressed, your body becomes more vulnerable. Your sleep becomes lighter and more broken. Your mind becomes more likely to spiral. And when you have experiences like these, it's easy to start looking for explanations that match the fear. It's easy to read things online and wonder if something evil is attached to you, or if your depression is being caused by something outside yourself. When you're scared and tired enough, any explanation that gives the fear a name can feel tempting, because at least it means you're not imagining it. But the truth is, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's purely a sleep disorder, stress and trauma showing up in a terrifying form, or something else I can't explain. All I know is that it's getting harder to cope with, and I'm tired of living in a cycle where sleep feels like a gamble. I'm tired of waking up frozen, hearing growls, feeling footsteps, sensing something close, and then spending the rest of the day trying to convince myself that I'm safe. Even writing it out, I can feel how it sounds. I can feel how easy it would be for someone to dismiss it. But the fear is real, and the exhaustion is real, and the way it wears you down over time is real. And that's why it matters to me, because it's not just a story. It's my life repeating the same terror week after week, and it's starting to feel like I'm constantly bracing for the next time it happens. When my friend first told me about the house, he didn't start with the scary parts. He started with what felt, at the time, almost comforting. He explained that an elderly relative of his had owned the place for years, and that she had passed away in the house from natural causes. According to him, she never really left. He spoke about her like you would speak about a strict but loved family member who still has a say in how things are done. He said she had always been strong-willed when she was alive, the kind of woman who ran her home with clear rules and didn't feel the need to repeat herself twice. And even in death, he believed she still had those rules. The main one, apparently, was that she couldn't stand waste. She hated lights being left on. She hated appliances being left running when no one was using them. If someone left a lamp on in an empty room, it wouldn't stay on for long. If someone walked away from a heater, or left something plugged in and unattended, it would often be turned off. It wasn't like a sudden power outage, he said. It felt deliberate, like someone had walked over and flicked a switch, like she was still patrolling her own house the way she always had. He told me this with a kind of amused respect, as if it annoyed him sometimes but also made him feel strangely protected, like her presence kept the household in order. He said she could even be a bit cheeky, in her own way. If the people in the house were familiar to her, family or close friends, she was known to be more playful than threatening. She would call out occasionally in the night, sometimes as if greeting someone. A simple hello. Something you could almost imagine her saying when she was alive. It wasn't constant, he insisted. It didn't happen every night. But it happened enough that the people who lived there had come to accept it as part of the house. The problem started, he said, when someone was unfamiliar to her, or when someone broke her rules. That was when she could become strict. She might not physically harm anyone, but she would make it very clear that she didn't approve. My friend gave me an example that stuck with me because it was so specific. He told me she absolutely hated smoking inside the house. She had never been a smoker in life and apparently couldn't tolerate it in death either. If someone lit up indoors, especially if they were a guest or someone she didn't recognize, she would start doing things that felt like warnings. She would hide cigarette packets. Lighters would go missing. People would swear they had just placed them down, only to find them later in places that made no sense. He described these found locations like they had a message behind them. A lighter might appear in the bathroom sink, as if someone had placed it there deliberately, like a childish punishment or a pointed reminder. A cigarette packet might turn up right in front of the back door, almost like she was hinting, not subtly at all, that whoever had been smoking should go outside, or maybe go out entirely. The way he told it, it wasn't random misplacing. It was almost theatrical, like she was scolding people without having to show her face. At that point in his story, I was intrigued more than frightened. I've always had an interest in paranormal accounts, and I've also had enough experiences of my own to know that some houses do carry a feeling that is hard to deny. But what he said next shifted the whole tone from strict ghost relative to something more complicated. He told me that he didn't think she was the only presence in the house. He believed there were other spirits there, older ones, and he believed they weren't particularly friendly. The only reason they hadn't dominated the house for years, he said, was because his relative had been so strong in life that she seemed to hold them back. He described it as if her personality created a kind of barrier. When she was alive, she would talk to them. Not to people. Not to family. To whatever else was there. Her native tongue was French, and that was what she used when she spoke to them. My friend doesn't speak French himself, so he couldn't always understand what she was saying. But he remembered hearing her voice change when she addressed whatever was in the house. Sometimes she would speak sharply, almost like she was warning someone off. Sometimes she would raise her voice and it would sound like an argument, and sometimes he would recognize a swear word or two. He said it used to make him uneasy, hearing an elderly woman suddenly sound like she was scolding someone who wasn't there, in a language he couldn't follow. But he also said it gave him comfort, because it felt like she was in control. Like she knew what she was dealing with, and she wasn't afraid of it. Then her health began to decline. As she grew weaker, he said, it was like the house grew louder. Like the other spirits gained confidence. He told me that the activity increased significantly near the end of her life, and then, once she died, it became much worse. He wasn't even sure, at first, which activity was her, and which belonged to the others. There were moments where he thought the house was just adjusting, the way people say. They're letting you know they're still here. But there were other moments that felt hostile. He said the other spirits didn't seem to appreciate people being in their space. It wasn't like the elderly relative who just wanted the lights off and rules followed. These other presences felt as if they wanted people out. They didn't interact kindly. They didn't feel protective. They felt like they were watching, waiting, and occasionally making a point. One night, my friend woke up and found 4 human figures standing around his bed. He didn't say they were transparent like movie ghosts. He didn't say they looked friendly or sad. He said they looked like figures, standing there, close enough that he could sense their shapes clearly. He was so frightened he did the thing most people do in that situation. He closed his eyes tightly, hoping it was a trick, a dream, a half-awake hallucination. Then he opened them again, and they were still there. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They just stood around him, and he said the feeling was unmistakable. They were aware of him. They knew he was awake. And it felt like intimidation, like they wanted him to know they could be there whenever they pleased. Naturally, I asked him who he thought they were. He said no one really knew. There wasn't a clear story for them. People had ideas, theories, rumors, but nothing certain. One explanation that had floated around the family was connected to something that happened when his relative bought the house. Apparently there was an area underneath the floorboards that had been dug up and then re-cemented. The relative used to joke, half laughing, half serious, that maybe someone had buried a body down there. That kind of joke is funny until you live in a house where odd things happen. Then the joke becomes a possibility you can't stop thinking about. They never found proof of anything. No records, no reports, nothing that confirmed a crime or a tragedy tied to the property. The house had its normal history on paper. But the floorboard story stayed in people's minds because it was the only thing that felt like it could explain why the original spirits seemed angry and territorial. Still, it remained just a story, not evidence. Recently, my friend said the main target seemed to be his new housemate. The housemate would wake in the night with the sensation of someone sitting at the end of his bed. Not a vague feeling, but an actual dip in the mattress, as if weight had pressed down. The room would be freezing cold, far colder than the rest of the house. He would hear voices down the other end of the house, in the kitchen, talking in an aggressive tone. Not whispering. Not murmuring. Angry, like someone was mad and arguing. The strangest part was that he only heard this when he was home alone, which made it feel deliberate, like whatever it was wanted him isolated. Both my friend and his housemate had experienced the same noises too, the kind of sounds you can't easily dismiss. Heavy footsteps thumping down the hallway toward their rooms. Something being dragged, not lightly, but as if a heavy object was being pulled along the floor. The dragging sound wasn't always inside either. Sometimes it happened outside the bedroom windows, as though something was moving through the backyard, dragging something heavy through the grass or dirt. My friend described it as sounding like a heavy bag being pulled along the ground. And it didn't happen predictably. It might occur several nights in a row, then stop for weeks. Then start again without warning. That randomness made it worse because you couldn't prepare for it, you couldn't control it, and you couldn't tell yourself it was just one specific thing like plumbing or a neighbor's routine. There was also his nephew. His nephew stayed there sometimes, and kids tend to see or sense things in a raw way adults either lose or learn to ignore. The nephew had reported that objects sometimes moved in front of him. A television remote shifting across a surface when he wasn't touching it. A glass that wasn't where it had been seconds before. And he said that sometimes, they tried to talk to him. He never wanted to repeat what he heard, only that it scared him, and he didn't want to engage. He also said he sometimes saw a man standing in the hallway. The man didn't move or react. He just stood there, like a cutout in the dark. Then when the nephew looked away and looked back, the man was gone. By the time my friend finished telling me all this, my curiosity was fully awake. I've always been drawn to the idea of experiencing proof for myself, not because I want to be frightened, but because I want to know what is true. There's a difference between hearing a story and standing in the place where it happened, feeling the air, listening to the silence, watching how your body reacts. So, based on what he told me and my own love for paranormal investigating, I asked if I could stay over for a night or two with some basic equipment. A tape recorder, maybe a camera, and a willingness to sit in the quiet and see what came through. He agreed, probably because he wanted someone else to validate what he and his housemate had been experiencing. Before I knew it, I was standing in his lounge room holding a tape recorder like I actually knew what I was doing. I began with the simplest questions. Who is here? Why are you here? Do you know the people living in this house? Are you the elderly relative or someone else? I tried to keep my voice steady, calm, respectful. I wasn't there to provoke anyone, not at first. I wanted answers. Almost immediately, I heard a voice come through the recorder, clear enough that it made my stomach drop. It said one word, a name, John. It was so quick and so out of place that my first thought was that my brain was trying to fill in gaps. But when I listened back, it was there. The name. John. Like someone had leaned toward the recorder and offered the only thing they were willing to give me. That should have been exciting, and a part of me was excited, but it was the uneasy kind of excitement. The kind you feel when something you've always wondered about steps into your space, and suddenly it isn't a theory anymore. After that, there wasn't much communication through that method. I asked more questions, but it was like the air went quiet again, like I'd been given a small answer and that was all. The only other clear response came when I asked why they liked to sit at the end of the housemate's bed in the middle of the night. When I asked that, the recorder picked up the housemate's name twice, as if repeating it for emphasis. That repetition felt personal, like a finger pointing, like confirmation that he was the one they were focusing on. At that point, I decided to change my approach. If they weren't going to communicate through direct questions, maybe I could trigger activity by recreating a situation that often brought them out. My friend and his housemate had both told me the shower was one of those situations. They said that more than once. While showering, they would rinse their face, and when they opened their eyes, they would see a dark figure on the other side of the shower screen. The figure would be there for a second, long enough to register, and then it would be gone. They both told me the same thing separately, which made it harder to dismiss. I didn't want to experience that. I'll be honest. Being naked in a small room, vulnerable, with the possibility of seeing something watching you is not anyone's idea of fun. But I wanted proof for myself. Not proof I could hold in my hand, but proof in my bones. So I decided to try it. I undressed and ran the shower. The water filled the bathroom with steam and sound, and as I stepped in, I tried to keep my mind calm. I washed my hair, washed my body, told myself over and over that fear would only make me imagine things. But within minutes, I had that distinct feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't a normal, "I'm nervous" feeling. It was the kind of awareness that makes you want to turn around even when you know there's no logical reason to. My friend had left the house to collect dinner, so I knew it wasn't him. I tried to keep showering anyway, telling myself I didn't want to feed the atmosphere with panic. I rinsed my hair and was about to turn off the water when I heard something small but definite. The handle on the bathroom door creaked, as though someone had opened the door slightly. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a slam. It was subtle, but it was clear. My eyes snapped open and I looked through the shower screen toward the door, and I saw a flash of darkness move through the room, fast, like a shadow running past. It was enough to block out the whiteness of the towel hanging on the back of the door for a split second. I turned off the shower immediately, heart hammering, and stepped out quickly, desperate to get dry and dressed. And just as I did, I heard my friend arrive home and call out. The timing was almost too perfect. It made me question myself for a moment, like maybe the shadow had been him, maybe he had come in quietly. But he had been out. He had just arrived. I dried off and dressed, then went out to greet him with that half-laugh, half-fear tone people use when they've just had a scare and don't want to admit how much it shook them. Before I could even fully explain, he told me something that made my skin tighten. He said that as he pulled into the driveway, he thought he saw a man standing in the window. He wanted to know if his housemate had come home early. We searched the house thoroughly, checking rooms, checking locks, checking the yard. Then we called the housemate. He was at the movies. He hadn't been home. That meant whatever my friend saw in the window hadn't been him, and whatever I saw in the bathroom hadn't been my friend. By the time evening came, the house felt different to me. Not dramatically different, but the edges felt sharper. Like the house had noticed I was there. Like it didn't like being tested. My friend left the kitchen light on deliberately because I was nervous about sleeping in total darkness. And I lay on the couch trying to rest, trying not to let my imagination take over. I dozed and woke, restless. Eventually, after what felt like an hour of shallow drifting, I fell asleep more deeply. I woke up at around 4:20 in the morning. I know the time because it's burned into me. It was one of those moments where you wake suddenly, and the room feels wrong immediately, like your body woke you for a reason. I heard someone calling out in distress, a voice that sounded strained, upset, almost desperate. My eyes opened and the dim light from the kitchen still gave enough glow to make out the hallway. That's when I saw him. A figure of a man standing in the hallway, facing toward me. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He was simply there, watching. But what terrified me more was the sound I could hear. Heavy breathing, like someone was enraged. Like a person standing in the dark with anger boiling inside them. It didn't sound like normal sleep breathing. It sounded deliberate, like it wanted to be heard. I sat straight up, unable to take my eyes off the figure. My hands began to shake. My entire body felt tight, like I was bracing for something. I was scared in a way I didn't expect to feel. I had gone into this thinking I might see something, record something, have a moment of proof. I didn't expect to feel threatened. I didn't expect that sense of danger. Still staring at the hallway, I called out to my friend, hoping he was awake, hoping he would respond and break whatever spell the moment held. A second later his bedroom light came on, down the other end of the hallway where the figure stood. And as soon as that light switched on, the figure disappeared. It didn't fade. It didn't drift away. It was simply gone, like it had never been there. My friend came out into the hallway to check on me, and I could see by his face that he knew something had happened. I told him what I'd seen and heard, and even while speaking, I was already packing my things mentally. I knew I wasn't going to sleep again. The air felt too sharp, too charged. I figured I should leave. I didn't care about seeming brave anymore. I didn't care about continuing an investigation. I wanted out of that house. While I was gathering my things, my friend and I were talking quietly about the figure and the breathing, trying to make sense of it. And then we both heard it at the same time. A quick chuckle. Not a friendly laugh. Not someone in another room laughing at a joke. A sharp, delighted sound, as if something had enjoyed frightening me and couldn't help reacting to it. That laugh was what pushed me over the edge. I left in a hurry. I didn't stay to debate it. I didn't stay to calm down. I just wanted distance between myself and that hallway. My friend still lives there for now, though he talks about moving when he can. As for me, I haven't returned. I promised myself I won't. Whatever is in that house does not want me there, and I have no interest in proving anything further at the cost of feeling that level of fear again. I can admit I went in curious and confident, thinking my interest and experience would make me steady. I can also admit I left shaken, because sometimes you step into a place thinking you're in control, and then you realize you're just another person inside someone else's territory. And that house, on Bindery Crescent in Ingle Farm, made it very clear that I was not welcome. On Sunday night, the 26th of August 2018, I got a call from one of my brothers. His voice was serious and rushed, the kind of voice that tells you something is already happening and you're being pulled into it whether you're ready or not. He said, "Pack an overnight bag. I'm going to pick you up. We're going to visit our eldest brother." The moment he said it, my stomach sank. My eldest brother lived a little over 3 hours away, and he'd been battling diabetes for the last 10 years. It was one of those illnesses that doesn't just sit quietly in the background. It affects everything, slowly wearing a person down over time, and it can turn serious very quickly. The day before, my mother and sister had visited him, and they were worried enough to call an ambulance. They didn't call one lightly. For them to make that decision meant they had seen something in him that scared them. By the time he arrived at the hospital, things moved fast. He was taken straight into ICU. The doctors said he had pneumonia. They said his kidneys were failing. His sugar levels were dangerously high, and his potassium levels were high too, which made everything even more frightening because you start hearing words like critical and unstable, And you realize this isn't going to be a simple hospital stay. It wasn't just one thing wrong. It was his whole system struggling at once. Not long after he was admitted into ICU, he had a major stroke. That single sentence still doesn't feel real to me, because it changed everything so suddenly. One moment we were hoping he'd stabilize with treatment, and the next moment he was in a coma. The doctors did an MRI scan and ran various other tests to work out exactly what was happening in his brain. We were standing on the outside of all of it, waiting for information, trying to understand words that felt too big to fit into our heads. They told us he had a huge blood clot at the back of his head and that it had to be removed immediately. It sounded urgent and terrifying, but at the same time it felt like hope, like there was still something they could do. After that, the hospital became our world. All of his children were there. His little grandchildren. His brothers. My mom. My sister. And me. We gathered in that place the way families do in emergencies, drawn together by love, panic, and the need to be close even if we couldn't actually fix anything. We took turns going into the ICU 2 at a time. The rules were strict, but the nurses were patient with us because they could see how many of us there were and how desperate we were to be near him. When it was my turn, I sat beside him and held his hand. I remember the feeling of his skin under my fingers and how cold and strange it felt compared to what a hand should feel like. I spoke to him the way you speak when you don't know if the person can hear you but you refuse to stop trying anyway. I told him I loved him. I told him we needed him. I begged him to come back to us. Every one of us did the same in our own way. Some spoke softly. Some cried. Some sat in silence with tears streaming down their faces, holding his hand as if that alone could keep him tethered to us. Outside the ICU, we took over the waiting area on the floor. It didn't feel like a normal waiting room anymore. It became our base. Our gathering spot. A place filled with whispered conversations, shaky cups of coffee, phone chargers, tears, and long stretches of silence where no one knew what to say. We stayed nearby in hotels because we couldn't bear the idea of being far away. His wife stayed in the courtesy hospital room. We were all living in limbo, sleeping in fragments, waking up with our hearts racing, walking back into that hospital every day like we were walking into a storm. Early on the 27th of August, we all returned again, hoping for a miracle or at least some small sign of improvement. There was no change. The doctors did another MRI scan. A specialist came to see him. We watched staff move around him with calm efficiency, and it was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because he was being cared for, and terrifying because their calm suggested they had seen this before and knew where it could go. Then the doctors told us something that hit like a blow. They said he was brain dead. They explained that the tubes in his lungs were helping him breathe, and the life support machine was doing the work his body could no longer do on its own. Hearing that felt like the ground shifting under me. It felt impossible to hold those words in my mind and accept them. Brain dead. Life support. Machines keeping him breathing. It was like they were describing someone else's brother, not mine. Then they asked us to make a decision. They said we could keep him on life support indefinitely, or we could switch the machines off. It's hard to describe what that moment feels like in a family. The decision isn't just medical. It's emotional. It's spiritual. It's personal. It cracks people open. Everyone is grieving, but everyone is grieving differently. Some people want to hold on no matter what. Some people believe letting go is the kinder choice. And sometimes people agree on the same love but still disagree on what love looks like in that moment. On the 28th of August, his children, his wife, and my brother and sister decided to switch the machines off. My mum and I said no. We said no with everything in us. We weren't ready. We couldn't accept it. We wanted more time, more proof, more certainty, more anything. But we were outvoted. And that feeling, being outvoted when your heart is screaming, stays with you. It's a helplessness that doesn't fade quickly. It becomes part of the grief. The priest came and read him his last rites. The atmosphere in that room shifted as soon as he arrived. It became quiet in a different way, Like everyone suddenly understood this wasn't a maybe anymore. It was a goodbye. Everyone gathered around him. People held each other. People held his hands. People touched his forehead. People said the words they needed to say, the words they had been carrying in their chest, afraid there wouldn't be time. Then the machines were switched off. The tubes that helped him breathe were removed. The nurse gave him a needle, a sedative, to ease his pain as he passed. And then we watched the unthinkable happen. Slowly, his breathing stopped. His body became still. Even now, it doesn't feel real to me when I write it. I'm still in shock. I still can't believe he's gone. It feels like the world should have paused, like time should have stopped for a moment to acknowledge what had just happened, but the hospital kept moving. Nurses still walked past. Machines still beeped in other rooms. Life continued outside that curtain, and it felt wrong. He wasn't just my brother. He was kind. He was loving. He was a father, a husband, a grandfather, and a son. The kind of person who mattered in 1,000 quiet ways. The kind of person whose absence changes the shape of a family. I got home late the next night. I was exhausted in a way that wasn't just physical. My whole body felt heavy, like grief had weight, and it was sitting on my shoulders. I went straight to my room and got into bed. I didn't sleep right away. I lay there awake, staring into the darkness, replaying everything. The ICU. The waiting room. The arguments. The last rites. The moment the machine stopped. The moment he stopped. And then I saw something. In the corner of my room near the door, I saw two shadows. They were faint, but they were shaped like people. Not just random darkness, not a trick of light that shifts when you blink. They had the outline of figures standing there, still and quiet. My heart didn't jump the way you might expect. I didn't feel fear. I felt comfort. Like a soft warmth in my chest in the middle of all that pain. In that moment, I thought it was my father and my eldest brother. Like they had come to say goodbye. Like they had come to let me know he was not alone. Like they had come to mark the moment the way a family does, by showing up. They didn't stay long. Less than a minute. But long enough for me to see them clearly enough to remember it now. Long enough for me to feel that quiet reassurance settle into me. And then they were gone, and the room was just my room again. But the comfort stayed. And even though I'm still in shock, still raw, still grieving, that one small moment feels like a gentle thread through the darkness. Something I can hold onto when everything else feels too heavy. About 3 months ago, my partner, my 2 stepsons, and I moved into a new house. At first, it felt like any other move. Boxes everywhere, routines thrown off, the boys testing the new space, and all of us trying to make the place feel like home. For the first month, nothing stood out as strange. There were the usual little adjustments you expect when you relocate. Getting used to new sounds at night, learning which door sticks, figuring out where the light switches are, and remembering that your old habits don't fit perfectly in a new layout. It was annoying sometimes, but it was normal. Then, after that first month, my eldest stepson started having nightmares. He's 8 years old, and I honestly didn't pay much attention in the beginning. That sounds harsh when I write it down, but at the time it made sense. Children have vivid imaginations, and moving house can stir up all sorts of fears. New shadows, unfamiliar corners, different noises, the creak of a new floorboard, it all feels bigger to a child at night. On top of that, he spends time on his iPad like most kids do, and I know screens can mess with their sleep and make their brains feel overstimulated. So when he first started talking about scary dreams and strange things in his room, I assumed it was his mind running wild. The first things he said sounded like typical kid fear, just dressed up in his own language. He'd complain about seeing a figure in a dark corner of his room. He would mention it like it was there, like it had a place it belonged. He also started talking about a green light moving around his room at night. In my head, I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was streetlight reflection. Maybe it was a toy. Maybe it was something outside, like a car passing by or a neighbor's light. And the figure in the corner, Well, every room has a corner that looks darker at night. Every child has that moment where their eyes play tricks and a pile of clothes becomes a person. So I responded the way most adults respond when a child is scared. I tried to reassure him. I explained things gently in simple terms. I reminded him that new houses feel unfamiliar at first, but they become normal once you've lived in them for a while. I checked his room, turned on the lights, looked under the bed, opened the closet, and showed him there was nothing hiding. I told him dreams can feel very real, but they're still dreams. I did what I thought was right, and I assumed the fears would fade once he settled. But instead of fading, things began to shift. Over the last month, the situation didn't just continue, it escalated. It started to move beyond. He's having nightmares. Into something that was affecting his behavior when he was fully awake. That was the part that began to worry me, because it wasn't only happening in the middle of the night anymore. It was changing how he acted in the daytime, how he reacted to us, and how he moved through the house. When he comes home from school now, he goes straight to his room. Not like a kid who wants to play or unwind, but like someone who is retreating. He closes the door and stays in there for hours if I let him. The way he does it feels protective and tense, like he's trying to keep something out or keep himself contained. He doesn't want people coming in. If his little brother tries to enter, he gets angry fast. He snaps. He shouts. He sometimes throws a tantrum, and it doesn't feel like ordinary sibling drama. It feels like his nerves are already stretched thin, and the smallest thing pushes him over the edge. He has also been complaining about sore legs constantly. At first I thought it was growing pains, or school activity, or just the child repeating a complaint because it gets attention. But he says it a lot. Enough that it caught my attention as part of the bigger pattern. And with the leg pain, his mood has changed too. He gets upset over the smallest things. Things that wouldn't normally bother him suddenly turn into full meltdowns. He cries, throws tantrums, becomes stubborn and agitated. This is unusual for him. He wasn't a perfectly calm child before, no kid is, but this shift felt like something new. Like something had moved in under his skin and was making him raw and reactive. Because I didn't want to jump to dramatic conclusions, I still tried to keep my mind grounded. I kept telling myself it could be stress. It could be a school issue. It could be anxiety from the move. It could be sleep deprivation from nightmares. When children don't sleep well, they become irritable and emotional, and everything feels like a big deal. That explanation made sense. And yet, it didn't fully sit right, because the things he described weren't fading, they were becoming more detailed. There are weekends where I work, and I work long hours. Late nights and early mornings. Because of that, the boys often sleep over at their grandma's place. It's the easiest option, and it keeps them looked after when I'm not around. They've always done that sometimes, and it's usually fine. In fact, he used to love going there, and he used to love coming home afterward. Home was home. Coming back was normal. He would return, drop his school bag, run around, tell us about his weekend. Nothing complicated. But lately, he hasn't been the same about coming back. He started saying that when he wakes up at night, there is a man on his floor spinning in circles. He says it as if it's just a fact. Like he opens his eyes and it's there, doing this strange repeating motion. He also says there is a little girl in his closet sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. That word, sometimes, makes it worse, because it suggests unpredictability, like it appears when it wants to. And then there's another thing he has said more than once, that there is a man in our house with an axe. I don't even like writing that sentence. When a child says something like that, your whole body reacts. Even if you're trying to stay rational, your stomach tightens and your mind starts racing. You want to dismiss it, but you also can't ignore it, because it's too specific and too frightening. So I asked questions carefully. I tried not to sound like I was feeding it or encouraging it. I tried not to put fear in his head by reacting too strongly. I asked him what he meant, when he sees it, what it looks like, where it is. Sometimes he'll talk, sometimes he'll shut down. Sometimes he'll go quiet and refuse to say more, like he's afraid that talking about it makes it worse. The man spinning on the floor detail stuck in my mind for another reason too. My stepson used to get out of bed and come to me when he was scared. He would creep down the hall, climb into my room, or call out for me. Even if he was frightened, he would still move. He would still seek comfort the way most children do. Now he doesn't. He stays in his bed. He doesn't come to wake me the way he used to. And when I think about that, I can't help connecting it to what he describes. In my head, it feels like he's too scared to move. Like he believes that if he gets out of bed, that's when something will happen. Whether that fear is based on a nightmare, a hallucination, or something else, the result is the same. He feels trapped in his own room at night. This last weekend was the moment I realized how serious the fear had become. He used to love coming home after being at Grandma's. It used to be easy. But this weekend, he was upset in a way that shocked me. He didn't want to come home. He resisted with his whole body. It wasn't mild reluctance. It wasn't a, "I don't want the weekend to end." It was genuine panic and refusal. I tried to coax him, reassure him, tell him we were going home and it would be okay. But he was so distressed that the only way I could get him home without him kicking and screaming was by promising him that he didn't have to sleep in his room again. That promise wasn't a small thing. It was me admitting, in my own way, that his fear was bigger than I had wanted to believe. It was me choosing to make changes to keep him calm, even if I didn't understand the root of what was happening. Since then, both boys have been sleeping in my room. It's not ideal. It disrupts sleep for everyone. It changes the household routine. But it felt necessary. I couldn't force him into that room and then expect him to sleep peacefully. I couldn't keep telling him, "There's nothing there," while watching him unravel more and more. Around the same time, my little sister came to stay with us for a few weeks. She's 21. She's not a child, and she isn't easily spooked in a childish way. She visited for what was meant to be a normal stay, just spending time with us. But while she was here, she started complaining about sleep paralysis. Not once. Not occasionally. Multiple times a week. She was afraid to sleep alone. That alone made me pause, because this wasn't my stepson describing something. This was my sister, an adult, experiencing something frightening enough that she didn't want to be alone at night. There were times she would only sleep during the day, when I was home and she felt like someone could keep an eye on her. She wasn't dramatic about it. She was genuinely unsettled, and I could see it in her face and her behavior. She was tired. She was anxious. She dreaded bedtime. And then, just when I thought I was already carrying enough worry, something else happened that pushed the whole situation into an even stranger direction. Today I was at Grandma's. We used to live there before we moved into the new house, so it's familiar, safe, and it still carries that sense of family routine. I was there trying to convince my 8-year-old to come home again. He was resisting, tense, emotional, and I was doing my best to stay calm and gentle while still getting him back to our place. While we were there, our neighbor started a conversation with Grandma. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just normal neighbor talk, the kind of conversation that begins casually and then turns into something else. Grandma, not trying to hide the situation, started talking about some of the things my stepson has been seeing. She explained that it was part of why he didn't want to come home. She described it in that practical way older women sometimes do, concerned but straightforward, as if naming it out loud might help. The neighbor listened quietly, and then she said something that made me go cold. She told us that her daughter used to experience very similar things. Not vague similarities. Not, "My kid had bad dreams too." She said her daughter had been seeing a man and a little girl in their house. She said her daughter would complain that something sat on her chest at night, and that something was biting and pinching her in bed. She said her daughter's legs would hurt. And when the mother slept with her daughter to comfort her, the mother would sometimes wake up with scratches on her face. As she spoke, I felt my own mind trying to catch up. Because suddenly the details I had been hearing from my stepson, man, little girl, sore legs, weren't isolated to him. They matched someone else's story in a way that felt too close for comfort. And what made it even worse was that the neighbor wasn't telling it like a ghost story for entertainment. She was telling it like something her family had actually gone through, something that had frightened them enough to seek help. According to the neighbor, she eventually got help and was told that the two entities were actually one. That the man could manifest as a little girl to seem less intimidating, to make it easier to get close, to make a child less likely to run or resist. The neighbor said they cleansed their house and cleared out the bad energy, and after that, things improved. When she said that, I felt my stomach twist. Because on one hand, you want to believe there is an explanation and a solution. You want to believe that if someone else dealt with something like this and found relief, maybe you can too. But on the other hand, it's terrifying to hear someone repeat details that match what your child is describing, especially when you've been trying to tell yourself it's just imagination or adjustment. I also can't ignore what I've seen in my stepson's behavior. The way he isolates in his room. The way his moods have changed. The way he seems exhausted and on edge. The way he refuses to sleep in his own room now. The way he clings to the idea of not being alone. Even if every single thing he describes has a non-paranormal explanation, the fear is still real to him. The stress is still real. And the impact on our home is real. Now, when I replay it all in my mind, it feels like a chain. A new house. A month of calm. Then nightmares. Then descriptions of figures and lights. Then the shift into daytime behavior changes. Anger, tantrums, isolation, sore legs. Then more specific nighttime claims. A man spinning on the floor. A little girl in the closet. A man with an axe. Then my sister experiencing sleep paralysis frequently in the same house. Then the neighbor casually mentioning her daughter saw a man and a little girl, had chest pressure, leg pain, biting, pinching, and scratches. It's too many overlaps to ignore completely. And that's where I'm stuck right now. In that place between wanting to stay logical and wanting to protect the kids from anything that might be happening, whether it's something spiritual, psychological, environmental, or just the way fear multiplies when it goes untreated. I'm trying to hold the home together. I'm trying to keep bedtime calm. I'm trying to reassure them without making them feel dismissed. I'm trying not to panic in front of them. But inside I'm unsettled in a way I can't easily shake. Because whether this is paranormal or not, something is happening that is clearly hurting my stepson's sense of safety, and that matters more than any label. All I know is that the house no longer feels like a simple fresh start the way it did in that first month. It feels like something changed after we settled in, like a switch flipped and the fear started living in the walls. And the hardest part is watching an 8-year-old carry fear that big, fear that makes him dread his own bedroom, fear that makes him cling to promises just to make it through the night. When I think back to the house we lived in when I was a child, what I remember most isn't the furniture or the paint color or the normal family routines. What I remember is the feeling. That subtle, stubborn sense that something about the place wasn't quite right, even though everything looked ordinary on the surface. The house had originally been a 4-bedroom home with 1 living room. Before we moved in, the previous owners had built a sunroom onto the back of the house, attaching it to the end 2 bedrooms. It wasn't just a small add-on either. It felt like a whole extra section, bright during the day, strangely exposed at night. My bedroom window opened directly into that sunroom, and the 4th bedroom, which we used as a study, also opened into the sunroom, but with a step down. You'd walk through the study doorway and step down into the sunroom, like you were crossing into a slightly different part of the house. That step became the center of everything for me. There was something about the area near that threshold that always felt wrong. It wasn't one single moment where it started. It was there from the beginning, like an atmosphere that never fully lifted. Every time I stepped over that spot, from the sunroom into the study or back again, I would get chills, the kind that run over your arms and the back of your neck even when the temperature hasn't changed. It felt like passing through an invisible line, like the air had a boundary. And it wasn't just me. Even the cat reacted to it. Our cat would bolt over that exact spot every single time, without fail. Animals do what they do, and you can explain away plenty of behavior, but this was too consistent to ignore. It didn't matter how calm the cat was. It didn't matter what was happening in the house. Whenever it approached that threshold, it would speed up and leap over it like the floor was hot. I noticed it over and over until it became one of those things you couldn't unsee. The sunroom itself had windows running down one side, and on the opposite wall there was a sliding door. During the day it could feel cheerful, full of light, like the sort of space that was meant to be enjoyed. But at night, those windows turned into something else. I hated them. I hated the feeling of darkness pressing against the glass and the sense that whatever was outside, or whatever could see through, had a clear view in. It wasn't a normal. Someone might be watching. Fear. It felt deeper and more personal, like the room was too exposed and I was too visible. That feeling didn't stay only in the sunroom either. Even in my own bedroom, I couldn't sleep at night unless my blinds were closed. I would lie there and feel watched. Not just observed, but unwelcome. Like the space didn't fully belong to me, like my presence was tolerated at best. It's hard to explain how a room can make you feel like that when nothing is physically happening. But the uneasiness was real, and it shaped how I lived in that house. And then things started happening that I couldn't explain. One night, I woke up and felt the mattress shift near my feet. The movement was slow and deliberate, not like the little bounce you feel when someone brushes past your bed. It felt like someone had sat down on the end of it. The pressure settled into the mattress and stayed there, as if a person was sitting quietly, not moving much, just present. I lay there in the dark, completely aware of what I was feeling, but strangely I wasn't scared. I felt alert, but not panicked. After a moment, I heard a woman's voice humming. It wasn't loud. It was soft and calm, like a tune without words, like something a mother might hum to a child. The sound didn't come from a direction the way normal sound does. It felt close, like it existed in the room rather than coming from a corner. Then the pressure on the end of the bed shifted. It still felt like someone sitting there, but now it also felt like a gentle rocking, as if whoever it was swaying slightly while humming. The combination of the humming and the rocking should have terrified me, but it didn't. If anything, it soothed me. It made the room feel less hostile, less cold. It felt calming, almost protective. After a while, it stopped. The pressure lifted. The humming faded. And the bed went still again. A few nights later, it happened again. I felt someone sit on the end of my bed, that same steady weight, that same calm presence. And then something else happened. My bed covers were pulled up to my chin and the sheets were tucked in along the side, neatly, the way a parent might do when they want you to feel safe and snug. Right after that, I felt a sudden tingly sensation on my forehead. It was brief and delicate, and the only way I can describe it is that it felt like a kiss. A soft touch that left warmth behind. Again, I wasn't scared. I remember lying there thinking, in a quiet way, that whatever this was, it didn't feel like it meant harm. It felt like comfort. Like someone trying to settle me. Like the room was being made safe, at least for a while. But the sunroom was a different story. I wasn't always frightened out there. Sometimes I'd feel nothing at all. Sometimes it would just be a room, a place where the kids watched TV, played, hung out away from our parents. In daylight it could feel normal enough that I wondered if I'd imagined the whole bad feeling thing. But at night, the sunroom changed. The air felt heavier. The windows felt like eyes. And that threshold near the study felt like a line you didn't want to stand on for too long. The worst incident happened when I was around 13. I remember it because it was one of those moments that splits your life in two, before and after. It was night. The house was quiet. I had been in the sunroom and got up to go to bed. I stepped over the threshold into the study, and as I turned my body to switch off the light, I saw him. I don't even like calling it a man, because it wasn't human in the way a normal person is. But it looked like a man at first glance. Tall. Solid in outline. Standing right there, near the place where the light fell, like he was waiting for that exact moment when I turned. His presence hit me like a wave. What I remember most is his eyes. They weren't just scary. They were full of hate. Pure dislike and malice poured off him, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a way I could actually feel on my skin. It was like the room itself recoiled. He stood there glaring at me, and I knew, without doubt, that he meant me harm. He was solid, but not completely solid. I could see the wall behind him, faintly, as if he was both there and not there, like his shape had substance but his body wasn't made of the same kind of matter as everything else in the room. He felt real enough to freeze me in place. He was holding an axe. Not raised. Not swinging. It was just hanging from his hands, as if it belonged there, as if it was part of him. That somehow made it worse, because it didn't feel like a threat he was making in the moment. It felt like a statement of what he was. Like violence wasn't something he was considering. It was something he carried naturally. I couldn't move. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't obey. My feet felt glued to the floor. My throat felt tight. I was trapped in that split second between seeing and reacting, and in that space, panic didn't even have time to become a scream. It was just paralysis. Then I heard a woman's voice. It wasn't the gentle humming voice. This time it was loud and sharp, a scream that cut straight through the air. "Go! You don't belong here!" The effect was immediate. A sudden warmth flooded through me, and only then did I realize how freezing cold I had been standing in that spot, as if the fear and the presence had sucked the heat out of me. That warmth felt like a shield, like someone had stepped between me and him. As the voice rang out, I watched him disappear right in front of my eyes. Not like someone walking away, but like something dissolving. One moment he was there, the next moment the space was empty. I moved then, shakily, like my legs were trying to remember how to work. I walked into my bedroom and closed myself in. That night, the woman returned. I felt her sit on my bed again, that familiar weight near my feet, and she stayed as long as I was conscious of it. I lay there listening to the quiet, feeling the steady presence, and I began to understand over time that she came on the nights I felt spooked or watched. It was like she knew when the house felt wrong. I don't know if she was connected to him in life, if they had known each other somehow, or if she was simply a guardian, something that stayed near me to keep me safe. But the pattern became clear. When fear crept into my bedroom, she came, and the fear eased. For a while after that, things were quieter. Not perfect, but quieter. The sunroom still made me uneasy at night, but the worst of the activity seemed to settle. I started to believe that maybe it had been a one-off. Maybe whatever I had seen had passed through, shown itself once, and moved on. Then, one night when I was a little older, it happened again. My younger sister had gone to bed. My parents were out for the evening, and I was babysitting, sitting alone in the sunroom with the TV on. It was the kids' space, and I felt safe enough there during the day, but at night I always had one ear tuned to the silence, always aware of how exposed those windows felt. Without warning, the lights went off. The TV didn't turn off properly. It went blank. Not a shutdown, just a blank screen, like someone had wiped it clean. For a second, my brain tried to make sense of it. Power outage? Fault? A blown fuse? But before I could even fully stand up, I heard a voice right in my ear. "She is not here to protect you now, girlie. You're stuffed." The cold that went through me wasn't normal fear. It was shock and dread all at once, the realization that something was speaking to me, not in a dream, not in my imagination, but directly into the space beside my head. I jumped up and ran for the study, because for some reason my instincts told me I needed to get away from the sunroom. But before I could reach the step, he was there. Right in front of me, blocking me. In that second, something clicked in my mind. I realized that every time I had seen him, it was near that threshold. It was in that area. And I realized I had never seen him outside that part of the house. It felt like he was bound to that space, like he couldn't cross into the main part of the house for whatever reason. The study in the sunroom felt like his territory, and the rest of the house felt like it was protected by something else. I didn't stop to analyze it further. I ran. My bedroom window opened into the sunroom, and I threw myself toward it. By sheer luck, it wasn't fully locked. It was sitting a millimeter off being fully closed. If it had been properly locked, I don't know what I would have done. I wrenched it open with shaking hands and climbed through. I fell onto the floor of my bedroom, scrambling and gasping like I'd just escaped something physical. When I looked back, he was standing in front of the window. Hatred poured off him in waves. He opened his mouth like he was going to speak, like he was about to tell me something, or threaten me, or laugh. And something inside me snapped. I screamed at him. "You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from." I don't know where that came from. I wasn't trained in anything spiritual. I wasn't someone who believed I had any special power. I was just a terrified young person who had reached the end of fear and landed on defiance. But the moment I said it, with everything in me, he faded. Not slowly. Not stubbornly. He faded like the words hit him where he was weakest. A moment later, warmth filled my room. And I heard her voice again, calm now, close in the air like a blanket being pulled up around me. "Hush now. He can't hurt you anymore." I sat there shaking, trying to understand what had just happened. My mind kept circling the same questions. Why did my words work? How could I possibly have banished something like that? Was it really me? Was it her? Was it something about that threshold and the boundaries in the house? Did he already have limits, and I simply spoke with enough conviction to force him back into them? For days afterward, those questions rolled around in my head. Even years later, I still thought about it sometimes, wondering if I had truly done anything at all, or if I had just stumbled into the right moment where whatever power was protecting me could finally push him out completely. What I know is this: after that night, there was never anything again. The sunroom felt fine. The study no longer gave me chills the same way. The windows at night stopped feeling like eyes. And even the cat changed. The cat, who had always bolted over that threshold, finally walked across it normally, calm and unbothered, as if whatever had been there was gone. And that's what stays with me. Not only the terror of seeing him, not only the strange comfort of the woman's presence, but the way the whole house seemed to exhale afterward, like something heavy had finally been removed. We'd been counting down to this move for weeks, but not in the excited, new beginning kind of way. More like the tense, exhausted kind of countdown where you're trying to keep life running while everything is half-packed and your brain is stuck in a constant loop of lists, deadlines, and worst-case scenarios. We are building our own home, and we're so close to finishing that it hurts. Weeks away. Close enough to picture the furniture in the rooms, close enough to imagine the first night there, close enough to feel that relief in your bones. But then we were told our lease wouldn't be continuing. No extensions. No grace period. We had to move out. In 20 days. 20 days is nothing when you've got a family, dogs, work, and a whole house that suddenly needs to be dismantled and put back together somewhere else. It's the kind of time frame that makes even simple tasks feel like emergencies. On top of that, my son was starting at a new school the following week. So it wasn't just about finding any roof over our heads. We needed a short-term rental that was close enough to the school to keep life manageable, and it had to have a secure yard because of the dogs. If you've ever tried to find a place last minute with specific requirements, you know how quickly hope turns into dread. We put up an ad on Facebook for a short-term rental, and somehow, pure luck, honestly, we found a house. It had a proper yard, enough space for us, and it was close to the school. I remember feeling this rush of gratitude and relief, like the universe had thrown us a rope just as we were slipping. We were still stressed, obviously, but we had a plan. We had somewhere to go. Then the reality of moving hit. First step, the skip bin. We had too much stuff. Not the cute kind of, "oh, we've collected memories" stuff. I mean the kind of excess that piles up quietly over years until you realize you could probably downsize by half and still not miss most of it. We decided to be ruthless. Anything worth selling or donating got sorted into piles. Everything else went into the bin. When the skip bin arrived, it was huge, sitting there like a challenge. It took up a big chunk of the driveway, the kind of sight that makes you feel both motivated and overwhelmed. Over the next 2 days we filled it to the brim. We worked like machines. Daytime was all action, dragging things out, breaking down old stuff, sorting, hauling, sweating, trying to make progress because time was against us. During the day, nothing felt strange. Or maybe we were too busy to notice. Stress has this way of narrowing your focus so much that you only see what's directly in front of you. You don't have mental space for anything else. The house was just a house, the bin was just a bin, and the days were just tasks stacked on top of tasks. But the nights were different. It started subtle. The kind of thing you can dismiss if you want to. A feeling more than an event. I remember telling my partner that I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. Just quick flickers, like something shifted when it shouldn't have, like a shape past a doorway. Every time I turned my head properly, there was nothing. No one there. No obvious cause. I tried to rationalize it. We were exhausted. We were stressed. We were living in a half-packed house with unfamiliar shadows because furniture had been moved and piles were stacked in places they normally weren't. I told myself it was my eyes. Or my brain. Or both. Then my partner flew back to site. He works FIFO, 2 weeks away and 1 week home, so we're used to him being gone, but it always changes the feeling of the house. Even if you don't like admitting it, a house feels different when you're alone in it at night. It's quieter. It's wider. You hear every little sound and your brain can't help checking them. That night, I walked out the front door to put the bins out. I had a rubbish bag in my hand. It was dusk, sundown, but still a thin layer of light in the sky, that twilight gray-blue that makes shadows look thicker than they should. I opened the door and, in the briefest glance, I saw a dark shape crouched beside the skip bin. It wasn't a maybe. It was there long enough for my brain to register the posture. Low, compact, like someone squatting. For a split second my body did that automatic jolt of, someone is out there. Then I looked down to tie the rubbish bag, because my brain was trying to process what I'd just seen, trying to make sense of it. I lifted my eyes again. The shape stood up. It rose like a person would rise, not like a shadow shifting with light. It took 2 steps, and vanished. Just gone. I froze. The streetlight was on, sitting to the left of the skip bin, casting a steady glow. There wasn't a dark patch deep enough for something to disappear into. There weren't trees or bushes to hide behind. The skip bin was there, solid and stupid in the driveway, and what I had just seen made no sense at all. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just stood still with my heart pounding and my skin prickling. Then I forced myself to keep moving. I put the bins out, like I was refusing to turn it into something bigger. And I went back inside. Later that night I was watching a movie, trying to calm down, trying to focus on something normal. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something walk past the theater room window. Not a light change. Not a reflection. The motion was too clear, too shaped. I turned my head quickly. Nothing. I got up and looked properly. Nothing. That's when the dogs started acting strange. They were outside at first, and they began running up and down the yard, growling. That is not normal for them. One of our dogs rarely barks, and the other is a good guard dog but mostly a big goofy sweetheart. When they're both unsettled, it means something. Not necessarily something paranormal. Dogs react to animals, noises, strange scents. But what got to me was the intensity and the focus. They weren't just barking at a passing possum. They were fixated on the front of the house. They kept returning to the windows and staring out toward the skip bin area, pacing, growling low in their throats like they wanted whatever was out there to know they were watching back. The dogs unsettled me more than anything else. When my partner isn't home, the dogs are my safety net. They give me that sense that if something real is outside, an intruder, an animal, anything, they'll react and warn me. But that night their behavior didn't feel like a normal alert. It felt like fear mixed with aggression, like they didn't understand what they were reacting to but they didn't like it at all. I brought them inside. Even then, they wouldn't settle. They watched the front windows constantly. Their heads kept lifting as if they heard something I couldn't. They paced, then froze, then paced again. I barely slept. I lay there listening to their movement, and feeling that strange wrongness in the air, like the house was holding its breath. A few days went by after that. During the day, I was at work, then back home packing and sorting, and nothing obvious happened. The only consistent thing was the dogs at night. They kept getting agitated. Not every moment, but enough that I started dreading evenings. Daylight became relief. Night felt like a test. Then Saturday came. I was picking up the keys for the new place later, and I decided to take a trailer load of stuff over. I hitched the trailer to the SUV by myself. I'd driven with the trailer before, but I hadn't done the whole setup alone. Still, I got it done, and I backed it into the driveway on the first go. I was ridiculously proud of myself. Moving stress does that. You take your wins wherever you can find them. I remember smiling, thinking, okay, I can do this. I loaded the trailer, tied everything down, locked the cage, and got into the SUV ready to go. Flat battery. I stared at the dashboard like it was mocking me. The battery was 6 months old. It wasn't cold. It was the middle of summer. Nothing had been left on. No interior light, no doors open, no reason for it to be dead. We had a battery charger, thankfully. I hooked it up, waited, and after about 30 minutes I got it started and hit the road. When I came back, I parked the trailer and backed the SUV into the driveway so I could jump it with my car if it happened again. I didn't like the feeling of relying on luck. Sunday, my mom and sister came over to help me pack and clean. We spent the day working. It was ordinary, busy, exhausting. Then it was time for them to go home. My mom walked out to start her car in the driveway. Flat battery. Totally dead. Now I'm standing there, staring at her car, trying to connect the dots. I got my car out of the garage and jump-started hers. We were both confused, talking over each other, trying to work out what could possibly be draining batteries like this. It felt ridiculous. Then my sister got into her car. Flat battery. At that point, it stopped being a weird coincidence, and started feeling like something was playing with us. I don't mean that in a dramatic way. I mean the pattern was too sharp. Too stacked. And it happened so quickly, one after the other, like dominoes. I walked over to the SUV, whose battery had been fine that morning when I started it. Flat battery again. 3 out of 4 cars at my home had dead batteries. All batteries less than a year old. I was completely lost trying to comprehend it. It didn't feel like bad luck. It felt targeted. And I know how that sounds, but that was the sensation in my body, like something was messing with the most inconvenient parts of our life at the worst possible moment. I jump-started my sister's car and she got going. My mum left too. I was still standing there in that post-chaos haze when my sister started reversing out. I was watching her. She was watching her mirrors. Everything looked normal. And then she smashed into the lamp-post. It was so sudden that my brain didn't even register it as impact at first. I just heard the sound, smash, crunch, and then what sounded like glass falling from the lamp onto the road. My sister's face was pure shock. The way she backed into the lamp post was like the lamp post wasn't even there. Like her eyes didn't register it. But I was watching her from the front, and I could see straight through her back window. In that angle, the lamp post couldn't be seen, even though it was directly behind her. It was like the perspective was wrong. We both jumped out of our cars and ran to the back of hers. No damage. Not even a scratch. It didn't make sense. It had sounded like a hard hit. That crunching sound people dread because it usually means a dent or a smashed bumper. But her car looked untouched. I turned to the lamp post, bracing myself for shattered glass or a broken cover. Nothing. No damage to the lamp post. No scratches. No glass on the road. No fragments. Nothing. The road was clean, as if the sound had been staged, as if it had happened only in our ears. We stood there staring at each other, both of us shaken, both of us trying to find an explanation that fit the facts. But nothing fit. We had both heard it. We had both reacted. The impact had felt real enough to send us running. And yet the evidence wasn't there. After that, everything felt heavier. My mum's battery died again after she got home. She ended up replacing it. The SUV battery had to be replaced too because it was like the life had been sucked out of it. The whole situation drained money and energy we didn't have spare. We were already stressed and exhausted, and now it felt like the house was fighting back. A few mornings later, I woke up with this indescribable feeling that I had been watched all night. Not the usual, I slept badly feeling, but that raw, uneasy sensation that something had been present while you were vulnerable. I got up and tried to shake it off, but it clung to me. So I went to a little shop in town and bought white sage. I went home and smudged the place, walking through rooms, trying to push the feeling out. I did feel better afterwards, but it didn't last. If anything, it felt like I had soothed the air temporarily without changing whatever was underneath. I even wondered if I'd done it wrong, because it was my first time doing it. Maybe I hadn't done it with enough intention. Maybe I was just desperate for a sense of control. Around the same time, the bedside lamp bulb started flickering. It was another small thing that became unsettling because of everything else. I replaced the bulbs and they seemed fine afterwards, but by then my nerves were already frayed. Every small malfunction felt like part of the same pattern. Then came the night with the dogs that truly scared me. Our dogs sleep in the bedroom with us. We have a border collie and a dingo ex-kelpie. Usually at night they're relaxed. If something sets them off, they tag team. The border collie has a big bark and he'll go off when he hears something outside. The dingo usually climbs onto the bed and sits near me like she's guarding me, while the border collie does his alert routine. But this night wasn't normal alert behavior. The border collie suddenly went completely wild, barking, whining, frantic. Then he started growling. Not playful growling. The kind that comes from deep in the chest. His hair stood up, and he began baring his teeth. I had never seen him go that far inside the bedroom. The dingo jumped up on the bed with me and began whining, but her hair was standing up too, and she was baring her teeth as well. Both dogs were focused on the same spot in the corner of the room. Not the door. Not the window. The corner. I felt my heart hammering, and my whole body went cold. Whatever they were seeing or sensing, it was in the room with us. I had bought white sage essential oil and made a spray bottle out of it, thinking it might help calm the atmosphere, even if only psychologically. In that moment, I didn't care if it was placebo or not. I grabbed the spray and went absolutely nuts around the room, spraying corners, walls, the air near the spot the dogs were focused on. I spoke out loud too, more for myself than anything, telling whatever it was to leave, that it wasn't welcome. For a little while, it helped. The dogs calmed down enough that my breathing slowed. They still watched the corner, but they weren't baring teeth anymore. I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe it's past. Then later that evening, they went berserk again. That repeated pattern, calm, then sudden escalation, made me feel like I was dealing with something that wasn't just outside noises. It felt like there was a presence that moved around, that tested boundaries, that reacted to attention, and that the dogs could see it far more clearly than I could. The skip bin was picked up a few nights after that. I remember watching it being lifted and hauled away, hoping with everything in me that it would change the feeling. I had started believing, irrationally or not, that whatever had arrived had come with the bin. That it had attached to the process of clearing out the house, stripping it back, exposing corners of it that normally stayed quiet. But the bin going made no difference. The nights still felt wrong. The dogs still reacted. The air still felt tense. At that point I stopped trying to solve it and just focused on getting us out. My partner flew back from site soon after, and within a few days we moved. The chaos of moving was still exhausting, but it felt like we were escaping something. Like leaving the house wasn't just about ending the lease. It was about leaving that atmosphere behind. And the biggest relief of all was this: Whatever was there did not come with us. The first nights in the new place were quiet. The dogs slept properly. They didn't fixate on corners. They didn't pace. I didn't wake up with that watched feeling. The air felt ordinary again, like a home should. Even with boxes everywhere and everything in disarray, I felt lighter. Like my body could finally unclench. I don't know what any of it was. I don't know why it seemed to start after the skip bin arrived, or why it escalated the way it did, or why it messed with batteries and scared the dogs and made the nights feel so wrong. I only know what I experienced, what I saw, what I heard, and how my home changed in a way that didn't match normal stress. And I'm grateful, deeply grateful, that whatever it was stayed behind when we left.